Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global black business pipeline. And greetings, family. You're here with Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment, and my good brother Kala Genesis from Kala Genesis Radio and Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we are the dynamic duos that make up the kings of Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, giving it to you real and uncut. So yes, my good brother Kala Genesis, last night you gave us a nice little warm up. So I know you're excited tonight. I
was waiting
tonight.
all day, man.
You're ready for this exciting moment, and you're ready to
I'm waiting
greet
for it.
some more of your Pan-African children. Because
Yeah.
this is our classroom, and Kala Genesis is the supreme scholar.
You called me Professor
family.
Collar tonight, And somebody asked me, well, what about your grade? I'm the professor. I'm giving out the damn grades,
Yes, my brother. Good job. Excellent work.
I'm the professor, so I give out the grades, the Pan-African, and look, let me tell you something, folks, right? Before we get started, right?
Ma'am.
The bar is so low for Pan-Africanism, right? That I'm giving out B's and A minuses to people that I would never really do it. But since the bar is so low and anybody could be a Pan-Africanist, and this movement is so weak right now, it's not strong, it's weak, it's divided, individuality. Okay, this is where I agree with Umar Johnson, right? He says, oh, individualism, right? Okay, I agree. Let's say it. But why is it that when it comes to people going to Africa, it's all about being an individual? If you want to talk about community and everything, how come you can't build that on the African continent? Why is it that it's sacrilege? Like the guy last night was talking about, I just don't want to have nothing to do with African American. I'm just here enjoying Tanzania. And one of the things I did agree with O'Shea about is like black people in America should try to build communities over there. I don't know if he's serious about that, but that's what he said. And I agree. And I agree with that. You have to build communities in the African continent, just like anything else. When immigrants come to America, you got your little Haiti, your little Senegal, your little Liberia. Part of Minnesota, they got a new Monrovia. And Staten Island, a Liberian community where they all congregate and everything. There's nothing wrong with it. Why is it the black people in America, so they go to Africa, they're on some Swiss Family Robinson shit, as a rugged individual in the fucking open Wild West, Why are we building these communities? Why are we protecting each other? Why are we network with each other? Why don't we have a support system on the continent, which is common sense? So therefore, you can't talk Pan-Africanism and not talk about building communities and building families in the future. You cannot do that. It does not work like that, Doctor said, what's up? There's beef between our people on the continent. No, it's not that there's beefs. It's just that everybody's an individual. And you got social media exacerbates all that, People, instead of people, if they live in the same country, meeting on a regular basis once a month, saying, look, we're going to have this, or we have a general fund, or we're working on this and everything. People are basically just sitting there on social media taking shots at each other or ad hominem attacks and everything. And so it looks like we're beefing with each other, which we should be building. So we're going to talk about that tonight. And these people that don't want anything to do with fellow black diasporans or African Americans and everything, these people will call themselves Pan-Africanists. Pan means unity. How are you going to have talking about Pan-Africanists and you don't want to have any unity with your own people? Charity begins at home. The first people you got to unify with is the people you came from. Then you can link up with other groups of people and build. But this idea of people beefing and just not trying to undermine each other and scam each other and stuff like that on the continent, that's got to stop. And it's like I said, if you believe that, if you're just a businessman, a capitalist, a bloodsucker, and you're going to Africa because you like the new scenery, just say so. But don't call yourself a Pan-Africanist if you're not working to build. If you lived on the continent for 10 years and you have nothing set up to facilitate other people coming in to join you and everything, you're just like, oh, I made it. You got to make it on your own. Okay, well, who's a good lawyer? What do you think about this? You don't give any advice. You're not making yourself available and everything. How can you call yourself a Pan-Africanist? So therefore, We're going to talk about that tonight. Who are the Pan-Africans? Who's a P.A.I.N.O, a Pan-Africanist in name only? So in other words, people just call themselves Pan-Africans because you live on the continent, because you visit the continent, because you tour the continent, because you date people on the continent. Don't make you a Pan-Africanist. Pan-Africanism is about nation building and unity. If you're not about unity and building and connecting and networking and stuff like that, and building that love and support system, don't call yourself a Pan-Africanist. Just say you might as well be in France somewhere, and just say, okay, yeah, I'm just saying, hey, doing my thing. Just like a lot of people think because they go, I hate Black America, I hate. So you take that same hatred for your own people yourself, and you go to Africa, and you think you're going to get away with that. No, why don't you just go to freaking Thailand? Why don't you just go to India? Go someplace else. You think you're going to hide behind your self-hate just by going to the continent? No, it don't work like that. I see what people do, the actions, and how they engage, whether they got the real love for their people. Sister, what's her name? Nana. That's somebody that really loved Black people, and she tried to help out Black people for years in Ghana. Now she's in Rwanda. And I know a lot of people that basically really help people get settled on the continent. My brother Mark Blanton in South Africa, he really does help people get established and support system. They go out to dinner, they talk and fellowship and everything. People building bonds. Let me tell you something. The most best thing you could do with anything is socialization. Without socialization, you have absolutely nothing. Socialization. What does it mean by socialization, right? Back in the days, we used to have church picnics, gatherings, field trips. Those are hiking, camping, family reunions. All these things are very important. Celebrations, and so like that. Why? Because they build lasting bonds of affection. Human beings need that. Human beings, we're social creatures. We have to build and be with each other and confide in each other, talk to each other, communicate. Without that, you have absolutely nothing. If you don't have those basic things and everything, don't call yourself like you're nation building. Nation building is about unity. It's about building. It's about fellowship. It's about friendship. It's about love. It's brotherhood, sisterhood. It's about family. Those basic things where I think that we're getting to the point where we lost all that. Let's give an example in America, right? How often do we see our family? Only at funerals. And I believe in my heart that's a lot of the problems in our community right there is socialization and fellowship. And also let me be blunt with you, right? The reason why a lot of us don't socialize with each other because a lot of us are ashamed of how we choose to live our lives. If you go to a family function and you find out that cousin El Ray or whatever like that, he just got a good job, he's married, he got beautiful kids and everything, and you're sitting around doing nothing, right? You're going to be like, oh man, I ain't going to that. You're not going to show up next year. Or you're going to show up next year and say, well, I'm going to show what I got. I'm going to bring my wife to this function. I was like, that's what you do. And that's what families do. They check each other, because nobody wants to be the outcast. Nobody wants to be the person that, we haven't seen him we haven't seen Uncle such and such in years. Why? Because Uncle such and such ain't got his shit together. And he's ashamed. He's embarrassed. And to be honest with you, that sort of shaming and stuff like that works. It keeps people in line. It keeps people in order. And the same thing that happens on the African continent. A lot of times people go to the continent, right, ill-prepared, and they're ashamed. They're ashamed because they're maybe living a certain way that they didn't expect. And you might have somebody that's living in that same country that's thriving. He's thriving and she's thriving and making it. And you and your family got to come back because you're not making it. And you're too ashamed to tell anybody that, so you stay away. And that's why a lot of people stay away from each other on the continent, because they're ashamed of the fact that maybe they miscalculated. They don't have their ducks in order and stuff like that. So they stay away from each other. They don't talk. They don't fellowship. They don't do anything. So how can you talk about Pan-Africanism? Pan-Africanism means if you're on the continent, you're coming from the same situation. You guys should be building your own susus and your own lotteries and your own everything. You should have like birthday parties. You should have celebrations. Do a Juneteenth, celebration. It should be something where you guys meet and connecting on a regular basis, where you're sharing information, you're helping each other, and you have a support system. That's what every other group of people do when they go to a foreign country and stuff like that. Before you think the Indians or the Chinese here just come here, I want to be American, I'm assuming, no. They go into their own communities and they engage America from a position of strength. And so they have a support system. The reason why we don't have a support system because we talk Pan-Africanism, but we don't know what Pan-Africanism means. Pan just means unity. It means family. It means unity. It means brotherhood. It means bond. Unity of many. It's a one under one purpose. So if you don't think that is important, then you are not a Pan-Africanist. You are an individualist. You are an opportunist. You just think you can go to the continent, do your own thing, and get on social media and brag about whatever little project you got off the ground all by yourself and everything. And you have no ability or no will to help anybody else or build with anybody else, fellowship with anybody else and everything. And the first chance you get, you're trying to do everything on your own and you're not trying to build with anybody, So that's what I'm going to talk about. And it's a humbling effect, it's a humbling effect when you go to some place and you fail because you're not organized. You're not, you don't believe in organization. No place in the world the people go and you are an individual. Even in America, people say America's about individuality. No, if you've studied really American history, right? Let me give you a perfect example. In California, right? How did California succeed? Ranchers and everything like that, in the great the California Valley area succeed in basically building themselves up into successful ranches and everything, and getting rid of the Wall Street banks from New York and other places. They, even though they're individuals, they form cattle associations. They say, look, let's form an association. Next thing you know, they got a whole bunch of ranchers in an association. They set prices. They buy salt and stuff like that in bulk. They legislate together. They put policy together so they can lobby together. Now, they're all individuals, right? But they have these associations of common interest. So there's this myth about America that everybody's rugged individual. Associations and groups and stuff like that are very, very important. I think people misconstrue when they think of a group that means you're giving up your agency, yourself and everything. No, you can be your own self, have your own business and everything, but be part of a network, be part of a group. No one's saying that you got to give all your money to the collective and all stuff like this, but you can form associations. If we're all doing one thing, right? Wouldn't we be stronger if we came together and have a collective agreement and have us choose a group of people that's going to speak on our behalf, our mutual interests and everything, so our interests are served? What if there's some legislation coming down the pike that says it wants to build a railway through this area? Well, that's going to really damage our cattle grazing operations. That's going to really damage this. So if we're all individuals, right, we can't fight this. But if you're in a group or association, right, then the laws and everybody got to recognize you. Same thing that you can go living on the continent, right? You don't have to all be together in some communal hut or hovel, but you should have associations, I created the Association of African Americans of Liberia. It's like basically associated people who are individuals. We're not saying, oh, we got to be in one little cult, but we're saying that there's things that we're going to, if we want to live in Liberia or whatever country, right, that we should protect our interests. And there's a difference between being interested in something or enthusiastic about something and having an interest. An interest is something tangible, something that you can lose, something that you can gain. I have an interest there, my interest. I have a business interest there. So I want to protect that, right? So how do you protect that? You protect that by getting together with people who have an interest also. This person has this. if we're all business owners or whatever, like we're trying to do, let's protect ourselves and come as a group. So therefore, we can lobby the government. Like, imagine if the the Hebrew brothers would have did that. What if there was an association of diasporans, landowners or land tenants, whatever like that in Ghana? What if they were all united in an association that had representation in the Parliament of Ghana? You think that would have happened to them? No, of course not. Because why? Because they are a group and they are working together. And you can only do that under the spirit of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism. Why do we come together? Although you may be Christian, you may be Muslim, you may be this, I may be Israel, but we're all black and we're black Africans. So let's form a Pan-Africanist pact. So that's what we're going to talk about tonight, just to start it off.
Yes, Carla, Genesis, you just getting warmed up, brother.
Yeah.
Yes, family, he haven't really kicked it off yet. He's just getting in gear, warming up. Well, yes, my brother, as we always telling everyone, we have to build for the future, and part of the future is connecting our energy from America to Africa. And one of the great ways we do this, family, is we take you on that journey for a lifetime. We connect you with investment, networking, and energies to where you can be successful. So it's one of those things that we've been doing for a long time. You see the documentation on our website. That's why we always just let people know that that's what we do, AfricaForAfricans.org. Behind me is one of the many different t-shirts that we have. We just keep designing them, and keep the energy going, and let people know that we're coming strong in numbers. So yes, brother, you ready for that Liberia journey for lifetime?
I am ready, and that's going to be the most bonding experience of our lifetime. We're going to be bonding, not only just with us, but Liberians, everything. Bonding and socialization is very important. You ever have a situation where you bond so much, right? But then you got to get back to reality and whatnot. Yeah, remember that day? There's people that still talk about your trips. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, we had so much fun on Bomani's trips, man. The bus rides, everybody getting along and everything. That's transforming. You cannot forget that, And that's how you take things to the future, Those bonding experiences and everything. That's why we stress coming on these tours and everything. Get that feeling of being with your own kind and you're doing something, And so therefore, that's something that's going to last you a lifetime. It's going to last you forever, because then now you have something to build upon. It's like, wow, man, that feeling that I had when I was with Bomani and everything, I want that forever. And then people want that feeling. They're like, man, if we could have that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, then they're like, man, okay, we're going to build a community over there. And we're going to have that feeling almost every day. Now, it's not going to always be the same thing, because you can go down to on vacation, right? And you go live someplace, it's going to be totally different. We understand that. But the thing is, though, the bonding and the building together of people of like mind and everything is very, very important. It's very, very important to build with people of like mind and like character, So we tell people all the time, yes, bonding and doing tours and vacationing and networking with people and everything. Bonding is good too. Even when we do shows like this, and people on there and everything like that. But after the show, people come down off that high. But okay, if you get high off these shows, well, imagine what it would be like when you go on a tour with us, and you go on a tour with us, Kala, what should the diaspora in Ghana be doing? Oh, what? That's an easy question. Everything, everything. See, the thing is, a lot of times people think Pan-Africanism means I hate white people, I hate America, right? So that means go to Africa. And then when they go to Africa, right, the people in Ghana and all these other people got their own issues. And people feel that, let me give you an example. I have a guy that's a BAIO guy, right? It's an older guy. And he was with Sister Ya years ago, Fiancra. And and stuff like that. And this guy named Wesley. I don't know if you remember him. You ever met Wesley? You know, Bomani, older guy. Anyway, he's in Ghana.
Yes, I miss Wesley. He did a documentary.
Wesley, he's in Ghana. He's in Ghana. Well, anyway, man, he's been living in Ghana. He's so frustrated, he became an ADOS FBA. Because he got so, I told him, I said, look, man, you can't just go over there and expect those people to understand what you're talking about, you know? He didn't want to listen. And he was with Sister Ya, the Sister Ya, the attorney, paralegal, whatever she is, you know? And that was during the Fiancra times and everything. And he said he's going to look for some more land in the north of Ghana and everything. Now he's over there, man. He just like, yo, man, we got to form our own tribe and everything. And he's frustrated that the black people from America didn't join with him and building what he needs to build and everything. So he's real frustrated about that situation. And the whole thing is this, man. Look, it all comes down to, it comes down to, let me put it like this, right? Ghana is you have to admit, is a major country in the world. It's a major country in the world. Ghana has responsibilities and connections with Australia, Europe, America, and you got Europeans that go in there, Japanese that go there, Norwegians that go there, and stuff like this, right? They're trying to win. You got Indians that are doing major investments in there from India and everything. So they're basically trying to build their country. Now, at the same time, right, we have this idea that we want to have Pan-Africanism, right? That means black power, black this, all black this and everything. Well, they're tasked with building a state, a republic, you know? And so therefore, our zeal for Pan-Africanism doesn't bring the bacon home. And we have to understand that, you know? Don't expect the Ghanaians to jump on board with what we're trying to do. Now, the black people, there's some black people in America, right, who go to Africa, and once they get to places like Ghana, they don't want nothing to do with no struggle. They don't want nothing to do with talk about racism, white supremacy. They're at home. They're in a black country. That's all they need. You got to look at for that too. So they're not going to come to your rallies and your talk about we're going to build this and everything. They're happy with just buying a house or living in an apartment in Accra somewhere and sitting out there on the beach drinking Mai Tais and everything and having a good time partying. So you just because somebody is living in Africa does not necessarily mean they have the Pan-African. You could say it's a Pan-Africanist, but the putting in Pan-African work, like Bomani's doing in Ghana, that's Pan-African work. There's Pan-African enthusiasm, and there's Pan-African workmanshipism. You know, the enthusiast is like, oh, I'm in Africa and everything. I go to Ghana 3 times a year and everything, you know, and they get on YouTube and they're certified Pan-African. This is because they travel to the continent. Or they go to the continent, they date and everything like that. So you can't tell them they're not a Pan-Africanist. But when it comes down to doing the actual work and building, you know, and some people have tried. We had the Black Star Credit Union and everything. That failed, you know, and, you know, people have tried. There are people that are legitimately trying to build something, right? But we have never really got that really break because I don't know whether we don't have the support, we don't have the numbers, whatever, but we're trying to change that. You cannot just be a Pan-African enthusiast. This takes work. It takes accountability, right? It takes accountability. It takes a lot of hard work to build this sort of community. And you cannot basically just walk away from the movement, because let me tell you something. The indigenous Africa, Pan-Africa doesn't exist. I'm going to be honest with you. Now, if you say that you're like the bro said, I'm in Tanzania, I'm just going to bro with the post, then you're not a Pan-Africanist. You know, you're not part of this movement. This movement is about building infrastructure, building some place where our future generations to come over and build. You got people that live on the continent, they don't care if they see another people come to the continent. They don't care. They don't care if you come there or not. You know, you don't care if you ever stay in America. They don't care. They're not. And then if they do tell you to come to the continent, they have nothing for you to set up. Where the jobs at? Where the business at? Where's the economic opportunity? They don't have any answers for you, because real Pan-Africanism takes actual work. And if we can't do this at grass level, however, we're going to get to the governments of these countries and say, look, this is what we propose. We got these people coming in, these people trying to retire, these people this, we're organized and everything like that. And and the people on the ground are not leading the way. So when you ask about the mindset of the diaspora group, the diaspora group in Ghana, and also, let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest. Let me tell you the elephant in the room. A lot of times, Black people are tired of being humiliated. You know, it's easier just to go someplace and be like, yo, I don't want nothing to do with that. I'm not part of no Pan, because they've seen so much failure. And people don't want to be part of anything that they think is going to fail. You know? Yeah, Liberia is the best country, you know? It probably is the best country. Because, you know, the people speak English, they know African American culture, and they understand Garveyism, they understand Malcolm X, they understand Nationhood, they understand the civil rights movement, they understand all stuff like this. So you can actually build the sort of connection, you know, to with the local people. But, you know, and also you don't necessarily have to build with all diasporans. You can build with Liberians and diasporans. And then, because we got a lot of Liberians that live in America, they go back and forth, that want to come retire. And you got some African Americans that want to build. So that's a perfect win-win situation of us, two groups of people working together. But people are tired of failed Pan-African movements. Now, in America, we could talk Pan-Africanism and everything like that, because the white man provides us with a good infrastructure. We got electricity. We got all this stuff. I think about that every time I see people at a Pan-African Black Power rally. I'm saying to myself, okay, you're sitting there talking a microphone made by a Chinese, right? The building's probably made by a white man, you know. The electricity is supplied to you by the city and everything like that. So just be honest with yourself. And then you're basically broadcasting on YouTube, which is owned by white people. You know, so that's what it is. And so, therefore, when you start talking about real Pan-African nationhood, right, that the idea that this is the boldest step we're going to ever take. Nobody else, right, that I know of, right, so far, is talking about building communities and building satellite cities in Afrikstan in Africa. Nobody's talking about that. Why? Because that takes work. That takes the risk of failure. That takes you putting it all on the line. A lot of times people just want to go to Africa to safe bet. They don't want to be involved with any of this stuff. They don't want to be involved with any Pan-African building a community and all stuff like this, or even investments and stuff like that. They don't want to be involved with that. Why? Because they know it takes real work, and there's a high chance that you might fail. And if you fail, you are humiliated. There's enough Black people from the diaspora in Ghana to really pop shit off. You know, there's enough. Why, you ask why it's not happening? Exactly what I just said. Nobody wants to take this subject. Who's the leader of the diaspora community in Ghana? You know? Use powernomics. Yeah, powernomics could work, right? If you had a cooperative government and you had money behind it. That's the whole thing. They said people who have ideas have no money. And people who have money have no ideas. You see how it works? You got Black entertainers making millions of dollars. They always be the ones with the money. The sports entertainers. But they have no thing. Black Americans created a microphone. But I'm talking about the if you go into a building, right? 9 times out of 10, that microphone is made by Panasonic or whoever the hell else. Let's be honest with ourselves. They say the black man created the filament light bulb. Yeah, go to any place and buy a light bulb. And who do you think is black people manufacture a light bulb? No. So the bottom line is this. Yeah, I don't care who invented it. I'm talking about when you go in to use a microphone and everything. I got a microphone right here. Right here. Who makes this? Insignia. Made in China. I prove my case all the time. The chair, ADOS invented everything, right? Invented everything. The chair you sitting your big ass on right now was probably made in China. Doesn't even talk about we invented it, invented something. We go to, we invented this, but you ain't got shit. That's why the ADOS FBA movement's a friggin' joke. Talking about what you invented. Oh, we invented this. All I know is it says insignia. I don't know who this is. A Canadian. It's a Canadian company. Canadian company manufactured in China. Okay, the floor you're standing on, the floor tile you're standing on, is probably made in China too. So let's be honest with ourselves. We don't make shit. We don't make anything. Everything you see in the room is made by somebody, another race. You go to Japan, Japanese look at everything in his house, the appliances, everything like that. It was made in Japan by Japanese. The black man does not have that. See, other people practice economics, everything. They do it. It's in their laws, it's in their customs, it's in their distribution, it's in their infrastructure. The black race don't do nothing but sit on the TV talking about what they invented 100 years ago. And they have nothing to show for it. Yeah, right. My father built my house. Sure, he did. Where you live in a shack? Come on, man. Come on, ADOS invented everything. Come on, man. Who do you think you're talking to? You're talking to the college genesis, man. I have a PhD in Negroology. I know the Negro. Just say I'm an ADOS and I'm not shit. I don't have shit and everything. And the only future is a nation of our own. We could build everything, control everything. That's the future. Like I said, the Pan-African movement, just like the ADOS FBA movement, ain't about shit because they control nothing, they build nothing, and they have nothing. So it's all turning into a damn Sambo, coon and shucking and jiving thing, the whole damn black movement. Everything you see. I'm disgusted with the black politics in America, the culture. I'm disgusted with the ADOS FBA movement. I can't stand it, right? I'm disgusted with the Repatriation, and I'm also now disgusted with the Pan-African movement, which I'm going to talk about tonight. Everything's a fucking joke. Everything is people friggin' pontificating about, oh, how great you are. You ain't shit. Till you get serious about building industries, building something, and building that one country up in the world that we could all look to with pride and everything like that, we have nothing. Oh, next time we held out, sure you will. Sure you will. Sure you will. Sure you will. Yeah, I got so much land, man, We need to establish a cheese manufacturer just for our own products. All the inventions don't matter. Let's say, yeah, of course, But where exactly are we going to build that, Sure the heck ain't going to build it here in the United States. We have to have one of those countries in Africa that we can build that with, We're not going to build it here in the United States, The United States is not going to let us build this infrastructure that we want to build.
Excellent color, get it, man. And we're gonna take a nice video break.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yes, so family, feel some energy of Liberia.
Strolls on many public beaches in Liberia and remnants of abandoned ships are oftentimes seen, as well as the multitude of passing international merchant ships. International ships are registered here in Liberia to save boatloads of money on labor costs. For a ship to fly an American flag, it must be staffed by the Americans, making the ship subjected to the U.S. labor laws, including the American minimum wage. Whereas in Liberia, the registered ship would be subjected to local Liberian laws. Since the setup of the Liberian shipping registry after World War II, thousands of international shipping companies took advantage of its own demanding registration process and the ability to employ foreign labor. As of 2020, Liberia's ship register is one of the world's largest, coming in at second to Panama with a total of 3,726 ships registered here. Thank you. I'm Bernice Matu from the Liberian Heritage Society.
Was that Wayne's niece? Hey, you're muted, Bomani.
Yes, family, that is another highlight of our nice little energy to get you ready for paradise in Liberia. And we're keeping it strong. Yes, my brother, College Genesis, we're holding it down. So, family, so that was one of the videos. We just keep on showing you videos as we show you different highlights of Liberia and get you just warmed up, get you energized, and College Genesis is breaking it down. But let me just give you our quick schedule right there on our website at Africa for the Africans.org. So, family, we are ready. We just got back from Ghana, Journey of a Lifetime, May 24th to June 5th. So, we're on our way to Tanzania for the fourth Journey of a Lifetime there. That's November 16th to the 27th. So, you still have time for that journey. And then South Africa Roots and Culture Tour, December 24th to January 4th. So, that is our last two journeys for the year. And then we're going to set off the beginning of the year for Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour, March 29th to April 9th, 2024. So that's our feature journey, and we are looking to add more people to that journey, looking to this, give everyone who have just never been to Africa just an open mind, an open country, an open energy, an open opportunity, and just looking to build a fresh operation to where we can just accommodate certain people who have not been accommodated in this movement of repatriation and trying to live, do business, and invest in Africa. So my good brother College Genesis has been laying the foundation now. We've been working on this. We've been building it strong. So we're gonna deliver this for you, family, and let's keep on showing you highlights and updates. And from there, we're gonna take our 24th journey of a lifetime to Ghana and then show you some more updates on our investment project, which is our Black Star Pan-African community, and then also connect you with more investment conference, and there's a whole lot of networking. We're going to close out the year with Egypt, our Roots and Culture Tour. That's November 21st to December 2nd. And then looking to also just add our South Africa journey for December of 2024. So we'll see how that one goes. And then that is it for 2023 and 2024. So family, the journey continues. And as you scroll down from our website, africaforafricans.org, is just important updates and details right there for you to view and check out. And then as you scroll down, you see a whole lot of links for photos and videos, and then our group photos. So this is 17 years strong, and this is all of our group photos. And so this is always business operation, business administration, and technical administration being organized to the highest level to pull off an organized journey. As you scroll down, you see more and more So that's what I'm talking about, family. Just here to deliver and get you connected. So as you scroll down, you'll see how we'll build a trend and build an energy to really just organize a movement where more and more people want to connect to Africa, live, do business, invest. And as we grow, we learn different techniques, strategies, tactics, and we find out different game plans how to make it work. So that's the science of things that my good brother Genesis has been breaking down. And yes, brother, we got to keep the energy going. And let's see if anybody have anything nice to say about you tonight.
No, never.
We go.
Okay. He says, what things in general that AAs need to do better within the U.S. to make life more fulfilling? While at the same time, prove ways to the Liberian and other Africans. Look, we say this every night. The main thing is Negroes, get a job. You know what I'm saying? First thing,
Good job. Good job.
Get a job, right? Get your education, right? Right? Go to aviation mechanic school. We got one here in Chesapeake. Did you go to that one in Chesapeake? Right
No,
there, Military Highway.
Virginia Beach.
Okay, there's one in Chesapeake, right? An aviation school. You know, right there in Chesapeake. You know, right there on Military Highway. You know. Anyway, go to aviation school. You know, go to mechanic school. Go get your skills and your trade. Be AFC certified. Get your skills and trade. The more skills you have and the more knowledge you have, the more value you have. You know, you should be able to have a life for yourself in America. Stay out of trouble. Don't rack up felonies, right? Stay away from the wrong crowd, right? You know, get together. We have the Black African Infrastructure Organization, right? We have chapters in each state and everything, in major cities and everything. Join our social network, right? Link up with some people there and say, hey, look, let's have a bowling night. You know, it's like what I'm trying to do is get people to withdraw from the toxic YouTube nonsense and everything. We created a social network and an organization where real people that want to do something. Some people say, well, I'm not ready. You know, look, you might be 10 years off from going to the continent. But if you're young in your 20s and 30s and whatnot, you got plenty of time, you know. But in the meantime, plan a trip. Get with Bomani, plan a trip to go to the continent. You know, do what you got to do. So the more people that got education and skills and everything, the more people think. The problem what we have right now is we have Black people that have all that, right? But the thing is, though, they're not interested in Africa. How do we get the Black people that have that interested in Africa? We could do two things, right? The Black people who are wayward and everything, encourage them to, because a lot of times we got people in the Pan-African movement, they have no education, no skills and everything. I just want to go to Africa. Dude, you have nothing to offer. The people that have something to offer are comfortable in America. So it's a catch-22. As soon as people get that job and they start making that little bit of money and they got that new car, they ain't thinking about Africa no more. This is something that has to be in your heart and soul that you want to do. And then when you do get that job, that start making that money and everything like that, then what you believe is going to be put to the test. Me, I have an insurance business and I'm at the top of my game. And I'm still involved in this. I make great money in America, right? I have a house. I have everything I need, a brand new car. I have everything. But you see how deeply I feel about this. I know this is the future. This is what I was called in life to do. You know, and I don't expect everybody to be on my level. I understand that. But if you're going to sit there and I see people all the time, they're in different social networks. You're going to spend hours in different people's social networks, everything, talking about a bunch of nonsense, gossiping, going back and forth about Black females, this and passport bros, this and everything like that. What are you serious about? What are you serious about in life? We're giving you something that's real. This is something real. This Pan-African that Bomani is real. You know, it's real. We've proven that this is real. This is something that's happening. So therefore, what we want people to do is say, look, you know, start putting these other people to the side, right? I want to join with Bomani, Kala, and the rest of them and start building. You know, and then you don't need these other people. You know, I'm not trying to create a cult or anything, but you know, people's minds just every place. I see people that I would think that would be down with us and everything. You know, they're off in La La Land. I'm focused on reversing to help build right there in other countries in West Africa. I'm currently working on obtaining my drone commercial. Hey, whatever you could bring to the table, whatever you could bring to the table, participate. If we have a few hundred brothers like you, and you guys get together and you organize and say, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, you can start building something. You have to start building something tangible. What are your plans? What do you plan? We need everything on the African continent. We need people that could do construction. We need people that could do landscaping. We need people that could do everything. Everything is needed. How are you going to contribute? What do you bring to the table? I'm focused on, go back to one of the comments. I think I missed a couple. Tay Brown said, give 5 types of color, reach liberation that's unique, Give us your 5 steps one by one. Well, the first thing is start loving yourself. If you don't believe, first thing to do is take accountability, take account of yourself, right? What I mean, take account of myself is this, right? You know that you're black. You know that your ancestors came from Africa. You know that you're an African race inside of America. You know America is a racist country. You know that whatever it is, you're always going to be a second, third class citizen of America. And once you realize that, right, and you say, okay, you realize that what America did to our ancestors is unforgivable. Now, the other thing you could do is this. You could say that that history is so painful. And now Adolf's FBA, he calls it FBA, but he says his ancestors are not African, Yes, he wants that reparations check, but I'm not African, but I want a reparations check. I'm an Adolf's FBA. What the fuck is that? So I'm telling you, these people, they expose themselves all the time, That's why we let them talk. If lost my train of damn thought, If you basically, sometimes the history of Black America is so painful. We're about to have the 4th of July weekend. Everybody, I know y'all gonna be out there with your fireworks and sucking your ribs. I see. I'm gonna one time go up on the camera. We'll go to some hardcore Pan-African land, see him out there with his fireworks, with his ribs in his hand, getting all greasy and whatnot, at the 4th of July celebration, saying, God bless America, land that I own, and what gets me is this. I have no problem if you love America, you think America is the best thing since apple pie. I have no problem with that, right? But we still have unfinished business. The business is our ancestors who were brutally uprooted from the ancestral homeland, taken against their will, and 500 years later, we have no government, we have no flag, we have no land of our own. That, my friends, is a problem. So you ask me 5 liberation is this. Do you want a land of your own? It's like 2 ways. If you believe in America and everything, hey, fine, that's fine. Go right ahead, stay with you. Like I said. But those of us who say, look, it's time for us to have a land of our own. I want a constitution that was written for me. I want a flag that's written for me. I want a military that protects me. I want the laws and the customs to be on my side. I want to feel safe and secure in my own boundaries. I want to sing my national anthem. Now, if you don't want that, hey, that's fine. But I dream about that every friggin' night, to wake up and whatnot and go to the sports stadium. And I look at other countries, right, when they have the National Pride Day and whatnot, and the military's out there and they're singing their national anthem and everything in unison. And you got all those people, your brothers and sisters, singing the same thing in one spirit. We can't have that in America. And it shows you how nothing works for us in America, right? Look at Juneteenth. They gave us a holiday, Juneteenth, right? Death and destruction, violence and everything, foolishness is reigning. That showed you that nothing that we do in America was ever going to work. America is really a curse. Everything that America touches as far as Black people turns to shit. Now, if you're saying, man, I would love to, like the Jews, right? When they go to Israel and they're singing their bar mitzvah songs, and the Jews have beautiful music, you know. Jews probably, out of all the people who have folk music, I think Jewish folk music is the best. You know, I like Russian folk music. I like a lot of folk music, African folk music, but Jewish folk music is really, really good. I wonder what that's like, man, when they're sitting there in Israel and Tel Aviv and everything like that, and they're over in their student groups and everything, and they're singing their songs, everything like that. They have a government that protects them, a military and everything, and they're all in their own land and their own thing and their own space. I wonder what that feels like. You know, I wonder what that feels like. I always wonder what that feels like to have a nation of my own. You know, Carlos, so what are your long-term goals of continental migrants to the U.S.? Look, to be honest with you, right? The continental Africans are coming here to survive. If that means joining with white people and waving the American flag and saying America's not racist, white people are going to use them. So, of course, there's going to be conflict. There's some continent of Africans say, no, I don't want to be because being African American means that they put targets on their back. A lot of people don't want to be in this fight with white people. You know, today I was in Lowe's getting some stuff for a door. I'm trying to fix my side door in my garage and everything. Well, not fix it, I want to fit a hinge. I see this African guy, right, with his fat white wife, whatever, you know. And I'm saying to myself, you know, these guys don't care about the racial dynamic of America. You know, and I'm looking at them like, to each his own, you know. To each his own. They sort of look back at me like, you know, you must be one of those African American guys who got a problem with this. I'm just like, I just looked at them and just like, you know, whatever. So they always look at me like, you know, this guy, oh, he's one of those. But anyway, he's with his fat white wife, you know, and everything like that. You know, he's looking like a goofy ass African immigrant, you know, with an Uber shirt. He drives for Uber, has Uber shirt on, whatnot, you know. It's so typical. You know, I got to do my Uber. Remember that Tariq video, you know, the Afunde, Atunde.
That's funny, yo. It's stereotyping, right?
Yeah, this dude had a fucking Uber shirt on. Yo, I was like, man, I wish you know what, I'm going to get one of those spy cameras, right, where I can record shit if you don't know I'm recording them. So I didn't want to pull out my camera and be like, yo, this nigga had a fucking Uber shirt on, like a Nigerian guy, whatever, you know. But it is what it is, you know. These guys come over here, they get with their big fat white women and everything like that, and they're happy, you know. They got their green card, whatever, you know. So that's one thing, right? Then you got African Americans, right? You know, we learned just now, the Supreme Court just basically said that affirmative action as far as race evictions is illegal. You can't do it, you know. And it was the Asian community that was really spearheading that. Asians and white supremacists, right? And I'm saying to myself, okay, Jason Black, who I really don't like, made a good point. They're saying the 14th Amendment shouldn't be race-based. Now, what kept us in America, right, was they told us, and ADOS vetted everything, right? Now, I want you to listen to this, right? They told us that the 13th, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment were created for black people to give black people citizenship. The 14th Amendment guaranteed birthright citizenship for people, you know, just to protect, like, so they say. Now people saying the 14th Amendment does not necessarily apply to black people. Well, it came right after the Civil War, right? During the Civil War. Why would anybody think it came on the heels of Reconstruction? So the 14th and 13th Amendment exactly had to do with black people, African Americans, the people who were born here and enslaved here, and they said they had to do something, so they gave them citizenship. Now, basically, these new immigrants are trying to say that, okay, that doesn't apply to them. We should benefit from these minimums and everything. That wasn't. So basically, the Supreme Court said, yeah, you're right. You know, there should be no special consideration for people who are slave descendants who are still locked out of many aspects of American society and everything. The Supreme Court just said that. That's where we're going in America. Yeah, Liberia has a standing army, a good army too. You know, I seen those military barracks. One of my friends, Farrell, is an assistant to the general of Liberia. He's a friend of mine. You know, he's a major, something like assistant to the major. You know, in Liberia, and he was personal friends with George Weah. And I remember when he got the job, when George Weah got elected, George said, "If I ever get elected, you know, you're gonna be in there." It's like a non-commissioned. Well, he's not an officer, nothing like that, but he's like a civilian, but he's in the military. So yes, Liberia does have a well-equipped army too. Liberian army was in Mali during the unrest and whatnot, doing peacekeeping operations. You know, Americans don't need citizenship. What do you think of citizenship? This guy don't even know what citizenship means. A citizenship means that what do you think the Constitution is for? If the Constitution created the citizen, who's a citizen of this republic? That means you have rights, you have entitlements, you know, rights and entitlements and all this stuff like that. That's what the citizenship is. Citizenship means a social contract. You're a citizen of this country, you know. And people take this idea of citizenship too lightly. Citizenship means you have an allegiance to a republic, a state, an entity, a geopolitical entity. That's what citizenship means. So I like I said, this the fact that we even argue. The chair. The fact that that we're still arguing over this, right, shows you that we really have no power over anything, right? You know, immigrants are just citizens. Americans as citizens right now in America, the citizenship is being looked. Why? Because they have an open border. We're living in a time where we have the New World Order. The New World Order is trying to erase borders all over the world. That means when you erase borders, that means you can flood the country with goods and services and everything. And the fentanyl epidemic is a warm-up. These people want to be able to flood their goods into American society and flood their goods in American society and flood their people across the border because you don't have a border. You know? Yeah, you talk about their citizenship. What is America? America means nothing. You know? America is, yeah. You can be deported. You can be American, right? But if you lose your citizenship, you can be deported. If you're American, you renounce your citizenship, you can be deported. So I don't know what you guys are talking about, ADOS, FBA, you know? Americans are just citizens, you know? So are you. You are a citizen of the United States. You know, I don't know what the heck kind of logic are you trying to bring to me that immigrants are citizens and we're just American. What are you, stupid? Everyone here talking is a citizen. Unless you have a green card or something like that, you know, or a visa, you are a citizen. You know? ADOS, you see, that's how ignorant these ADOS FBA people. Does not matter. You were granted citizenship before the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, right? So-called ADOS who are free weren't citizens. The Native Americans were not citizens. The 13th, 14th Amendment citizen was written in such a way where it enfranchised you with citizenship. Black people in the time could not vote. They couldn't testify in court. They couldn't hold public office because they were not citizens. Even the states that black people were not slaves when they were free, they were not citizens of this country. That's what the Dred Scott decision was all about, Mr. Adolph's person. The Dred Scott decision, Justice Tanley said that black people were not citizens of this country when the Constitution was written. So therefore, they had to pass the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment to give black people what? Citizenship. And they'd use that by using birthright clause. If you're born in the United States, you are a citizen. If you're born in U.S. territory, you are a citizen. People in Puerto Rico are citizens of the United States. People of Guam are citizens of the United States. Do you understand that? Yeah. So the bottom line, you keep saying, "Oh, Black Americans are not immigrants." It doesn't matter. If somebody comes over and gets citizenship, they're equal to you. There's no difference. I don't know what the shield. Liberia does not have any war. Let me tell you something about Africa, in case you don't know. Africa's problems are never with another state. Africa's problems is tribalism and interior problems. There's no you can get rid of every last single army in Africa and it wouldn't do anything. Because African countries are not being invaded by other countries like you do in Asia, Central America, and stuff like that. African countries don't suffer from invasion from other countries and everything. It's African armies are used to keep stability in said country. You know, they cannot be kicked out. This is their home. What's the point? Neither can the friggin' immigrants who are coming over here illegally. They can't be kicked out either. So what's your point? The Mexicans that cross the border and Central Americans, they can't be kicked out. So what's your point? You guys make a big deal about this. I'm a U.S. citizen. What does that mean? What does that mean anymore? Now you could take your citizenship. Now, if you were basically smart, like the passport bureaus to go overseas, that U.S. passport gets you in a lot of countries. Internationally, that U.S. citizenship holds a lot of weight. Inside America, it means nothing. So I don't know what's your point. Terry Brown says strategic allies of the Liberian army, the government. I don't know what to do. They have ECOWAS. Liberia is part of the community of West African states and West African power pool. There's no military. Liberia is not under any military threat. There's no whites, no Afrikaners. There's no jihadists or anybody else near Liberia, so it doesn't really need anything. Yeah. Well, so what I'm saying is, for the most part, African countries don't really get invaded. When's the last time you seen an African country invaded? Only thing you have in some countries, you have Boko Haram and all that stuff like that. That's about it. But as far as like being invaded from another nation state to another nation state, it doesn't happen. You had the war in Angola, back in the days, that was decades ago. And you had the civil war in Zimbabwe, former Rhodesia, and everything. And you had the war in Mozambique. But these countries are now stabilized and everything, and that's not going on right now. So you don't really have that anymore. You had the war in Rwanda. Now, as far as like the Congo, you have internal conflicts in certain rogue regions of Congo, but it's not like there's somebody from Uganda that has an army. We just declared war on the Congo, so the Congo it doesn't work like that. There are rogue bands of mercenaries and stuff like that that operate in Africa. But as far as like somebody, another state being a threat to another country, you would like to colonize Liberia. You basically are a moron. How are you going to colonize Liberia? Liberia was never colonized. Keep Liberia out your mouth. Everybody's getting triggered by Liberia. You notice that, Bomani?
That's the point, brother. That's the point, man. That's our marketing.
People. It's called soft power. How they were colonized, correct? Yeah, but the thing is, though, people overestimate colonization, right? there's a lot of corrupt people on the African continent, right? Who basically spend time in the West, and they basically get the ear of certain people, and they go across seas. Hey, if you get rid of this guy, or if I get in power, I'll give you everything you want. So that's what you have in Africa for the most part. It's not all Europeans and everybody else. There's also a lot of corrupt people in Africa. And that's why I said, we have to deal with that. Not everybody in Africa who talks about Africa is a legitimate Pan-African. Real legitimate Pan want to see peace. And we understand that we can work together. If people who are starting conflicts and everything on the continent and everything are only doing it for their own selfish gains. They think they can one-up each other by getting closer. Let's say they'll have Mobutu Sese Seko. This guy helped kill Patrice Lumumba. Why? Because the Belgium and the CIA, they knew this guy. They knew this guy was nothing but a vicious, womanizing tyrant, who's greedy. And so when the time came and whatnot, they said, this is the guy we're going to install. They do that all over the world. The Shah of Iran. Everybody all over the world, they got somebody that they're building up, somebody that's going around lecturing and saying what a bad person the current government is. If you put me in power, I'll do this and everything. And then next thing you know, when the time comes, it happened with Charles Taylor, with Sirleaf. Madam Sirleaf graduated from the Kennedy Institute in Harvard. Now, they told her as a Harvard educated. No, she was Harvard trained economist. That means she didn't have no degree in economics, but she went to the Kennedy School, right, and made contacts and everything, and won the favor of the international community, even though I think she did a halfway decent job in Liberia. But let's see who else graduated from Bill O'Reilly, former Fox News host. Vicente Fox of Mexico. He was also a student of that Harvard, the Kennedy Business School. Now, why do these schools exist? It's because the international and the globalists, right, create these schools. They know when you hear Harvard, oh, wow, that person's got a certificate from Harvard. He must know what they're talking about because Harvard has such prestige to it. Like Barack Obama, right? He graduated from Harvard, right? He was president of the Harvard Law Review, Because he's president of the Harvard Law Review, this guy got to be the next president of the United States. So this is what we have, So people, I asked a question. I said, look, when you hear the term students, dissidents, or dissidents or political prisoners, what naturally comes to your mind? You think the person that's a political prisoner is in the right. You think that political prisoner is somebody who is. Now, right now, you have people that are trying to undermine and destabilize Rwanda. And they're in jail because they were trying to be saboteurs. But the international media will say, Paul Kagame got political prisoners. And you hear the word political prisoners, you automatically say, oh, Paul Kagame's a dictator. You don't know the facts. You don't want to know the facts. This is how they destroy countries. Because you don't want to give this man, Paul Kagame, the benefit of the doubt. Who are these so-called opposition? Who are these people? And 9 times out of 10, these are just opportunists looking for their chance to eat. It's their turn to eat. And how you eat is you get in control of the government. You get in control of, and how you get in control of government? You try to buy favor with the enemies of Africa. This is the situation we have. So up against that, that's why the so-called Pan-African movement got to step its game up. You got people there that are ambitious. They don't care about your Pan-African zeal. All they want is power. All they want is money. All they want is prestige and recognition. They don't care about your bigger picture. When you talk about Pan-Africanism, we're going to have one, this, like the other. That's only going to come through war. And so in the meantime, while that's going on, if we're venturing on the continent, we have to protect ourselves. So we have a white troll in there, Happy White Supremacy Month. you know. So we have the trolls. I bring out the trolls. I don't know what the heck it is, you know. And they never will come up on the show and face me like a man and tell me what's on their mind. You know, all they do is sit back and troll and make stupid comments in the chat room and everything. Nobody has the guts to come on the show and tell me where I'm saying wrong and stuff like that. Nobody has the guts. I tell people all the time, if you have the guts or not, come on the show and tell me where I'm wrong. And back to the P.A.I.N.Os, right? And I want to tell you something, right? People call themselves Pan-Africanists, right? What are the major challenges in Africa today? One is African currency. You know, right now you got the CD and all these currencies are hitting at $200 per $1 US. Infrastructure. Right now in Black Africa, there's no real heavy industry on the continent. I think Dangote's refinery might be the closest thing to heavy industry in a black country, in Nigeria. Right now, all the steel, all the copper, even though Zambia produces most of the world's copper, most of the copper products are manufactured in China and shipped back to Africa. Africa has $100 billion net outflow loss every year because of logistics. African fishing industry hasn't been modernized. I sent Bomani a thing today, right? Where a good country called country of Angola is saying that it's importing stuff. Africa, most of the African foods are imported. You know, Angola's saying we can't sustain this. We're spending $30 million a month importing chicken parts. Now, the reason why Angola is doing this is because Angola is a sparsely populated country. I'm saying to myself, countries like Nigeria, Ghana can get into the chicken industry and they got a ready-made market. But who's getting rich? The Brazilians, the Indians, the Lebanese, these parasites. They're getting rich exporting stuff to Angola, right? And I'm saying to myself, where is the black race? Where is our chicken industry? They say Ghana imports millions of tons of chicken a year. Same thing with Nigeria. Where's a plan to build a poultry industry for the domestic market? These are the Pan-African talking points that I want to see going forward. I don't want to hear about who's dating who. I don't want to hear about a beef between African Americans and Nigerians, all that stupid stuff. If you're a real Pan-Africanist, these are the type of things you should be talking about. No, it's not going to get you a lot of views. But at least with me, it'll show me that I think you're serious. But when the topic is fun and games and foolishness and nonsense and everything like that, and gossip and drama and everything like that, I don't take you serious as a Pan-Africanist. What is Umar Johnson's opinion about African energy? Is Umar Johnson a nuclear energy type of guy? Is he a windmill type of guy? Is he a solar energy type of guy? Is he a hydroelectrical type of guy? These are the topics that people are talking about on the continent. Does he agree with climate change? Did he agree that South Africa should shut down his coal mine? He didn't give an opinion on that. He met with Julius Malema, but when did he come out and say, you know something? If you get in power, you should open those coal mines back up again. South Africa shutting down its coal mine. Now it's going through blackouts. First time in its history, the most developed country in Africa is having power blackouts. Because they signed some stupid ass climate accord with Joe Biden to shut down his coal plants. South Africa has plenty of coal. to power the whole continent. It has so much cheap coal to power up electrical grids. What about nuclear? Nuclear energy is the cleanest energy in the world. One nuclear power. Namibia has uranium. You know something. 1/2 ton of uranium, right, is enriched, right, down to like a ball the size of a grapefruit, right, and it becomes radioactive, right, and it's a reactor, right, and it can last like 20 years out of 1 ton of uranium. The radioactive fusion in that, right, produces the heat to boil the water. It's a special type of water to turn the turbines to make steam. Make steam and turn the turbines. And that's how what a nuclear reactor is. Instead of burning coal, right, you have this fusion with the nuclear thing. Nuclear energy is the cleanest energy in the world. The safest and the cleanest energy in the world. What do we think about that? Are we going to let white people and everybody else decide all these things for us? When we start talking about Pan-Africanism, we're talking about infrastructure. What type of energy are we going to have on our grid? What gauge rail system are we going to use? Universal. What highway system we're going to use? You go to one country, you can't drive to the next country because they drive, all the cars that drive to one side of the road. You go to the next country, they did that on purpose. So you can't drive from one country to the other. Angola drives on the right side like the United States. Namibia drives to the left like Great Britain. So there's no traffic between the two countries because it's not a standard highway system no one put in place. And that affects trucking, it affects transport and everything. And the movement of goods and people. These are the things that the modern Pan-Africanists need to be talking about. And when I see people talking about these things, as far as development, I know that the person I'm listening to is serious. They've done their homework, they've done their research. And this is why the large numbers of African Americans are not going to the continent yet, because the continent doesn't have a master plan how to develop. Just why we came with the idea of the Afrikstan. And this is what we're going to stand on that idea. Do you agree that we should basically have that one state that's everything in place? In the meantime, we'll work with Liberia, Ghana, and these countries that, we can work with. But you believe that the end goal of the black people in America and the diaspora is to have that one state on the continent that has everything, the top government, top everything thing that could stand up to the rest,
Yes, Brother Color. That is the only way to do it, brother. The only way. Do you want some more comments? There you
go. Are you the king of Pan-African? Because Omar Johnson dibs on the Pan-Africanism. Okay. I guess that's supposed to be a joke. I don't care what people say, He can have the title, wherever like that. All I know is if you call yourself a king of Pan-Africanism like that, and I come to your channel and whatnot, and these things that I'm talking about, you have no answers for, I can't call you that. I can't call you the king of the prince of Pan-Africanism when you're not talking about the things that's relevant and what's going on in the continent. I can't call you the king of Pan-Africanism or prince of Pan-Africanism when you have never even commented on the situation of the black expat, the repatriate community. He has never even mentioned that. Has he ever mentioned the Bag family? Has he ever mentioned anything to do with the repatriation effort in Africa? He has never mentioned one time. So if you're not in tune to the repatriation, what I do give O'Shea that because he does basically pay attention to the repatriation community and stuff like that. Umar doesn't do that. If you're supposed to be a Pan-Africanist and everything, and you let JT, the bigger figure, outdo you on the continent, there's something wrong. There's something really seriously wrong with that. How many nuclear physicists do you think the world would predominantly look at? There's a lot of nuclear physicists, man. One of my friends, my older black guy, right here in Virginia, right? This guy, I call him. I said, "Man, I want to be like you, Mr. Edward." This guy got hired at GE, and back in 1978, this guy drives. He has a brand new Escalade. He has an Escalade, brand new Corvette. The guy's like 80 something years old, man, but he be jet, so he be looking good. I mean, cool brother. Always see him around town. Man, he got a Cadillac. He got so much money and everything. He said, "My kids, everybody went to college, everything. I'm just living my life, He said he started there as an intern, and he became a nuclear physicist and engineer. So we got people out there that I said to myself, I didn't mention Africa to them. I just whatever like that. I said to myself, one time, if we ever have our shit together one night, I go to him and say, "Would you like to mentor or teach what you know?" There's plenty of black people in America that could do this thing and help build Africa if we were organized, if we were serious. If we were serious and organized, man, there's plenty of black people that got every skill and every bit of knowledge imaginable. All they need is a real Pan-African movement. That's what Bomani and I are trying to do. We're trying to show a serious face to this movement. Okay, Kyle, do you think your response was correct to my inquiry? Ruling affecting thousands of Africans not meeting GPA. No, look, bottom line is this. If you read the thing, right, what's going on, and that's what happens when you read the dominant media, right? The people that were going to these prestigious universities, the black people, they all qualify. GPA is just one of the GPA, SAT scores are just one of the criteria they use to accept you in. Once you reach a threshold, whatever like that, of SAT scores, everything like that, you qualify. Then they look at other things, right? The work you did in your community, your outlook, you may have to submit an essay. And then one of the last things they consider, right, was your race. We need a black person, Let's say everything else matched up, right? And you had to choose between a white person, an Asian person, a black person, and the whole role is filled. And there's 2 spots for black people, reserved for black people, right? They say, although you're equally qualified, we got to choose the black person because we got to fill a quota and everything like that. They took that away and made it seem like the black people were getting in undeservedly. That's not what happened. Is that they took away the thing saying that, like, so black people can still go to the school and everything, and it probably won't affect enrollment, right? But what it's saying is, let the Asians have their little victory, It's saying that race can't be a determining factor. Now, they could take something else in there and put that in there, but they said race can't be a factor. And why couldn't the race be a factor? Why? Because they put that in because they say historically, black people are marginalized, so we're going to basically make sure they're black. The Asians are going to say, no, we're a minority group too. That's discrimination and everything. Well, Asians came to this country voluntarily. And the black people came here against our will. So what it's saying is, America's saying is, we no longer have any obligation to accommodate you on any level. So if that's the way they see this, you could forget about reparations. That's all that's down the tube. There's going to be no reparations or anything. That's the way America's going right now. Yeah, we talked about the sister, about the American contact engineers. And, I dealt with them a couple of years ago, and I don't think those brothers are serious, it's just, I got an engineering degree, and they took there's no, stuff like that. It's like, that's like a participation trophy. I'm an engineer and everything like that. They do a lot of good work in the community and everything like that. But as far as like nation building and doing something like what we're trying to do, even though there's engineers that's like that, but the American Society of Black Engineers are not a Pan-African nation building organization. maybe if there was an opportunity, and that's what's going to need to happen. There needs an opportunity, right, where you might have an African government that might put up the certain amount of money and say, yeah, we want you guys to come over and build something. But that's what it's going to take. Other than that, I don't see the National Society of Black Engineers doing anything. South Africa is a nuclear energy powerhouse, yeah. Egypt is now investing in nuclear power. Okay, so of course, Rwanda is too. Rwanda developing nuclear power plants and everything. I think there should be a nuclear power plant in West Africa that everyone's hooked onto the grid. So therefore, when you start talking about nuclear power plant, you're serious about industry. When you have nuclear power and everything like that, industry will move to you. Okay, you guys got your nuclear power plants and everything. We could build factories. We could build heavy industry. But when they got Africa acting like the fool, building solar power plants, and solar, and this Akon goofball shit with the solar farms and everything like that, which is not going to do anything. Now, solar is a good backup, but the power industry and everything like that, you need real energy. Museveni is building a pipeline, right, of oil, and he's going to be exporting oil and gas from Uganda through Tanzania. He don't give a damn what these so-called climate alarmists are thinking. And what they do is they get these Negroes up there. And like I said, I was disappointed in my brother Afro Think Tank. He's a Pan-Africanist, but he's like, yeah, we got to worry about the environment. So I'm like this, and I was like, okay, let's say something, right? I got two young brothers, right, that are Pan-Africanists, right, that I admire and love both of them, right? You got Brandon, a Pan-African Strikes Back, and you got Afro Think Tank. They've been going back and forth and everything. Brandon is a sort of right-wing conservative type and everything like that, I don't like the word capitalism, free enterprise and everything. He gets that. That's what he is. Afro Think Tank's more like a social justice warrior, progressive, whatever like that, And if I had to look at the two, right, I think Brandon's has an edge on him as far as knowledge about infrastructure and stuff like that. I haven't heard Afro Think Tank's knowledge about infrastructure and everything like that. So Brandon has an edge on that. And Afro Think Tank has bought into the idea of the climate change alarmists. Let me tell you something. The climate change stuff, right, is all about keeping Africa underdeveloped and underpoor. They're telling Africa you will not have industries because if Africa industrialized, the world will be in peril. The world will be polluted and everything. So African countries, what are you supposed to do with Africans? Hey, we'll give you a visa to come to Europe. You want to live a modern way of life and everything, you got to leave the continent. The African continent is only good for extracting raw materials and dumping goods on the continent, so there's no growth. There's no industry. We cannot build Africa unless Africa develops and build its infrastructure and everything like that and build what it needs and everything and be manufacturing across the continent and everything and stop importing everything. We're never going to have a continent where millions of us could reside there. It's never going to happen. I'm not going to lie to you. That's why when people go rushing to the continent and everything. Dude, you go into Ghana. Ghana's GDP is only $65 billion a year. That's less than my city over here. What do you think you're going to build? There's no industrialization. There's no heavy industry. There's no anything like that. Where are the jobs going to come from? Where's the industry going to come from? Where are you going to work? What are you going to do? Where's the middle class? So just going to the African continent is just not enough. We have to have a real discussion about how we could partner with Africa to build the infrastructure. Well, yeah, look, let me tell you something about this creeping Sahara Desert. I'm going to give you that. So I'm glad you asked that question, right? About 30 years ago, as a young man, I was with the Shyla Institute, Science Institute, by Frederick Child. Look him up, Shyla Institute, right? There's many scientists and science institutes that basically the powers that be want to destroy. And the Shyla Institute was one of them, right? Do you know there was plans, right, to take water from the Congo River and the Great Lakes region and divert them to the Sahara Desert and green the Sahara Desert. Those are still on the books, but nobody wants to touch them. The same thing that Gaddafi got a hold of, right? And he greened the Sahara Desert. Let me find that. He greened the Sahara Desert, right? And made aqueducts underwater. And they thought Gaddafi was building nuclear power plants. So this idea that, the Sahara Desert, yeah, there's people that have the technology to fight that, but they don't want that because they want the excuse to make sure that Africa never develops. Gaddafi basically built an aqueduct, and they were growing fruits and everything and crops in the Libyan desert. So the bottom line is, in all of that, Sudan has the most fertile land in the Blue Nile and the White Nile region, fertile land in the world. They're saying if you could divert some of the water from the Nile River into some of those regions right there, you could solve the problem overnight with engineering. Gaddafi proved you could do it. So the bottom line is this: the technology is out there and everything. Also, in the Kalahari Desert, do you know they said there's like 100 billion cubic feet of water in the Kalahari Desert that can be drilled? Which we call Africa could be a net exporter of water. Water is the most precious resource. There's the Great Lakes region, all the rivers, the Zambezi, the Congo, everything like that, has enough water supply to feed to quench the whole entire earth, but it's not developed. So what Africa needs is development, real development. I've been studying these things for decades. But we just sit there and look at the European, oh yeah, Africa is corner of the Sahara Desert. But on the friggin' thing where I've been studying for decades is that the technology is out there. But politics get in the way because they want this idea that we have to reduce Africa's population, not develop the continent, but reduce the population and get rid of Africans altogether. Kala, what is the current barrier to the continent rampant after? Get rolling. I don't even know what the hell after is. Can you, is it acronym? Can you spell it out? So continental trade. Oh yeah, it's about that trade. It's infrastructure. I mean, people pass stuff, but how are you going to have intercontinental thing? Let me give you a perfect example, right? Most of the businesses in East Africa, right, the logistics and everything are Indians. The trucking companies, everything like that are Indians. Show me what benefit is Black Africa going to get by having Lebanese shipping and warehousing and logistic companies have free access to the whole continent. What benefit do a Vietnamese person from a Francophone country setting up shop in the Ivory Coast and have full access to Nigeria and everything under some African free trade agreement? What the hell? How does that benefit Black Africa? How does that create a cause of Pan-African? See all this feel-good stuff? Oh, we got free trade and everything. But who's doing the damn trading? It sure the hell ain't us, because also the African Development Bank. Oh, we got African Development Bank. Sounds good, right? But most of the loans go to the Chinese. The Chinese will say, okay, we have money for this, but we're gonna fund the African Development Bank, right? Pay the Chinese the contractors. They make the money, right? Now you're on the hook for the loan. They loan the African Development Bank, and you can use your own construction stuff to build anything. It happens all over the continent. You said Africa has no reason to fight for. Yeah, but the thing is, though, you can't. Even though you have stuff going on, right? You can't just come up there and just say we want to go to war. It doesn't work like that. There's a thing called diplomacy. An army doesn't just go and we're going to fight this, right? That's what governments are for. And you have diplomacy. And once you sign treaties and agreements, you have to abide by that. You can't just say, I got an army, I'm going to invade this country because I don't like what. It doesn't work like that in the civilized world. So, Tay Brown, I'm sorry if you try. That was a nice try, but sorry. Try again. Try again next time. Let's see. I'm gonna try to find that video.
All right, so let me know if you want me to play one of the other videos.
Yeah, play that Malcolm X video.
The method that I would like to just mention one thing else quickly, and that is the method that the white man uses, how the white man uses these big guns or Negro leaders against the black revolution. They're not a part of the black revolution. They're used against the black revolution. When Martin Luther King failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia, the civil rights struggle in America reached its low point. King became bankrupt almost as a leader. Plus, even financially, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference was in financial trouble. Plus, it was in trouble, period, with the people when they failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia. Other Negro civil rights leaders of so-called national stature became fallen idols. As they became fallen idols, began to lose their prestige and influence, local Negro leaders began to stir up the masses. In Cambridge, Maryland, Gloria Richardson. In Danville, Virginia, and other parts of the country, local leaders began to stir up our people at the grassroots level. This was never done by these Negroes whom you recognize of national stature. They controlled you, but they never incited you or excited you. They controlled you. They contained you. They kept you on the plantation. As soon as King failed in Birmingham, Negroes took to the streets. King got out and went out to California to a big rally and raised about, I don't know how many thousands of dollars. Come to Detroit and had a march and raised some more thousands of dollars. And recall, right after that, Wilkins attacked King, accused King and the Corps of starting trouble everywhere and then making the NAACP get him out of jail and spend a lot of money. And then he accused King and Corps of raising all the money and not paying it back. This happened. I got it in documented evidence in the newspaper. Roy started attacking King, and King started attacking Roy, and Farmer started attacking both of them. And as these Negroes of national stature begin to attack each other, they begin to lose their control of the Negro masses. And Negroes was out there in the streets. They was talking about, we're going to march on Washington. By the way, and right at that time, Birmingham had exploded, and the Negroes in Birmingham, remember, they also exploded. They began to stab the crackers in the back and bust them upside the head. Yes, they did. That's when Kennedy sent in the troops down in Birmingham. So, and right after that, Kennedy got on the television and said, this is a moral issue. That's when he said he's going to put out a civil rights bill. And when he mentioned civil rights bill and the Southern crackers started talking about they were going to boycott it or filibuster it, then the Negroes started talking about what? We're going to march on Washington, march on the Senate, march on the White House, march on the Congress, and tie it up, bring it to a halt. Don't let the government proceed. They even said they was going to go out to the airport and lay down on the runway and don't let no airplanes land. I'm telling you what they said. That was revolution. That was revolution. That was the black revolution. It was the grassroots out there in the street. Scared the white man to death. Scared the white power structure in Washington, D.C. to death. I was there. When they found out that this black steamroller was going to come down on the Capitol, they called in Wilkins. They called in Randolph. They called in these national Negro leaders that you respect and told them, call it off. Kennedy said, look, y'all letting this thing go too far. And old Tom said, boss, I can't stop it because I didn't start it. I'm telling you what they said. They said, I'm not even in it, much less at the head of it. They said, these Negroes are doing things on their own. They're running ahead of us. And that old shrewd fox, he said, well, if you all aren't in it, I'll put you in it. I'll put you at the head of it. I'll endorse it. I'll welcome it. I'll help it. I'll join it. A matter of hours went by. They had a meeting at the Carlisle Hotel in New York City. The Carlisle Hotel is owned by the Kennedy family. That's the hotel Kennedy spent the night at 2 nights ago. Belongs to his family. A philanthropic society headed by a white man named Stephen Currier called all the top civil rights leaders together at the Carlisle Hotel and told them that by you all fighting each other, you're destroying the civil rights movement. And since you're fighting over money from white liberals, let us set up what's known as the Council for United Civil Rights Leadership. Let's form this council, and all the civil rights organizations will belong to it. And we'll use it for fundraising purposes. Let me show you how tricky the white man is. And as soon as they got it formed, they elected Whitney Young as the chairman. And who you think became the co-chairman? Stephen Currier, the white man. A millionaire. Powell was talking about it down at the Cobo today. This is what he was talking about. Powell knows it happened. Randolph knows it happened. Wilkins knows it happened. King knows it happened. Every one of that so-called Big Six. They know what happened. Once they formed it, with the white man over it, he promised them and gave them $800,000 to split up between the Big Six, and told them that after the march was over, they'd give them $700,000 more. $1.5 million split up between leaders that you've been following, going to jail for, crying crocodile tears for. And they've nothing but Frank James and Jesse James and brothers. Soon as they got the setup organized, the white men made available to them top public relations experts. Opened the news media across the country at their disposal. And then they began to project these Big Six as the leaders of the march. Originally, they weren't even in the march. You was talking this march talk on Hastings Street. Is Hastings Street still here? On Hastings Street. You was talking the march talk on Lenox Avenue. And down on, Fillmore Street. And Central Avenue. And 42nd Street and 63rd Street. That's where the march talk was being talked. But the white man put the Big Six ahead of it. Made them the march. They became the march. They took it over. And the first move they made after they took it over, they invited Walter Reuther, a white man. They invited a priest, a rabbi, and an old white preacher. Yes, an old white preacher. The same white element that put Kennedy in power. Labor, the Catholics, the Jews, and liberal Protestants.
Yes, Mr. Color Genesis, my brother. Excellent clip. Always, Malcolm always delivers strong.
Yeah, but that just shows you what goes on to the day, right? You would think, right? Now, here's the thing. Remember what part where he said that, and that speech went much longer too. You know, there's another part. I don't have the other clip. But he said that the media, they got access to all the media, right? And so since you start hearing all these people in the media, they must be the leaders. Because they do that to this day. If you want somebody to be a black leader, right, what you do is you invite them on MSNBC, you give them a TV show, you know, you put them on Fox News, you put them on stuff like that, and they project these people out on us, you know. You invite them on the Breakfast Club, you know. You invite them on the daily wrap up, you know, and you invite these people up there, and they say, "Oh, he must be the leader." And people not even thinking will think, "Okay, this person's a leader. He must be the leader." You know,
like these guys are leaders right here, man. That's what they are. They might as well.
yeah, because they got a big platform. You know, you got a big platform, you must be a leader. You know, you could be a leader because you got so many thousands of people subscribing. And this guy Dane Calloway actually has a booking fee. You know, can you believe that? The guy's going out here talking about he's a Native American, talk about he has a booking fee. And then we got so-called Pan-Africanists, right? Who are these people? You know, who are these people? Who are these people to speak for the Pan-African world? You know, do we know them? I know them. You know, so who are these people to speak for the Pan-African world? And then you tell me I ain't bother watching because I'll get too upset, right? You said the Pan-Africans got their ass kicked in the debate.
Oh yes, I'm always stirring stuff up.
Yeah, so I'm like this, you know. Power says,
you want to hear some of it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Ghana, Nigeria will be featured, right? Africa Day. Where at? You know, what's the Essence Fest? Where? What city? What state? I don't know anything about that, you know. Africa Day, you know, Africa Day. Where? What city? Where at? What's the date and time? You know, anything like that? You know, Ghana, South Africa.
It's May 25th.
May 25th. Okay, where at?
Any country in Africa. That's Africa Day.
Oh, Africa Day. Oh, it's on the continent, right? So, who organizes this? So they say Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa will be featured, right? Featured how? I mean, they're promoting that country as a place, you know. I don't know. You know, Africa Day should be Africa Day. You know, what country it is, whatever. Africa is Africa. Black Africa is Black Africa. You know. So maybe Liberia could be part of that. You know, you could have Africa Day in Africa. I'm sure they celebrate it. You know, they celebrate Juneteenth in Liberia. So I'm sure they probably do the same thing. You know, so it's not, to me, it's about that. It's about just Liberia being able to tell its story, you know, its side of the story, that its contributions to the Pan-African world and the significant role it played in the African liberation independence movement. That story is not told, you know, because not enough. There's a lot of books written about Liberia, but we don't. There's never been any sort of person in the Pan-African world except for. I think what happened was when Ghana got its independence, right, and all these countries got independence. I don't think we were really politically educated, right, to engage that. We just saw these countries. For example, why was Ali Foreman fight held in Zaire under a brutal puppet dictator of Mobutu Sese Seko? You know, I remember the Festac in Nigeria of 1977. That was a festival of African arts, Festac celebration. Stevie Wonder was there, a lot of people there. They said the largest contingent outside Nigeria was coming from Black America. A lot of those people were in the Congo at the time, and they went to Nigeria for the Festac. But Fela Kuti boycotted it because of Nigeria's military dictatorship and the cruelty and everything. He said, look, it's hypocritical to talk about apartheid in South Africa, and we're celebrating brutal dictators in Nigeria. So Fela Kuti didn't show up for that, for Festac. You know, he said I'm abstaining from that, you know. So it's happening in New Orleans this year. You know, people don't do a good job of getting the word out. You know, is there a website? Is there a Facebook page or stuff? These people that do this stuff, how come they don't show up on these platforms and tell us what's going on? And this is what Africa Day and everything like that. You know, I don't know. You know, there's a lack of communication in these spaces. But back to what I was saying about people projecting leadership on us, right? The Big Six was chosen by the white power structure to mislead, to take control of the march, right, of Washington, right. That march was a militant. They were going to sit in the airports, they were going to sit in hotels, and it was a powder keg waiting to explode. You know, you don't know the Essence Fest. I know Essence have a festival in New Orleans every year. I know about that. You know, and I heard about the Essence Festival. You know, and I think Rachel Aldenis has a lot to do with that. Yeah, I heard of Essence Festival, but I didn't know anything that has to do with Pan-Africanism and Black Power and stuff like that. You know, I know the Black Expo and these things still go on and stuff like that, but I don't know anything. Does it have anything to do with, you know, the Pan-African? I support it, you know, regardless. I support it. If it's Black and it's positive and people are doing positive stuff and networking, hey, I'm all for it. You know, networking opportunity. You know, but would you go down there to that next year, Bomani?
No, brother, I'm good. I can't be everywhere. I mean, I got a lot of work to do, so let's keep working from where I could work it from things. But whenever I get a chance to network and things like that, you know what I mean, brother? It's all good. Always, all, you know, those things. So you make the best of the opportunity as best as you can.
Right.
Right now, we're building our energy for Liberia. So
Right.
if we had some people to send out there, that would be, you know, ideal and nice.
We can't be distracted, right? Now the question was asked about the Sahel Desert.
I mean, not distracted. Just if any of us had a chance to go, you know what I mean?
If I had the chance, if I was somebody, if somebody was sending me super chats every day and sending me money and stuff like that, and I didn't have a business or whatever like that, I'd be at a festival every day, you know. But that's not my life, you know. I gotta get out here and work and make a living for myself, you know.
That's funny. That's
you know, if I had the time, like I said, all these people that got all this time on their hands to show up for this thing and show up for that thing, you know, and they get nothing done. I'm like, damn, man, every time we look around, like Umar, he was just in Jamaica, did another stuff.
It's like, on vacation, man.
You know, it's like a extended vacation and whatnot. You know, we got people funding his lifestyle, you know, and going out there doing this thing, you know. Yeah. It's just another. Oh wow, you're saying that the essence. I kind of figured that everything nowadays, right? You got to have the LGBTQ, the rainbow people, the alphabet people involved in it. You know. So I'm pretty sure that if you go down to the Essence Festival, that's what you're gonna see. You know, that's what you're gonna see. You're gonna see that, and so people basically have stuff, you know, and so we can't really count on these things anymore, you know. Count on these things anymore, you know. I like to see more evidence of that, but I'm just suspected that when you have any of these festivals that's controlled by the mainstream and people get in there, there's a reason why people want to get involved in Black stuff like Juneteenth and stuff like that. You know, it's not even ours anymore. And that's why shit spirals out of control and everything, because, you know, we're talking about nation building and everything like that. And they're talking about, you know, same-sex marriages and gender this and all this stuff like this, you know. And, you know, so I'm very careful about what I attach my name to, you know. It wasn't like it was 20, 30 years ago, it'd be different. You know, we used to have a thing called Afram Fest here in Norfolk, Virginia. Yeah, and people would come from all over the world. You know, it was one of the biggest events on the East Coast, biggest event. And people come and enjoy African arts and music and food and everything like that. They had the stage out there on the waterside in Norfolk and everything, the Afram Fest, you know. And then it got taken over by Clear Channel and Radio 1. They started bringing this stupid, degenerate hip hop in there and everything. And fights broke out. There was a shooting. The last Afram Fest was 2007, and that was it. People stopped going to it. The energy in the field was there. New Orleans is the most African American cities. African nation delegate. He was Pan-Africanist. And so I'm going. Yeah, I mean, look. If you go, what you do is you could be our emissary. Pro Woman J, you could be our emissary and tell us all about it. collect names and tell us about what we're doing, we'll send you some postcards to hand out, and you want to do that and everything, tell us all about it and everything like that, And so, our Pan-Africanism, Pan-African nationhood. And so, like I said, everything is now called Pan-Africanism. And so, if it's positive and everything like that, if something can be done, hey, I'll support it. I support it. But I've lately with the BET awards and everything like that, I'm really not, really excited about what I see in Black America, as far as like stuff like that. I could be wrong. But when I sent you a video, it's only 5 minutes long, about Gaddafi and how he built the aqueducts in Libya.
Gotcha. Let me load it up.
It's to solve the problem. So people come with this, the Sahel Desert. Okay, look, Gaddafi basically got the Shiloh Institute, got with several African leaders back in the days, and Gaddafi was one of them. And he said, it's a good idea. So he took his money and he put this plan to work. And so, like I said, Gaddafi was a great model as far as like solving problems. So when people say, Sahel Desert is green, climate change, all that kind of nonsense and everything, and so you ask them, what's the solution? They'll say, well, you got to lower your population. That's what they tell Africa. Henry Kissinger has always said, Africa's thing should be reducing its population. That's the solution for Africa. Stop having babies. Stop procreating. What African investment? Well, we have here in this area, we have a Moja Festival every year. A Moja Festival used to be on Labor Day weekend, but this year it was a Memorial Day weekend. And I go to a Moja Festival every year, and that's still today. And this night is real a Pan-African event in my area.
His grand water scheme, known as the Great Man-Made River, you won't believe what Muammar Gaddafi accomplished in the Sahara Desert. His grand water scheme, known as the Great Man-Made River Project, is an engineering marvel that deserves to be recognized as the 8th wonder of the world. But this project wasn't without controversy. What was Gaddafi's vision, and how did he plan to bring it to life? We'll take you on a journey through this breathtaking project and reveal all the juicy details. So place a bowl of popcorn on your lap and watch as we unravel the controversial engineering marvel deep in the Libyan desert. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. What is the Great Man-Made River Project? Libya, located in the middle of the Sahara Desert, is in a crisis. As the 6th most water-stressed nation in the world, they're facing a disturbing threat of national water scarcity by 2040. With no permanent rivers and water sources limited to desalination plants and rain-fed aquifers near the coast, something must be done to save the Libyan people from the crisis. But all hope is not lost. In 1950, while oil exploration was underway in the Kufra region of southeastern Libya, a lucky discovery was made. It was called fossil water, a massive reservoir of water known as the Nubian Sandstone Aquifer System. This water percolated into the sandstone during the Ice Age and could provide a lifeline for the people of Libya. Gaddafi refused to let nature dictate the fate of his nation and took a bold and daring step to ensure water security for his people. He commissioned the construction of a network of underground pipelines and aqueducts that would bring water from ancient underground aquifers deep in the Sahara to the coast of Libya. This audacious project could be the solution to Libya's water crisis and solidify its place as the 8th wonder of the world. How did he do it? You won't believe the lengths Muammar Gaddafi went to in order to solve his nation's water crisis. In 1983, Gaddafi's government set up a top-notch team called the Great Man-Made River Authority to make his dream a reality. They began by drilling hundreds of water wells in Tazirbu and Surir and pumping water from deep underground. Then they built a pipeline to transport the water to a massive storage tank in Ajdabaya. From there, the water was distributed to 2 different areas. One pipeline went to Benghazi, and the other went to Sirte on the coast. The next phase of the project focused on the western region of Libya. The team built even more water wells in Jabal al-Hassawana, and soon the water from those wells was being used for drinking in the capital city of Tripoli. There were also pipelines bringing water to other places, like the Nafusa Plateau and Al Jifra Plain. Phase 3 was even bigger and better. It featured a whopping 1,200 kilometers of pipelines. The first part of this phase expanded the original project by adding more pipelines and pumping stations. The second part added even more water to Tobruk from the amazing Al Jagboub wells. The final 2 phases of the project included even more extensions to bring water to even more cities. Although there were a staggering 6.5 million cubic meters of water and an impressive 4,000 kilometers of pipelines. This grand water scheme remains a testament to human ingenuity and engineering prowess, continuing to provide vital water to communities across Libya. Where is it now? The Great Man-Made River, one of the world's biggest irrigation projects, continues to provide vital water for agriculture, domestic use, and industry in Libya. Despite costing a staggering $20 to $25 billion to complete, this massive project delivers an impressive 2.5 million cubic meters of water daily. Unfortunately, only 2 phases are currently functioning, with GMR 3 and 4 still uncompleted due to the tumultuous political situation in Libya. Lack of stable power supply, insecurity, attacks on personnel, and the unstable economic conditions are all remnants of the 2011 revolution that took Gaddafi out of office and threw Libya into chaos. However, with a return to normalcy, there's hope that the Great Man-Made River will be able to reach its full potential. Experts are also concerned about the potential impact of climate change on the project and its timeline. Despite these challenges, the Great Man-Made River stands as a testament to human determination and the incredible impact it's had on communities in Libya. This is an engineering marvel that deserves a spot on any list of the world's wonders. A network of underground water pipes carrying water to multiple locations within a nation plagued by extreme water scarcity. It was a success story until the nation's instability cast doubt on its future. There's still hope that stability will return to the region and allow the nation to thrive again. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel. We'll be bringing you more incredible marvels like this every other week. So don't forget to hit that notification button too.
We're celebrating Ollie Days. During Ollie Days, everything in our store is 15% off.
Ollie! Good stuff, cheap!
Current eligible non-GM lessees get this low mileage lease on this 2023 Cadillac CT4 for around $389 per month.
So does that answer everybody's question? People ask, whoa, what about that? Look, there's engineering projects, right, that can solve all the Africa's problems, right? Development and stuff like that is critical, you know? And like I said, if we're going to have serious concepts about Africa and everything like that, these are the problems that we have to talk about. You know, these are things that have to be on people's mind. People have to know about these things. I never knew about that. Why? I know about that when it was started, you know, back in the 90s, you know. Do you know that Farrakhan went there to tour that? He went there to tour and looked at it. They said the government thought that Gaddafi was building a nuclear weapon.
Wow.
You know, he said, oh, they're building a nuclear weapon. He said, no, we're building water for desert. And also, not only that, some of the water was diverted to the desert to make new farms. So until the freaking that so-called revolution by Obama and Hillary Clinton, you know, Gaddafi and Libya was on its way. You know, well, first of all, she said about whites in South Africa. Whites are not indigenous to Africa, right? Gaddafi is a North African, what they call Bedouin, Abadirs people. They're indigenous to North Africa. They're Berbers. They've been in North Africa for thousands of years. They're not invaders. You know, the people in North Africa, the Libyans, the Moroccans are indigenous to that area. The black people live towards the south in the south of the Sahara Desert, in the desert and stuff like that. But the people that live on the coast of Libya, the northern Libya and everything, they're indigenous to that area. And please, let's not compare them to white South Africans. White South Africans are Europeans. They're invaders, and they're never going to be part of Africa. That's the difference. Now, I'm not saying that Gaddafi and all of them are the same as us, but that part of Africa, hey, I give them credit. That's where they're from. But white people are not indigenous to Africa. White people came to Africa 300 years ago, you know, and they came there to invade, exploit, and enslave. You know, so I don't buy that nonsense about the Libyans. And Gaddafi had done a lot for Africa, Black Africa, money and support and everything like that. You know, so Gaddafi definitely was a friend to the black race in Africa. You know, Gaddafi was taken out by Hillary Clinton. We came, we saw it, he died. You know, Hillary Clinton and all these people are just war mongers, right? The Arab Spring happened in Egypt, right? They have these Arabs uprising about democracy and everything like that. It spread to Tunisia, Algeria, and everything. Nobody expected this to go to Libya, and so it was egged on by the U.S. and everything, like in NATO. And when it started spiraling out of control and everything, Gaddafi fought back and said, "Look, I'm gonna keep my country together, right?" The United States and NATO gave the uprising support. And so therefore, like I said, let me tell you something. I said this earlier, and I wish somebody get this thing. When you hear the term dissident, political prisoner, opposition, already in your mind, you're automatically thinking that, oh yeah, you know, Gaddafi's he's arresting the opposition. Who are the opposition? You saw what the so-called opposition did, right? They ransacked, raped the country right now, and then also the so-called opposition started slavery in Libya. Gaddafi, black people were living in Libya, working and doing business and everything, living in peace. When the so-called opposition, who you people love so much, right, came to power, right, they started discriminating against black people, kicking them out of the country, enslaving them, and they even have slave markets of black people. But because of the opposition and their student groups and also like that, you went along with it. Gaddafi, he's not an Arab, he's a Berber. There's a difference. People don't understand an Arab is an Arab, a Berber is a Berber. A Berber is somebody who is indigenous to Africa. As a white person who's indigenous to Africa. An Arab is somebody from the Middle East. It's two different things. You know, people just lump them all together as Arabs and whatnot, but there's a distinction between somebody who's a Berber and somebody who's an Arab. A Berber is actually an African, but he's not phenotypically an African. In fact, Berbers are closely related to Somalis and Ethiopians and North Sudanese. Arabs are Caucasians. You know, Arabs are close to Persians, and Europeans, and Eastern Europeans. So, like I said, when you look at Gaddafi, he did so much good and whatnot. So now everybody, oh, he's Arab, whatnot. Why? Because the United States took him out. So let's say if he was an Arab, whatnot, does that give the United States the right to kill him? Do you know Gaddafi had given Liberia $50 million, right, to develop his rice industry and stuff like that? And Gaddafi had Libyan businessmen that wanted to buy the Ducor Hotel and renovate it and take it over. All this was going on. Gaddafi wanted to make start trading in using petrodollars and trade oil only in gold dinars and make Africa part of a global currency based on gold. But, you know, we just sit here and talk about, oh, he was an Arab. That's so important. You got another video, brother?
Yes, sir. Got another video, another platinum hit for you, brother. There you go. There it goes right there, Brian. A famous reply back.
Yeah, Gaddafi's not an Arab, you know. The Echo Atlantic project, I'm not going to knock it or like that, but after 20 years, there's only 3 incomplete buildings up.
3 completed buildings. It's incomplete buildings.
3 buildings in the whole place. And they're just skeletons. And the Echo Atlantic wasn't built as a Pan-African project. They thought Europeans were going to come there and settle there and everything. It never happened.
Yeah, the Dubai of Africa, brother.
They thought white people were actually going to come to a black country. Okay, you can put up all the nice skyline. White people are not going to settle and spend their time in a black country, you know? That's what Nigeria didn't bet on. Nigeria would have done better if they would have made a Pan-African thing by getting black people from the diaspora, the rest of Africa, to buy property and build it up. That would have worked. Yes, our Kathy.
As I talked about in the other video, this plantation jubilee y'all in, we see this is that bullshit they do to keep you confused. Confusion. Buck dance. See, I already knew something was wrong when you got the alphabet mafia on your team. When you see C's and C's of pink and purple hair and gender confusion out there, when you got those as your riders, I already know that you are working with the most strongest arm of white supremacy, and that is those goddamn alphabet mafia people. Dave Chappelle told y'all, and now we want to play around when they use our fat, our loud, and our ignorant. They said, bring me your fat, your loud, your ignorant, and here come Lizzo. I'm not trying to have friends and make friends with y'all. Because, see, y'all confused. Y'all looking up to Megan Thee Stallion. I'm not trying to make friends with you. I don't want those women in the womb school. If this is who you are looking to, we don't want to build with you. I'm looking to Asada Shakur. I'm looking to Queen Mother of Four. I'm looking to Scheherazade Ali. I'm not looking to Megan Thee Stallion. These are not the people that are going to tell you what you need to hear when you're in war. You're at war. You're at war. Sit down. If all you have to offer is your ass in the air, honey, you are not a soldier out here. You're a prostitute. You're a bed witch, baby. They ain't did nothing different. When they need to confuse you, let me tell you something. Don't you understand a nation can rise no higher than its women? Look at our women. And when we see you, you got your ass in the air. All you have to offer is your sexuality. Your sexuality is not going to get you out of war.
Yeah. Say what you want about Art Kathy, but she says it like it is, bro.
Yes, brother. G.I. Art Kathy.
Yeah. You got people that are lukewarm. They want to talk Pan-Africanism, but they want a booty shake. And you see the women at the El Nido Castle? You know, they're out there twerking at the fucking graves of our ancestors at the El Nido Castle and whatnot, you know? That's what we mean by P.A.I.N.Os, Pan-Africanist name only. You took the trip to go to Ghana, right? Yeah, I'm a Pan-Africanist, but you out there booty church, because we allow all this shit to go on. Oh, they're a Pan. Well, at least they went to Ghana, Carla. At least they went to Ghana. They took the trip to Ghana. You know, they're out there desecrating the graves of our graves of our ancestors, you know? But yet they're in Africa. Let me tell you something, folks. Going forward, right? Just because you go to Africa don't mean a damn thing to us anymore, you know? Let me tell you something, right? And I was talking to Bomani about this earlier, right? Do you know how many African Americans who are in Africa were ulterior motives, right? To stir confusion, and act the fool and stuff like that, and act as counter interference and stuff like that. And you basically don't think so because they're living on the continent. They're eating fufu. They're eating jollof rice. They got dashiki on. They're doing libations and all this kind of stupid stuff right there. But make no mistake, right? The white man's smart. He knows how to put these people in place and to run interference. And they always seem to go after real people that are doing real Pan-African work. Oh, I'm on the continent. I'm on the continent. I'm on the continent. What the fuck cares if you're on the continent? We have just as many white Jesus-loving niggas on the continent as we do any place else in the world. You know? I don't know about that. I never seen no video of her doing stuff like that. I don't know. Like that. That's a serious accusation. You know? So I never seen any inappropriate videos of her doing anything like that. You want to play some of this, brother?
Yes, why not? Why not?
Yeah, let's see what these fucking fools have to say. I'm gonna try to stomach this shit.
Let's skip around it.
Man, we got the homie Dan Calloway in the building.
What's up, brother? How you?
Oh man, slow motion, man. You know, every day a good day to scalp a Pan-African, you know.
A pan goofy. So what they talking about?
A whole bunch of nothing, really. But right now, you know, I went over to Sinetta House. They was over there, had the name, all the titles, whatever, and
you know why, right?
Well,
I did a video on Polite.
Okay, turn up.
I did a video on Polite on my podcast channel a while ago, and then my since I'm on tour, my son uploaded it for me. He uploaded it a little late, but I put that video out, and they got back to him, and they don't like it. You know what I'm saying? Of course not, because I was mentioning the fact that Polite came from Sinetta, and they don't like that. You know, and I mean, his reputation is shot. I'm talking about Sinetta. His reputation is shot. So what they got to do now is scramble for something, you know, to try to hurry up and take things to a next level for them, because they lose the views, they lose the support, because they supporting a possible, you know, pedo guy. You know, it depends on the situation. We'll find out on the 7th.
Right. But, let me ask you this here though, man. Like, because I remember, let's go back like 10 years ago. As like consciousness, it was so big back then. Like even here in Houston, like the events used to be crazy. I remember I went to a Umar Johnson event in 2015 here in Houston. When I said it had the colleges out there, everything, it was packed wall to wall. But now, like it don't even have the same feel, the same energy now. With this Polite situation, we done seen young Pharaoh spiral out of control. Goddamn, bless his heart. Tariq. I remember last year Tariq was super big. I know because I was out there fighting with them boys. So this year, he kind of, you know, lost a little momentum to that. A lot. So with this Polite situation, what does this do for consciousness or the conscious community?
It closes the door on them. It really does. It closes the door on the conscious community, man. I'm going to be honest with you. They already died a long time ago. That's why they were trying to cling on to a bunch of other things to try to get their weight up. But it just wasn't going to work. I mean, when you do wrong, it's going to come back to you. Karma works in both ways. Yeah, and he's been doing wrong for quite a while, apparently. You know, a lot of those people signed up to a bunch of Freemasonry. Some of them don't want to follow the rules, so they do, you know, things and like
Polite,
this.
We know Polite, man. We seen him. His pictures.
He's a
Freemason, right? He said Malachi or the York brother or something like that. I think he said Malachi wanted him to be a Mason or something like that. Told him that it ain't how you look at it or something. And I remember back in the game, he took Sinetta and he wanted to do a show and use the venue of the Freemason Hall back in the game.
Yeah, all of them are Freemasons. Every single one of them are. This is the reason why it's a constant attack from them towards us.
I don't know. I ain't never seen Sai in no apron or no shit like that.
Oh, no. He's big time Freemason. I pointed this out years ago. These videos still should be floating around online.
Pip say, Sai Mason. Damn, man.
All of them are.
I would have never thought of that.
Every single one of them are. This is the reason why I do what I do. I charge them if they want to waste my time. I charge them if they want to waste my time. I charge them if they want to waste my time. I charge them if they want to waste my time. The reason why they bringing it back up is because of what's going on with Polite. They trying to take that heat off of them and trying to throw it elsewhere. But I know their moves. I mean, this is all Freemasonry work. I know their moves, and of course they still gonna have to pay me.
So watch this here. What's your thoughts? Do you do chess move, right? Do we hold out until after the 7th?
Absolutely, we not. They know better than that. Oh hell no!
So we don't give them no shine. Don't even engage with them right now. Don't help them or nothing. Let the Titanic sink.
I'm definitely not going over there right now. They gonna have to cause see,
the block out the laws out the face. Nah, we gonna focus.
Don't tie me up with that.
Yeah, y'all block too high right now, man. We gonna let y'all block come.
See, that's what they trying to do. They trying to simmer that block down by bringing up my name, bringing up your name.
Attention, bring this new energy in, and now the distraction, attention out. Nah, we gonna leave that over there like it is. It's too hot over there. What's up?
I don't care if they pay me $50,000. I'm not coming right now. You gonna have to wait till that's over with. And when it's over with, it depends on what it look like.
Yeah. We might let them suffer a little longer. You know. Yeah, we might let them suffer a little longer. Ooh, because it's gonna be a lot of heat.
It's a lot of heat for them right now. It's a lot of heat directed their way right now, man. They know better than that.
War going on over there.
Absolutely, they falling apart.
Hey, look, Sarnella calling me right now.
Yeah, they probably watching.
You gonna holler at him?
It doesn't matter. Tell them get on.
Hey, what's up, son? Alright, turn up. Come through.
Yeah, they holding on for dear life. You gonna have to come correct, man.
I say I'm here. I'm at the door. The link in the chat. Sarnella in the building, man.
5 or 6 years ago, you said $5,000, right? Be honest. Be honest.
First, hold up, Dame Calloway. Peace to you. Peace to everybody that's here. And I want to first say this. I don't support child pedophilia. I don't support rapists. I don't support some polite, and that shit I have never did. So I want to say that before anything else, because everybody keep running with that narrative.
The reason why they doing that is because you associated with him.
Yes, I did.
Big time. We only know about polite because of you.
Right, and y'all know about Umar because of me. Y'all know about them and everybody.
Basically. Right. But this look real bad on the conscious community, the so-called conscious community.
I agree with you 100%.
That's why they coming at you, sir.
Yeah, I got you. And I understand that. But they coming at me as though I was holding the damn girl down while Polite was doing something. I do not support that.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that.
Yes, Color Genesis. A little bit of fire.
Now, how is it that they said
what's going on in that situation, brother?
What makes Polite Sarnetta Pan-Africanist? See how they try to do slick dissing, you know? What is Pan-Africanist about Polite? What is Pan about Sarnetta? Nothing. There's nothing Pan-African about this. This is what I'm talking about. Anybody and everybody could jump up and call themselves a Pan-Africanist. Redskin, Indian, Israelite, Egyptians, I'm claiming Russian. I don't know what's going on these days. Everybody wants to be everything but black. Most confused people on the damn planet, I mean, years ago when we watched Sarnetta, that was all good and everything. But I think we're more educated now, We talk about Pan-African towards nationhood, right? We talk about Black African infrastructure, If you're not talking about that, if you're not talking about how to build a global Black business pipeline, you're not talking about anything. What part of that don't people understand? Talking about all this kind of stupid stuff that they talk about and everything, you're not even going to pay attention. Black men are getting away from stereotypical. If you really pay attention, Black large get away from stereotypical behavior that records say, okay, I disagree with that. I strongly disagree. Why? Because one thing I see about Black women, right? I'm sorry, Black men, we go at each other every day. You will see people going after Polite, Sarnetta, Umar and everything like that, you never see black women going after the ratchet. I don't know what it is. A black woman could be dead wrong. For Cynthia G, black women should have shut her down a long time ago. Paris Milan, all these black male hating women spewing their nonsense and venom out there. This Rebecca Pope lady going around, this hood rat, I think she's bougie hood rat going around talking about black men are gay and everything. Where are the black women standing up for the black men in their life that they know? You don't see it. Where's the black women telling Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion, you don't represent me? Where's the outrage among black women at the BET Awards? You know, can you turn on YouTube and hear any black woman say, like this? A couple of them do. But for the most part, the black women don't think they have any responsibility to their sisterhood. But yet black men are always, you know, they are literally the loudest in the room. I don't know about that. I don't know what you mean by that. You know, you need to jump on and tell me what you're talking about. Really, you need to jump on and tell me what you're talking about. I'm tired of reading comments. Come on here and tell me what you're talking about. You know, I want people to come up here, man up. If you don't want to cam up, just man up, come up here and tell me what you're talking about. You know, I say black women are not doing what they're supposed to be doing as far as their check. Black women got a million things to say about black men. You know, but as far as like the sisterhood and everything like that, no. Like little black woman supporting this black woman who had her son commit murder in Chicago. Now you got Nicki Minaj saying, I'm going to pay for this kid's college education. And also they found out that guy, Jeremy Brown, is a gangster disciple. And what's sick is they said that at his funeral, they were wearing shirts that said, what the shirt say? The shirt says something, I don't know, really inappropriate. You know, the ratchet women are allowed to, yeah, but the thing is, though, black women see these women as heroes, as long as they're making money. That's the whole thing. You can't tell a black woman that Nicki Minaj and Cardi B are wrong because they're making money. We still have this idea that as long as you're making money, that you're so oppressed and everything that you do whatever you got to do to make your money, then it's okay. That's what I'm talking about. Glorilla, that's embarrassing. That chick is embarrassing. There's one chick talking about people shitting on her head and whatnot, you know, and all this nasty shit. Black women should be up there saying, outraged, saying, you don't represent me. You don't see that. It's like they're afraid to go against the so-called sisterhood. That's a black woman who's made it because she's making money. Look at our values right here. That we basically value money over principle and decency and morality. And that's what R. Cathy was saying. You know, R. Cathy is not perfect and everything, but she's absolutely right about what she was saying. A nation could rise no higher than its woman. Why aren't black women getting up there saying, look, you know, boycotting these media outlets that put this stuff out there? They won't do it. And let's be honest with ourselves, right? Let's be frank. This is not 40, 50 years ago. There's black people who produce the stuff, put this on the air. We even got our own outlets like BT, Her, BT, this and everything like that, you know. Black people are producing this stuff. Black people are recruiting this stuff, the talent and stuff like that. Shows like P-Valley and stuff like that keep talking about the LGBTQ and lesbianism and stuff like this, ratchet behavior. Movies that came out. Was it white people that made the movie Girls Trip? Which that ratchet ass Jada Pinkett went out there and they're staring at a man's dick on these women in their fucking 50s and whatnot. It wasn't a white man who did that. It's black women. And who went to go see it? Black women. Well, I don't know. See, the thing about white women is they have a balance. For every ratchet white person, you got this wholesome type of white women that they put out there. You watch the Hallmark, they got the Hallmark channel. They got the Lifetime channel. You see when you see white America or not, you see every aspect of white success, everything like that. Particularly when they're dealing with suburbia and everything like that. The only thing we seem that we want to gravitate towards is the ratchet culture in Black America. The white women could do all stuff. Let me give you a perfect example, right? What's the girl? Miley Cyrus. She went out there and started doing ratchet shit and all that. And then, you know something? She said, you know something? I'm done with all that. And she straightened herself out, and she's let back into the white fold. That's a difference. The Black women get out there, and that feel like that. It's like almost like they're saying, this is all we know, how to be ratchet and everything. White women go through their ratchet phase when then they straighten up. Britney Spears, same thing. She was out there wild, and I remember one time she said on MTV, the VMAs, when she said, well, thank you. Everybody, okay, Britney and everything. She was going through mental stuff and like that. I'm back and everything like that. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, okay. They accepted her back into the white fold. Pro Women J got a thing for R. Kathy. Damn, you know. But let's say this. Do you agree with what she said in that video? That's what I want to know. You know, what she said in that video, was she right what she said about Lizzo? She'll give me your fat and ignorant. You know what I'm saying? Was she right about that? Also, they control the media. I don't agree with that. Black people are major producers in the media and whatnot. But Black people only want to do stuff that they know is going to sell. You know, what are you talking about? You got Tyler Perry now owns BET and VH1. There's all kinds of digital channels that up there that Black people control. You got social media. You can't just say, oh, they control the media and everything and take no responsibility. It doesn't work like that. So what I'm saying is Black women don't speak out on this stuff, right? But when Black men do stuff, right, we constantly coming at other Black men. When you get out of line, Black men come after other Black men. That's how it is. But you never see Black women come after other Black women. Never. Never see it.
Yes, Kala. No one wants to join you tonight, brother. But we can play some more of this topic, and you can keep on deciphering it.
Yeah.
So far, is it good so far?
It's good. Great.
A lot of classic deadly clowns. That's what you text me, right?
Yeah,
deadly clowns.
Deadly clowns. It's all a fucking clown show.
I'm not saying that, and I hope you know what I'm saying, that's not.
And on the 7th of that time, if this nigga's found guilty, you will hear Sarnetta. I'm not making no statement until I see the paperwork.
Okay.
I got to be responsible. Everybody can jump out the window. I don't give a damn about them banging on them. Go ahead and do what y'all do. But don't try to make me jump with you. I'm going to wait until I see the hammer come down, the final nail, what the judge say. That's what I'm going by. I'm not going to YouTube lawyers. You know, I'm not.
But keep in mind, sir, you got to plead out to one of these 7 charges, and only 6 of them are felonies.
Yes, I agree to all.
And you know he's not going to be. You know they're not going to go for misdemeanor only.
Yes, I'm with all that. I'm with all that. So,
but sir, like once this is over with, me and you could talk business, and you got to be for real with me, brother. If you're gonna be for real, you got to be for real, because you know what type of crowd I bring. You know what type of numbers I bring. Ever since you've known of me. You got to be for real about these numbers, man.
Yes, but you know, I've been trying to have a conversation with you for years. You always duck my conversation.
I don't never duck your conversation. You had my number ever since I gave it to you. I called you live on your channel. You remember that time, right? And you pressed mute, and we had a conversation. You came back, was like, hey, man, that's a good guy. He actually taking care of his business.
Yes. And
okay.
I never had.
I never received a phone call from you after that. When you said you was going to accept my invoice for that $5,000, that was it. I ain't never, nothing, no contact from you. My number hasn't, well, no, it's changed now, but I'll give you my new number. You'll be able to get it through TopCat. Okay. But I'm serious. If you serious, I'm serious. Do you want me to come out there, or you trying to do this online?
You saying 50K? Come on.
Yes, sir. If you want me to come out there, that's 25 up front, 25 when I get there.
Check this out. What do the challenger get? What do he get?
That's up to you.
See,
because you about to make cash money off of me coming there. You get the views. You get the views, and you get money off of those views. You know how much that is.
Negotiate that, but I think you are doing this because I think you running from Jabbar.
No. You don't try to out hustle it. It's because of how much I'm worth. I know how much I'm worth, brother. I'm not no young cat. I am, but I'm not young in the mindset. I know how to do business. I've been doing this for a long time. You got to come correct, sir. Come on. Be a real man about this. Be a real man about this. Be a real man about this.
Right, but what are you?
If you want me to shut down anybody on your panel, it doesn't matter who you pick. You're going to have to pay me.
Right, but what are you?
If you want me to shut down anybody on your panel, it doesn't matter who you pick. You're going to have to pay me.
Right, but what are you?
If you want me to shut down anybody on your panel, it doesn't matter who you pick. You're going to have to pay me. That's all it is. I'm not running. I'm telling you what it is. I'm right here letting you know you're going to have to pay.
Right.
That's it.
I feel you got every right to feel what you're worth.
Absolutely. Absolutely, sir. You know why? Because I put in the work. The reason why you know up.
Yo,
what is this blabbing about? What is this dude blabbing about? You put in the work.
You check it out. You can't tell me.
You're going to pay me. So Dane Calloway is what is it? Is some big internet celebrity of leading this fake Indian movement.
And he's going to get $50,000 to do a debate.
That's all these guys like to do, man.
Yo, $50,000.
I mean, what is he gonna prove? That black people are native to this side of the world? Is that what he's gonna prove?
It's bullshit. It's bullshit on whole wheat toast, man. It's like taking a bunch of bullshit, put it on whole wheat toast in a pickle, and saying, "Hey, go ahead and eat." You know, this is what you're dealing with, folks. If you like that shit, go right ahead. And that's what all the distraction is, you know. Okay, Pro Woman says, Black women speak out. Can you give me a channel? Can you give me a channel? Can you give me somebody on the internet? Can you name somebody like this channel? Oh yeah, she does. Six of God. That's just two. You know, they talk about that and stuff like that. But do they get support? I love Six of Goddess, but you got black women that be in her thing going after her left and right. Black women want to destroy Ika Marie and Six of Goddess. I watch those channels. And women, it'd be black women.
Get him, Kali. You want some channels?
Yeah, check us out. Bottom line, check us out. Those women and the other chick, I forgot her name, right? Starts with a K. It'd be black women that be in there talking about you're a pick me, you're this, that, the other thing, you're a pick me. Let's say black women. Men, we sit back here, we support this, everything, but you'd be seeing black women in there with just vitriol and hatred for them. You're a pick me because Six of Guys we talk about women, you gotta stop gaining weight, you gotta look good for your man, all of a sudden, and blah, dare you talk about this, that, and the other thing. It's black women. Those women should have real support among black women. You know who supports Six of Guys? Black men. And Ika Marie is basically what you call black men. Those two lovely sisters. I love them. I watch their channels. It's mostly black men that be like, thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. They don't have no female support. So what I'm saying is the black women, right? There's something wrong with our sisters is when you do have sisters who talk like that, they don't have those sisters got to rely on black men's male support. That's why they go so hard like they do. And they don't let up. I watch them all the time. And they got this one sister from the Caribbean. I forgot, a light-skinned sister from the Caribbean. She does the same thing. Who's her supporters? Anything? Black men. You never see black women super chatting, saying, I support this and support that, you know? Yeah, we got sisters out there talking about that, but do the black women got their back? Do they ever get the support like Paris Milan? Paris Milan will have 5,000 people in her live degrading black men. Cynthia G, we have 8,000 people in her live. That's where the black woman's mindset is. Talking about swirling, aborting black male babies. So we got to stop this nonsense, you know? Huge female support. I seriously doubt that. I seriously friggin' doubt that. Six the Goddess, and people who support her are mostly men. You know, mostly men who support her. That's what I've seen. I never seen anybody stitch one of her videos say, yeah, well, this is Six the Goddess and everything. You never see that. They got two big platforms. There should be so many other startup platforms saying, I did this, I did that, and whatnot. You know, another one that does pretty good, but most of the women that talk up like this, they got small platforms. They get views, but not like the Cynthia G's and the Paris Milans. You know, black women will throw the money. That's why they hate Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels was able to build a platform that was watched by a lot of black women, was supported by black men, and they hated Kevin Samuels. Says, how does a black man get to 1 million subscribers like that and making all those millions of dollars and everything like that off his platform, you know? And when Kevin Samuels died, all these sisters, Vivica Fox, all of them were celebrating. There is a God. I saw it. He was not saying nothing black. He just hold the mirror up. Tasha K is another one that's good.
Yeah, unfortunately, brother.
You know, I said another one that's really good. They don't get no support from no black women. You know, it's mostly black men or mixed. You know, black women who agree with her and whatnot. You know, but you never see an all-female supported platform that's just nothing but women, and they going for this stuff like this. Nyla says one night, you know, she's with her idiot husband Taz, whatever his name is, right? They're up there on that stupid ratchet shit. They talk about stuff like that, but they never talk about, you know, we got to do something about this ratchet culture in our community. It's completely ignored. So I don't see where we talk about black women, talk about, oh, black women check other black women. They do not check other black women. If a black woman checks another black woman, man, she is deemed the enemy. You know, she's deemed like, because a lot of sisters, man, that do that ratchet stuff, they think it's their right. I see this one video with some fat chick in a restaurant, and she was out there twerking. This guy was like shaking his head like, remember the situation where these black women were kicked out of the turkey place in Houston because they were getting on the guy's table, twerking and stuff like that, you know? And you have all these women out there, well, they paid their money. They paid their money and everything. So don't give me this nonsense about black women checking on black women. You know, if a black woman wants to start acting a fool, twerking, acting violent and stuff like that, you know, they got the support of the sisterhood. That is the absolute truth. Until we change that or not, nothing's going to happen in Black America, because a woman is a moral compass of a community. And you cannot build no nation without a woman. You can have all the black men, they can be black power, black nationals, everything, you know, or not. If the women aren't on board with it or not, it's not going to work. And the women got to keep other women in line and check. The aunties and mothers and everything got to tell them, be a role model example to the younger girls. I could talk to her, blow my face. Not gonna listen to me. It's a women got to go in there and say, look, this is the way a woman should act. This is the way a young lady should conduct herself. We used to have that one time in the black community. Now you got grandma, mom, and everybody out in the club, shaking their ass and doing all kinds of foolish stuff and whatnot, you know? That's fine. But when it comes down to saying, why is our community such in a mess? Hey, that's what it is. Why we can't build a nation Why is that we go to Africa when our things fall apart? That's what it is. So we don't have families, and we don't have all that stuff like that anymore. We're not going to do anything. And it's time to start telling our people the truth. We don't have it right now. We have to basically change. You know, we can talk about racism all we want. So we actually change and build like we're supposed to build. Black men and black women start working together and start building the love that we once had and everything like that. Nothing's going to happen. All the plans in the world we have for building and stuff like that, nothing's going to work. We'll be just sitting on the internet complaining and bitching to each other all day. I watch TikToks, people sitting there for hours, just talking back and forth about a bunch of nothing. So what's the solution? You're determined to be a boss bitch. You're determined to do all stuff like that. You're determined to go out there and get as many women as you can and everything like that. And all this kind of nonsense and everything, you know. Can't blame one over the other. Black men and women. I don't worry. We have both black men trying to fix it. All the people, look, you know, all I can say is the people that aren't about that need to get together and stop making excuses for people that's messing up. You know, I tell you right now, black men do that all the time. We call each other things like dusty, you know, no good and everything like that. We constantly getting on brothers, you know. Be a man. You never hear anybody tell nobody be a woman. But be a man. Man up. Take care of your responsibility. Now you got Umar Johnson telling us the black woman's so off the hook that even when she messes up and everything like that, you know, it's still our responsibility. What do you think about Umar Johnson? What Umar Johnson, pro-woman. What do you think about that? He's saying it's not the woman's fault. She has no thing. You saying that we need to work together. I'm willing to say that. But he's saying it's not her fault whatsoever. Black women have a protection thing, you know, in this culture, you know, not just with the black community, with the white community too. You know, if you're a black woman, you call the cops on your husband, you're putting that man's life in danger. Because black women are a protected class. Look at Stacey Abrams, you know. She's talking about giving, if she was a governor, she was going to give every black woman, single mothers, right? And single like that. They say, okay, we found out that these women thought they could do it without men. They can't do it. So they need $800 a month worth of taxpayers' money to supplement their income. Had she won, that would have happened.
For real? How come? How can you pull that off?
Yeah, that's what she was going to do. She said black women suffering in Georgia because rent and everything like that. So we're going to give a supplement of $800 a month to black female-headed households. Had she won, that would have happened. So the taxpayers of Georgia would have footed the bill for women that want to have kids, you know, multiple kids and everything, and not be with a man. A period of time referred to when you held other black women check. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, back in the days, I don't know how you are, Tay Brown, but girls used to act like ladies. When I was a kid, girls would act like ladies. Oh, you sit a certain way. You know, you don't do that in front of men. You act a certain way. You way you cross your legs, have etiquette and stuff like that. And my family was like that. My grandmother, when we go down places, whatnot, you don't speak out of turn. You know, when an adult talks to you, yes sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am, and stuff like that. You know, we used to have that in the community. You know, but we don't have that anymore. That's one thing the Malcolm X and all these people didn't have to deal with. They didn't have to deal with the Glorrillas and all this kind of foolishness nonsense that's influencing the young people. So, but like I said, this stuff over the last generation, you know, it's like a woman gets big and she has a lot of money and everything like that, look at Cardi B. Who did Joe Biden sit down and talk to about something like Cardi B? A major presidential candidate is legitimizing some friggin' female rapper, some ratchet female rapper that had a song out at the time called WAP, Wet Ass Pussy. Back in the day, I'm talking about up until like the late 80s and the early 90s. Go back in the days. Look at what was in the black media, right? We had Ebony magazine, we had Essence magazine, and Jet magazine. That majority of black people, that's what your media was. Go look at the archives of old Ebony and Jet magazines and everything like that. See how the women dress and how they act and how they behaved. They showed a picture of the first BET Awards in 1999, and Janet Jackson was up there as a feature, right? She was dressed nice in a nice gown. And they showed that sexy red chick coming out there with a song called "My Pussy Pink, My Booty Hole Brown." Look how in the 25 years or whatever, it's degenerated. A lot of you guys think all this stuff was always like that. It wasn't always like this. Before we had all these social media and stuff like that, we only had like really a couple of black media outlets. When we had award shows, people came out there, they're dressed, they were nice, they gave you a performance and everything like that, And I think we used to have debutante balls. We used to have Miss Black America pageants, We used to have those things in Black America. When they say the crack era, another thing, people basically talk about the crack era, right? That was really, really exaggerated. Some people on crack, 99% of people weren't. Some people got caught up in the thing, going to jail for long times and everything like that. And there was some violence in some communities and everything like that. The vast majority of black people were not affected by crack. They would say the crack era. That was also the era that produced Reginald Lewis, the world's first black billionaire. 1987. Yeah, some communities were hit hard by crack and drugs and everything like that, but majority of black people somehow weren't affected by that, didn't get involved with that. In that same era right now, we had HBCUs was exploding. The most popular in the late 80s and 90s. You know what the most popular clothing apparel was for black youth, right? HBCU hoodies and jerseys. Howard, Morehouse. Most popular clothing were HBCUs. While the so-called, you say there was a crack era, there was also an HBCU era back then. We also had back in the days music, that was pro-black. We had groups like S-Clan, Poor Righteous Teachers. Also, when they say mass incarceration, right? Okay, let's do the numbers, right? We're going to spell this myth tonight. What is mass incarceration? There's 20 million African American men, 23 million African American women. There's a total of 1.6 million people incarcerated. About 40% of them are black. The rest are white and Hispanic. Tell me where's the mass incarceration? In fact, incarceration rates for the last 20 years among black men have been going down. So where's the mass incarceration? People just say this stuff, mass incarceration, mass incarceration. Are there millions of people in jail? Are there somebody knocking on your door, just locking you up for no reason? There's people going to jail because they're committing crimes and they're breaking the law, as they should. When you say mass incarceration, it's like every black man walking down the street is getting locked up and thrown in jail for no good reason. That's what I mean by these stupid ass talking points. And then when you start saying something like mass incarceration, and then you're trying to make a case about nationhood, you lose all credibility. People talk about mass incarceration, but yet they said the black male population, less than 3% are incarcerated. So you think 100%? 3% are incarcerated. 3%. Not 10%, not 20%, 3%. So where's the mass incarceration? Prisons that were going that private prisons are going out of business because they don't have inmates in them. Prisons, people that invested in private prisons and everything like that, they're suing states because there's no beds to put in there. There's no people to put in these places. So who is the most incarcerated people on the planet? That's what I'm talking about when you deal with ignorant people, you know? We're the most incarcerated people. What are you talking about? Are you incarcerated? Am I incarcerated? Is Bomani incarcerated? Do you want to see what real incarceration is? Why don't you go to Mexico and Central America and look at their prisons? Go to Haiti and see what a real prison looks like. The black people who are in jail don't represent black people. That's another thing. We have to basically talk, black people, we're the most of it. We're not the majority of black people. I don't want to deal with people who find themselves, don't want to hold a job, don't want to get a job, don't want to build anything like that. They think they're going to play a game that Al Capone lost at, Meyer Lansky lost at, Lucky Luciano lost at, you know. All these people that Nicky Barnes lost and whatnot. So you think you're going to come up with a plan where you're going to beat the system? If you're basically shooting, killing, gangbanging, and everything, you deserve to be in jail. That's not no incarceration. That's getting criminals. More people should be in freaking jail, if you ask me. We're the most incarcerated people on the planet. How about we're the most educated people on the planet? We got so many black millionaires, so many engineers, so many scientists, so many people doing the right thing and whatnot. Why are you equating the people who are losing to the rest of us? And the laws of power says you must avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. Some people are just bad. They'll never be happy. They'll never make it, and they'll never be lucky. They'll never be successful. That's just life. But to make it like we are the most incarcerated. Who is the most? The guys I see out there working their jobs and going to school and paying their bills and taking care of kids. Are they being incarcerated? It's a nonsense I'm talking about, you know? We're talking about mass. There is no mass incarceration. You know what mass means? Mass means most. You know, you just heard that all around the internet. Mass incarceration. And you haven't even taken the time to look up the numbers. Matter of fact, I'm going to look up the numbers for you. You know, look up. So you don't believe that.
So Colin, you and the sister get into a debate or something? I said you and Tay get into a debate.
I think that's a dude.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Sound like a female, right?
Yes, family, the one and only Color Genesis family. Color keeping it live and uncut. And yeah, man, and this classic.
This right here, the Pew Research, which is credible. Prison rate of Black Americans fell by a third from 2006 to 2018. You know, this was about 2 years ago. Another one, Statista. Black incarcerations are dropping in the U.S. You know, where's this mass incarceration? Let me send this to Bomani. He can put it on the screen so you can see it yourself. This is a channel you come to get the truth. You know, this mass incarceration. Incarceration rates are dropping. Why? Because more and more Black men are in the middle class. More and more Black men are getting jobs, going to skill trades and everything like that. And more Black people are waking up to the fact that, you know what's the biggest thing about incarceration is this? Most Black people are becoming aware and awakened to the fact that this whole idea of a criminal life is set up by the white man. More and more Black people realize that drugs, crime, and everything is nothing but a trick of the white devils. So we're not going to give them that satisfaction by playing their damn game. That's why more of us are joining Black power, Black nationalist movements and everything. And we got a support system that say, brother, you know, I don't give a damn if you work in the McDonald's or whatnot. We're still brothers. That's why we get a support system. So the bottom line, mass incarceration. You gotta update your freaking information. It ain't all doom and gloom. Black mass incarceration. What you call incarceration rates are dropping massively because more people are getting out of that life. It was they came with this thug life and everything like that. Some people got caught up into it and everything like that, but that's dying. Now we have to replace that with something. And the next stage is Black people are really serious about. You got brothers out there going overseas, the passport brothers. You got people looking into Africa and stuff like that. You know. He'll say now he's starting to switch and say, oh, we're talking about the 80s and 90s and whatnot. Even in the 80s and 90s, it was not really that high. You only talk about a brief time period. People were getting like, well, the argument you could make was people were going to jail for crack higher than people going with cocaine. But crack was more dangerous. You got a 3 times the sentence for somebody sentenced with crack than you did cocaine. That's what they meant by a large Black population. Because Black people were dealing with crack. And you know. Yeah, Keep Walking says our neighborhood county is closed as prison. Lack of inmates. Yes. Somebody tell Tay Brown that. You know, that's what happens when you don't listen to the College Genesis and you don't come to Bomani's channel. You don't know the facts. At the time, you're saying Black women were putting other Black men in check. Yeah, back in the days, Black women, so look at the artists that we had back then. We had SWV, we had Monet, we had Brandy, we had TLC. You know, those women provided role models. The girls wanted to follow. The girls wanted to look like Aaliyah. The girls like Queen Latifah, ladies first. MC Lyte. That's what I mean. We don't have that. The Black women basically knew they had a responsibility to young girls. Even our artists, Whitney Houston. the biggest artists we ever seen, you know? That's what we had in place in front of black girls back in the days. And plus, well, when they had that, then the mamas and aunties and everything like that provided role models for them. Now, you know, you don't care what your mama and them say, because what you see in the media is nobody checking these Megan Thee Stallions and all these other people out there, because it's a free-for-all. And be honest with you, you got mothers out there who are acting ratchet to damn self. Once again, College Genesis makes his point. As I always do. I don't say stuff just to say it. I say stuff because I know what I'm talking about. And we have to get control of our community. And we are. And I said the Pan-African movement is not gonna work when we got real black people who are buying into this. Those are the people we need. Those are the people we want. The ratchet culture, they're dying. You know, I don't care what you see on social media and everything like that. The real black world, right? Majority of black people are not involved with crime. Majority of black people hate the criminal element. And if they have to move away from it, they do. More of us are moving to the suburbs. More of us are moving to small towns. More of us are getting away from that stuff. The number of black people moving out of Chicago and New York and everything to get away, in Baltimore and stuff like that, is growing.
Yeah, don't like Tay want to join you.
Because Tay's scared. You know, he's scared. He's a scaredy cat.
I don't think she's trying to debate you tonight.
That's a he. That's a he. He came on before.
It gotta be a she with all these comments.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, a lot of guys grow up through that feminine energy. You know? That feminine energies, and a lot of our brothers, man, you know, you can't tell the difference anymore. No offense or whatever, you can't tell the difference.
I mean, I sure can't. Look at all them comments.
Mass incarceration. I just showed you the black prison rate is going down, you know? Don't believe that hype. That's what they want you to think. Everybody's criminals and crime and everything like that, you know? If you listen to rap music and everything, just like Omar Johnson talks about a snow bunny crisis, right? The number of freaking real African-American men that are with white women are almost minuscule. You know, if you watch a lot of porn, you would think there was a snow bunny crisis. Oh, a snow bunny crisis. Dude, them girls are getting paid $30,000 sleeping niggas, you know? That ain't real fucking life. Real life, white girls don't have no time, are not interested in no black men for the most part. Unless you're some rich athlete or something like that. The average black man ain't got nothing to do with no freaking white women, you know? Unless she's fat, not in shape, whatever like that. You know, you like them big, fat, nasty looking white girls and shit, you know? The average white girl that look good and she can get white guys, she ain't think about niggas. What the fuck is Umar Johnson talking about? Snow bunny crisis, you know? All this freaking nonsense that keeps spreading around. You know, you got people repeating this stuff. Black men are out there chasing white women. Well, black women ain't chasing no white. They're waiting for the right black woman to come along. You know? All this misinformation. Black man's chasing white women. Black men doing this. Black men do that, you know? They're all locked up. All the black men are locked up and everybody's in jail. Everybody's on the down low. All this freaking nonsense. But now, I said, well, I like that brother, Medium Man, and everything like that. He does a really good show on YouTube. He be breaking down statistics, how well black men are doing. It says black women don't want to get involved. A lot of brothers are going overseas. They're taking their $45,000 a year overseas and spend some quality time in Colombia, DR, Africa, wherever, and doing what they got to do. Then you're leaving the community alone. You know, but comes down to it, it's all the black man's fault. The black man is responsible for everybody fucking up. You know? Fortunately, nobody's brave enough to come on here and debate. I really thought so. I'll come on tonight. What do you think about the P.A.I.N.Os? You know, Pan-Africanist name only. And like I said, we saw on the thing with Sinetta, right? Sinetta was labeled a Pan-Africanist, right? That's Pan-Africanist name only. What is Pan-African about Sinetta? What was Pan-African about polite? Why are you making polite the face of Pan-Africanism, you know? You see how slick they do, Bomani? You know? Oh, Pan-African. What? Just because somebody says they're black don't mean they're Pan-Africanists, you know?
Yeah, brother. You know, the bar set so low, like you and I talk about. Anybody could be any of these things nowadays, man. It's a complete joke, man. The whole scenery. I mean, look at these guys over here calling themselves Indians, and Dane Calloway making it seem like he's some kind of celebrity and like he's walking a path of leadership, and he's a modern day prophet leading people somewhere. And I mean, every time you turn around, man, there's a new generation of characters, deadly clowns.
Deadly clowns, you know? You know, a deadly clown is not a Pan-Africanist, you know? A deadly clown, you know?
I mean, look what these guys are talking about. They're talking.
Hey, Tay, why don't you get on the show?
Now she ain't trying to debate with you, man.
It's a he. It's a he.
Funny, man. Color, that's a good one, Color.
That's a he, you know? You know, why don't you get on the damn show and tell me like this so we can have a conversation? You know, how is that simple? You going overseas, right? And linking up with women and what men, as I know, men like women. You know, if they can't get it here, they're gonna go ahead. Men.
That is funny, man. Hey, it's some men.
Yeah, check this out. Let me tell you something. When I was in my 20s and 30s, man, I put myself in dangerous situations to try to get that punani. You know, yeah. I think of the situations I put myself in and shit. You know. I thought, damn, I went there when I was in a dangerous place, whatnot. You know, I could have got shot and killed, whatnot. Man, I was not thinking about nothing but getting that fucking nut off. When you're around a woman that look fine, sexy, and shit like that, you're gonna do anything to get that shit. So somebody in his 20s, one that got a little bit of money, he got his passport. Of course, he's gonna get the fuck out of here and do what the fuck he gotta do. You know, they ain't simping. The hell you mean that's simping? You gonna do it. I ain't mad at these brothers, man. They gotta do what the fuck they gotta do, you know?
There you go, man. Put your passport to work.
Put your passport to work. Get the hell out. Get on that plane and whatnot. The hardest part is the plane ride, you know?
Enjoy your Mai Tai and
you down there in Colombia and Brazil. You got all these women hanging all over you and whatnot. What the fuck? I wish I had that when I was younger and whatnot. Enjoy
your Mai Tai and a threesome.
Hey, check this out. My Dominican Republic was here in Virginia Beach. I had luck here. I had to go overseas because I got it right here where I live at, you know?
Look, you look excited, man. Like, got some good days.
Oh, yeah, bro. Every weekend, the club, man, shit, man. Goddamn, man. And when I used to work in the club as club security, shit. I had so much that shit thrown in my face, man, every night, man. Goddamn, you know? Shit, man. I was like, man, I had 3 and 2. I'm like juggling 2 and 3 dime pieces at night. I'm in one part of the club. I got 2 sitting in a different part waiting for me to get done with the other one. You know, okay, you go home when I walk in the car. Go inside, there's another one waiting for me and shit like that. Fine ass fucking model looking females and shit. I had my fun and shit. You know, them days are over. You can't do that shit no more in America. Social media. Women now, they got Instagram. They don't need me telling them nothing. They got Instagram and shit. And fucking niggas on fucking YouTube and TikTok following them and whatnot, you know. They don't have to go to the club no more, you know, and get guys. They got guys, thirsty ass motherfuckers on TikTok sending them roses and money and Cash App and shit like that, you know. I'm glad I had my fun when it was there. I feel sorry for these young guys right now. If I was a young guy right now, shit, I'd be a passport, bro. If I was like in my 20s, 30s and whatnot, you know, I'd be a passport, bro. I'd be out of here. You know? I'm never going to be mad at somebody for doing what they got to do. You know, I'm just saying, just come to the continent, man. There's plenty of beautiful black women on the African continent, man. Just, you know, you can have it all, man. Liberia got beautiful ass women. You know, you can come to Liberia, man. You know, you could partake in nation building and find yourself a girl, you know. You know, so we have it all. You know, I stress that. Part of the thing about Africa is, man, you might find your soulmate. You might find your wife. You know, they ain't sipping. Says sipping as finest. I thought you guys were against brothers getting finessed and robbed. Who is talking about finesse getting robbed? You know, I mean, Bomani, what is this person talking about?
That's it. You know? That's your buddy Tay.
You know,
hey.
Nobody's saying God forgets getting robbed. How often do people get robbed when they go overseas? Tay has never been out of the country. That's what the problem is. You are safer overseas than you are in parts of America.
Most of these people talk about passport bros because they ain't got no passport.
They ain't got no passport. Never been any place. Can't get a passport. Probably got felonies. Pan-African Research Council of Pan Development happened in Trinidad and Tobago. Also can be virtually attended. Yeah, okay. I like to see a lot of this stuff like that, but you know, these countries got to be connected to a strong country, a strong presence on the African continent. I don't believe in Pan-Africanism as far as just like the Caribbean and just America and everything. Malcolm X always said any movement for the liberation of black people based solely in the United States is doomed to fail. And he was right about that. He was prophetic. Because anytime you're inside of a country, you're always going to adjust to the country. Somebody asked earlier about the African immigrants coming here. Look, any Pan-African movement, any movement based solely in the United States is doomed to fail. That means trying to unify with black immigrants from Africa is going to fail. Because the bottom line is people come here to be part of America. They're not trying to come here to take up no mantle of struggle and stuff like that. So I'm not going to be mad at the African immigrant for doing what he has to do when he comes here. He's trying to stay out of trouble. He's trying to work, send money back home to his village, whatever the fuck it is, and stay out of trouble. He ain't going to join what we're trying to do. He may support it, but if somebody puts a mic in there, what do you think about racist America? Oh, it's a great country. Why? Because a lot of them are getting running water and toilets, flushing toilets for the first time. Shit, of course they love it. You know? And when we talk about Pan-Africanism, we're talking about building better than what we have. We have all that stuff in America. We have electricity, infrastructure, everything like that. How do we do that and also be a place where we're the majority? It comes with a price. You know, we have all these things for the last 150 years, electricity, infrastructure, everything, but we're not happy. We're not happy because we don't control the context of our reality. As long as that's the case, there's always going to be a black nationalist or Pan-African movement. Why don't you people ever understand that shit? We're not going anywhere. You know, because bottom line is every group of black people to want to know what it's like to have power and be in the majority and have power someplace on this earth. That's in every black person. I know when I go to Africa, it's not going to be perfect like I went to Liberia. I know, like I said in the video last night, I said, yeah, look, you know, some things, okay, you might have a blackout here, power, infrastructure, my road might be raggedy here and there. But the bottom line is I like the fact that I was in a black majority environment. And I'm saying if we could fix up these little tiny infrastructure projects Liberia have, it'd be a paradise on earth. But that's something we can do. Why? Because I love being in a place where I'm the majority. And I know the laws and everything works for my favor. Now, I have a lot in America, right? But I'm still a minority group. I'm still a hated minority group. I'm still a persecuted minority group. I'm still a part of a persecuted race of people because my ancestors, by no fault of their own, was enslaved. And that's a mark on American history. That's why they don't know what to do with us. So I understand that America is never going to be the country. Now, to a black immigrant, America's different. They don't have the same history and ancestry that I have. So they can come to America and just embrace the country, love it. Now, the ADOS FBA people hate that shit, but hey, it is what it is. Somebody from Nigeria come here and say, hey, I love America, whatever like that, red, white, and blue and everything like that. You know, hey, why? Because they don't have the same history that we do. So they see America differently. That's a challenge of Pan-Africanism. That's one of the nuances of Pan-Africanism. That we see America a certain way. And the black immigrants don't see America the same way we do. Because they came here voluntarily. And they came here in a time where white people are putting their best face on saying, we're not racist. They buy into the whole slick talking white people. Oh, this is a great country and everything like that. And a lot of immigrants will take that at face value. It is what it is. But we got to keep pressing on. I say, like I said, as far as like Liberia, perfect country. We build with that, we'll have that space, that a place of refuge where we can go to and feel at home. We'll feel someplace in Liberia like we never feel in America, free. The African American will never feel free inside of America. Now, other groups of people, yes. A Ghanaian, yes. Somewhere from Cameroon, yes. Now, it was 50, 60 years ago, maybe it would have been different. They would have to go to the black community and everything like that because there was blatant racism every place. But now that racism, blatant racism has subsided a lot, at the same time, every once in a while, Africans and immigrants get caught in the crossfire of white supremacists and everything like that, and they get their what they call Negro wake-up call. You know, like that guy, that Congolese guy that got killed in Grand Rapids, Michigan, by a cop. Congolese people in Congo, oh man, we can't believe this happened. You know, yes, welcome to America. We don't dislike them for that call. It's their denial of history. No, look, bro, you know, you ADOS FBA people just don't get it. You know, you dislike them because they can come to America, be happy, and you can't. They don't care about their history. That's our history. They don't deny history, but they're like, hey, that's on you. If you travel to a foreign country, Tay, you would know that. If you go to a country, and let me be a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Let me give an example of what I'm talking about. Okay, let's say you went to Japan. Now, Japan's a homogeneous society, but they have a group in Japan called the Baraka men. And they're Japanese like any other Japanese, but the Baraka men were people, their ancestors dealt in skin trading, leather trading, and dealing with dead bodies, stuff like that, right? The modern day Baraka men live in Japanese, look like nice neighborhoods, but they call seedy parts of Japan. Now, if you go to Japan, right, and you're just trying to enjoy Japan. Japan's a great country. But if you run into Baraka, man, he's gonna be like, hey, yeah, we're discriminated against. We're blah 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 blah. You're not gonna want to hear that. All you know is you work for a company. You're in Japan. You're enjoying yourself. You're not gonna dwell on the problems of the Baraka men. They're on their own. Same thing in America. They're not going to come here and say, something, yeah, slavery, civil rights, Jim Crow, and yeah, I understand that. No, they're just seeing the fact that they got opportunity when they come here. I know that the country is worse than America. That's their country is worse. It's there, Thire, bro. Not there. It's Thire. It's there. But the bottom line, it does not matter, bro. As long as they can come here legally and stay here, you can't do a damn thing about it. So you guys got to get over yourself, You got to get over yourself. Black immigrants and immigrants are coming, right? They're setting up their own communities. They're doing all stuff like that, and not a damn thing you can do about it. I'm saying that, hey, it's time for Black America to expand beyond America. If they can come to America and everything, we can build in Africa. Well, the two things are not mutually exclusive.
That's it, brother. That's right to the point, brother. Right to the point.
People come in, oh, the immigrants are coming over here. Yeah, shit. You get that freaking green. I see the thing where time where they had the visa lottery that Trump stopped. Anyway, they'll have a lottery, right? In Nigeria and whatnot. I want people jumping up there. Yeah, I get to go to America. They're jumping and shouting and hooping and hollering and whatnot. Yeah, they're ready to come over here and whatnot. This, that, the other thing, They ain't trying to freaking get involved with your so-called struggle. The average Black person in America don't give a damn about the struggle. What are you talking about? Look at like we were just talking about, the freaking the rappers and everything. You think you care about some same struggle? No. Black people don't care about the struggle in America. All they want to do is dance, party, and act the fool. But yeah, you want these Black immigrants to come over here and be on code with you or some stupid shit that you don't even believe in. They call me the college Genesis for a reason. They also call me College Thanos for a reason. Because I am undefeated in these talking points. You ADOS FBA people, man, you had your run, man. It's time to hang it up. Gonna play some more of that?
Sure, why not?
Good.
What do you think of it so far? Anything else you want to share?
The bottom line is this, man. It's like, one, I can't get over the fact that you mean to tell me, one, Sinetta got $50,000 to pay this nigga? And I'm saying to myself, if Sinetta and all was making that much money, right? And I'm saying to myself, the legit Pan-African movement, right? How come we're not getting that sort of support where we're generating that type of money that we could pull out for a goddamn debate?
People like to watch entertainers. They like to see entertainment. They like to be they like people to just entertain them.
If people like entertainment, people like foolishness and everything like that, hey, that's fine, Yeah, that's fine. People are talking this nonsense and everything like that, but it's just foolishness,
Yeah, look at this clown who calls himself Top Cats. I mean, where did they get these characters from? Like, when they think they know a Marvel movie or something. What do you think?
So let me guess. This guy Top Cats, he's making a lot of money and everything. I met y'all and stuff like that. What do you think has got the time and the money to be traveling? They're making all this money.
You got all that Indian here, so you think you got all that Indian here. Yeah, all these dudes, man, they be just looking out weird and funny, thinking that they something that they not.
And the bottom line, let me
Dane
tell you
Calloway
something.
looked like a beast right there. He looked like, I mean, people actually follow this guy, dude, brother.
Dane Calloway is a clown. Lame scamaway.
People follow these, you know, these characters.
You know what we gotta play? We gotta pay the Bucci Bear thing. You know?
they go on Bucci Bear. Hopefully you're ready to give out your Pan-African report card on your two.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give a Pan-African report card too tonight. You know, I'll get a Pan-African two people I want to do Afro Think Tank, and I want to do Phil Scott. You know,
there you go, rock on, brother. Let me just play some of this, and then you get them.
Right.
Of me is because of what? I put in the work. This ain't no joke.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay. The reason why you know of me is because of what? I put in the work. This ain't no joke.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay. So I gotta get paid to how much I'm worth, sir. You gotta be for real. Be a real man about it. You got the money. I know you got the money. You be clean. Y'all niggas in Harlem. I know how the Harlem niggas go.
Hold on.
Come on now.
Let me say this, right?
Okay.
That's why I need your contact so we can talk business. All right. Me and you, we need to talk business.
Okay.
You willing to do it online? Like if we was to do it like...
If we do it online, we could work another price out. If we do it online, we could work a different price out.
Okay, I think that's what we need to do first.
Okay.
And then probably do a joint where we go live. You know what I'm saying? And come out and bring everybody out. I would like to get it done.
Yeah, that's why that's so high. Because if I'm bringing somebody else, like I'm bringing a crowd, that's why my price is high. Because I bring a crowd.
Oh man, okay.
Yeah, Tay Brown says they run from struggle, piggyback off others people struggling. The benefit that collar truly is accounted everything you ask black men. Yo, bro, oh Lord, Jafaro, oh Lord.
Yeah, Kala, what? So why you worried about me coming here?
Oh Lord, you know. All right,
no, I'm all right. I'm all right. You don't need to be worried.
Welcome to the call. Welcome to the call.
Well, at least you called.
Yeah, welcome.
A subject. This is a subject right here.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't even. Okay. Yeah, well, what is the P.A.I.N.O? Sorry.
It tells you right there.
The Can
you read English?
Pan-Africans survive without the Pan-Africans in the name of only.
No, it's a Pan-Africanist in name only. Someone called.
Okay, exactly. Okay, that's quite interesting because I want to ask you guys because I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I think this Pan-Africanist thing, begin to realize that it's a different ideology in out of Africa and within Africa. You understand? And I'm trying to make everything be one. So that's the question. I'm going to try to answer that, but I want to ask you. I know Calogenesis, you're doing so much in Africa with Bomani. So, do you think the Pan-Africanists or the Pan-African ideology in the West is different with that in Africa? If there is, so what's actually the difference?
Well, yes, it's different. Is the fact that, and a white man knew this. Okay, the Pan-Africanists, right? Remember something. The Pan-African movement started in the West, right?
Yes.
We basically the Western Africans and the African Americans, African Parisians, African British, and all these other people that were educated in the West, right, had the idea of building a new Africa, modern Africa, and stuff like that. That we have to put differences aside. We watched how Europeans were able to come to places like Canada and U.S. and put their differences aside and become white people, white Americans, and stuff like that. So we had the idea that we could basically do the same thing on the African continent. But here's the thing, right? There were already tribes and systems and customs in place, right? Who naturally wanted to retain power, right? And you maintain power by what? Having your ethnic identity. If you have an ethnic group and people listen to you and everything like that, so you want to basically build. Now, in Africa, they may say, okay, we're all black people, we should work together, right? But that does not supersede your tribe or your region and your village and everything like that. You know, Pan-Africanism is just an ideology. You know, Whereas black people in America, we do not care about tribe and everything. We just see things in terms of being black and everything like that. When in Africa, there's a lot to gain by holding. Look at Nigeria, right? If you're not born to a certain family and everything, you could forget being a rich one day, you know? Your tribe and your family you're born to is going to ensure you are politically, socially, and economically connected, you know? And so therefore, this idea of Pan-Africanism means that you got to compete with other people that from a different tribe that may not have the numbers or strength you have in the name of Pan-Africanism. So why would you want to do that? And that's why the Pan-African systems fell apart on the continent. There's too much to gain. And Europeans work with that. They basically divided Africans based on tribal. Like, look what they did with the Hutus and Tutsis. That was completely orchestrated by Europeans, you know, where they separated people, Hutus, Tutsis, you're different. They brought in modern science, everything. When you look at a lot of Africans, you could tell they've been educated by Europeans. I listened to a Consorian show, right? And you got people calling people Gerrers. You got people calling each other Bantus. You got people calling each other all these names and everything like that. Where did this come from? Europeans started this stuff, you know? And so, like I said, the Pan-African ideology is just bad. You're a black man. We're in a black world and everything like that. So we basically just build Africa because the enemy in the Pan-African in the West, we see Africa as one thing and we see the white man as another thing, right? In Africa, they don't see things in terms of race, you know? If a white person is born in Africa, the African will call him an African, you know? You can be born in China, you'll never be a Chinese, you know? But only in Africa, a white person will be given, oh, you're African too and everything. Because why? Because Africa is not an exclusive club. If Africa becomes an exclusive club where its membership is based on race, whether people like it or not, it's something to behold. But it's not like that. Right now, Africa has being African has no value, you know, to the world. So anybody feels like they could be an African, you know, they're like they're doing you a favor by calling themselves African. Go ahead, Confaro.
Yeah, I get that. I understand that. So, I come online, I talk to people. Most of these people are really like young. They're just on the YouTube for entertainment. I'm not really bothered what they say because they don't even know what they're doing. You know, to me, it's like really funny to see an African telling you they're against Pan-Africanism. That's just stupid. How can you even say that you're against Pan-Africanism? They're just saying that just for entertainment purposes. But this is the thing. So if you speak to Africans, like elderly Africans who like involved in politics, who involved in Pan-Africanism, the idea of Pan-Africanism, I understand, it's not actually a black identity, okay, a black identity movement. No, like it's really big in the West. The own idea of Pan-Africanism is on a national level, it's on a continental level. To them, Pan-Africanism is like seeing African countries, all of them trying to work together for the benefit of the continent. That's why when you come to Pan-Africanist movement, like maybe in a really high level, like talking about the African Union kind of thing, you know, people don't like that. You see people who are non-black, and to them it's okay. But I realize that that is not okay when you talk with people from the West. So why do you think they don't have to be there, despite they are part of the African continent? Or do you think non-black people can be part of the Pan-African movement in Africa? Can they be?
Well, this is my opinion, right? The original OAU, right, was founded in Liberia, then Ethiopia, right? It was based on the fact that when you look at when Tubman, Sekou Touré, and Kwame Nkrumah, like, these three men met in the hills of Liberia called Senequele, which we're going to go there next year, you know? And they had the idea, because there was a lot of Marcus Garvey people living in Liberia. They said, well, for decades, they were saying, we need to organize newly independent African countries under an idea of Pan-Africanism, right? And it also, really, to be honest with you, it also, although North Africa, the Casablanca group, Libya, Egypt, weren't necessarily black, right? Because at the time, you got to understand, so the time period, right? When those countries were poor, like Egypt was poor, Libya was poor, Algeria was fighting the French. One of the bloodiest wars of liberation.
Exactly.
Is Algeria. So there was a basic in French, the Moroccans were fighting Spain, you know, and Portugal and over the Western Sahara. There was a basic kinship because all these countries were underdeveloped. They were third world, right? So therefore, Arabs, Berbers, and everybody that would show up to black conferences and everything, and they were embraced. You know what I'm saying? Although they weren't black, right? But things have changed now, right? You got Egypt becoming developed and modern. Morocco developed. Algeria developed, right? They're going to Europe, right? They're going to the Arab world and everything. So the same thing that they felt, kinship they felt with Black Africa is not there no more. Now, 40, 50, 60 years ago, I would say, yes, who cares about that, right? But now, you got people who have ties to the Arab world. That's compromised, right? You have Indians on the continent, right? Indians on the continent are very united, right? The Indians in Durban are connected with the Indians in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, Kenya, all over the continent. These Indian companies are working together. They're Team India. There's a compromise, right? So therefore, if you give them the same power and recognition as a Black African, right? The Black African doesn't have a chance on his own continent. You see what I mean? So therefore, what I'm saying is, I would say, if you live on a continent, right, the people should be recognized that when we talk about Africa, right, we're talking about the indigenous people of Africa. And also the African Union, unlike the OAU, does not really, right, since it's not based on race, right, does not say, look, the fundamental problem with Africa, right, wasn't colonialism, right? They changed colonialism, right, to transatlantic slave trade to colonialism, right? What hurt Africa, right, wasn't colonialism. It was a transatlantic slave trade, right? And the Arab slave trade on the eastern coast. The millions of people have taken off the continent. That's why Africa is behind the rest of the world, right? So therefore, there's nothing in the charter of the African Union that says, how do we bring millions of Black people from the West, from Brazil, from America, from Canada, into the continent, right? And the only thing we come up with is the idea of the Afrikstan, right? Which means territory, new territories and city-states, right? That are set aside, like Dubai has with the OAU, United Arab Emirates has with Dubai, building new cities and territories, right? Where Black people from the diaspora can settle, right, in semi-autonomous territories, right, and be able to contribute and live on the continent and everything, and stop the bleeding of African brain power going to the West. Right now, Africa has a brain drain, a brain drain, and so therefore, how do you engage 200 million people of Black African descent in America? The African America is the largest, most powerful group of Black people on the planet, right? And you got Afro-Brazilians, you got people from the Caribbeans that are really coming up, you got all these people, education. And Africa basically doesn't know how to engage. Look at the Chinese, right? The Chinese did, how China developed, right? China reached into its diaspora. It went to the Chinatowns all over the world and said, you have a responsibility to help your motherland. And a lot of Chinese came in there and they were given loans and businesses to start up and everything, help build China. That has not happened. Africa has not reached into the African diaspora and said, look, that's real Pan-Africanism, and they have not made a way. China basically started building new cities and everything where millions of Chinese could come and live and open businesses, open banks, and open stuff like that, invest in industries and everything like that. It was policy that was put in place. Now, what you said about the other people and everything, the Israelis, Israel is part of the African Union. They're not there they're trying to.
Your background is loud, brother. Your background is loud, so you have to control your background.
Okay.
Not you, color.
I think he muted.
You mean me? My background is loud.
It sounds all right now.
It sounds all right.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I'm a really quiet room, so I don't understand why.
It might have been me. Hold up. Okay.
But you're both good now. Perfect.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that Israel is there representing itself, right? All these countries in Africa that non-Black are basically working for themselves. The people from India, right, all over the continent, right, they're given special treatment. What do you think about the Lebanese? The Lebanese are all the way. Kapar, you gotta mute yourself, brother. You beat yourself. The Lebanese, if you have the African Free Trade Zone, who's going to benefit from that? Somebody from Vietnam or Lebanon that live in the Francophone countries are going to have access to the whole continent and political protection, and favoritism. So they're using African institutions to facilitate themselves. How does Africa benefit? How's that Pan-Africanism? So you could say the the African Union is not a Pan-African institution, and so therefore, Black people are too nice, with other people. Do you think you will see Black people in the EU and stuff like that, or Black member state in the EU? No. Do you see Black countries in the Arab League? No. Do you see African countries in the Association of Asian Nations? No. In the Pacific Island country? No. It's only in Africa where people could come in and set up their own thing and working for their own interests and everything, and we're just so accommodating for everybody else. You got white Afrikaners, right, who have access to the whole entire continent, right, or racist, or racist and everything, and they basically, and also there's still sanctions on Zimbabwe, Why are there still sanctions on Zimbabwe? Why haven't now African leaders said, well, we'll take those sanctions on Zimbabwe? So why? Because there's not a Pan-African pro-Black spirit there. You're just a member state. And also, let's the elephant in the room. All these states in Africa, the exception of Liberia and Ethiopia, were created by Europeans. We're still going by the same boundaries and borders created by Europeans. It doesn't even make any logical sense. For example, about Amazonia, right? Only in Africa, right, do a region say, look, we're English speaking, we have our area, we want to govern ourselves. And there's nothing in the African Union says, let's hear their case and give them support. There's no African Union military peacekeeping or development bank and everything to give a new state a start. Look at Biafra, they say, look, they have legitimate reasons to want to succeed from Nigeria, right? In Europe, right, the Barcelonans want to succeed from Spain. They had a vote like a civilized society did, and they voted to stay in Spain. The Scotland wanted to secede from Great Britain. The British didn't send the Royal Navy and the Guard, and then they killed them and slaughtered them and everything. They had a vote, and they decided to stay there. That's what civilized people do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I just want to come. You have said a lot. I will try to go through your points. Yeah. First of all, I just want to start from what you said. Like this, the voting thing. Africans don't respect voting. You understand? To them, when you vote, they have a result. Well, if I don't accept it, then I can go ahead, start rioting. For example, let's talk about the Amazonia. I'm from that region. We voted 3 times, 2 times to be part of Cameroon. It was a vote, and the majority of the people voted to join French Cameroon. That was in 1972. Okay, maybe things have not gone out, do not work the way they expected, but they actually voted and they accepted to be part of that country. They didn't want to be part of Nigeria. So for whatever reason, and they think they can succeed now, but to me that's just some BS. It's not going to happen. They should stop. If not, a lot of people, innocent people, would die. And they would.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me ask you a question, right?
But let me continue. Yeah.
There's a lot of people in Amazon, I know a couple of them, right, who say, look, they're being neglected by the French government.
Yeah,
they don't speak French, everything.
Yeah.
And they say now
I'm from Amazonia, okay?
Right,
I was
learn to us, sir, so we can hear clearly about.
Yeah, I'm from Amazonia. We were part of the DDI when Amazonia started. We were part of that. We were part of a sacred society. I don't want to call it secret society. We're part of a sacred group. Each month, it was in the diaspora. Each one, it was compulsory for everyone to contribute $150. It was so much money, and we had people down in the country. We were sabotaging places. We paid people. We had people who were like Cameroonians who were part of the American military, the British military. They gave us military tactics, but it was not to fight the Cameroon military, because they told these guys clear, you can't fight the Cameroon military. You should have some kind of guerrilla warfare. Try to sabotage economic places. Maybe attack on foreign businesses that they are really comfortable, and you sabotage them so that they will leave. Then the country will feel this economic impact and they will come to talk. That was the idea of Amazonia. It was not going to attack the Cameroon military, because to be honest, they cannot. They don't have the capacity to organize the Cameroon military. But again, having said that, even in Ambazonia, there's a lot of people who don't agree on how to proceed. So because of that, it was one group. So due to this unity, the president, they call him Seseko Ayoktabe, he was in Nigeria, and the Cameroonian government, they had this some kind of diplomatic connection with the Nigerian government, and they had to send a special jet to go and kidnap people, political asylum seekers in Nigeria. It was something that he was not supposed to do internationally. They sent them, the Nigerian Secret Service arrested those people and brought them to Cameroon like criminals. It was something unheard of. And these people now that have been jailed have been given like 7, 12 years, 25 years jail sentence for creating to destabilize the country. After that, the Ambazonian thing has just become, I don't know, it's not working anymore. It's not what people expect.
Did you hear about what happened in Maryland 2 weeks ago?
What?
Did you hear about what happened in Maryland? A bunch of people from Amazonia got busted for trying to ship guns, crates loads of guns to Amazonia.
Yeah, okay. There's something that they call, they call it county for county. It was a new thing that the new guy that called himself president came about. And to me, it was a mistake. I'm really close to these people. I was talking, I don't want to say something, okay? But the idea is you should try to protect your own area. And I told them that is wrong. You can't bring that kind of idea that stay in your own area and just protect your own area, because they've got some areas that the people are more energetic, they're more pushing, and some other areas that they're just laid back because they don't see it.
Let me ask you a question, Kafaro. You know, Cameroon was once by Germany. It was created by Germany, carved out by Germany. It overlaps different ethnic groups and everything. Why are you still beholden? It was given to the French after World War I. Why are you guys still beholden to boundaries and that laid out by Europeans? That's not, the country wasn't created organically.
Yeah.
Why are you still
Kala, I know people bring that idea so much, but if I tell you, if Africa was not carved out like this, I know it's a bad thing, there'll be so much war and tribal conflicts in Africa. If you know how many tribal groups are in that African continent, and if we expected each tribal group to be its own country,
no.
Okay.
Let me say this. I don't agree with that. I do agree that you understand something how civilization works, right? Do you know, like 2,000 years ago, and I say this all the time, West Africa and Africa is like 2,000 years behind the rest of the world. And its transatlantic slave trade made it even worse. France was 1,000 different tribes, right? But now they're all Frenchmen. After the occupation, right? Germany and Britain was nothing but a savage islands and everything, with Saxons, Celts, Normans, and all these other people warring with each other and everything. When Rome came there, they became civilized and they educated everything. They started seeing themselves as part of the British Island. They came together. The Saxons, the Normans, and the Vikings, and all those other people came together. And so what I'm saying is this, though. What is it about Africa, right? And this is really, really the biggest threat to the idea of Pan-Africanism, right? Because Pan-Africanism is really a Western ideology. Because we as Black people in the West, we just don't see tribe, we see race, And so, but Africans basically, and like I said, I don't think every African country should have their own country, right? But if you have tribes and everything that have similar background, wouldn't education, socialization, intermarriage, trade, and everything like that, it worked in Singapore, right? Singapore, you have to educate the people to see themselves as Singaporeans, right? And that's why I say, and also it has to be language, right? If the Amazonian people speak English, right, that's something to build around, That's something to build around, And the whole idea is not even just an independent nation state, but what about some sort of autonomous territory which the local people could govern themselves, tax themselves, and provide for their own development and security? You mean tell me you'll be against that too?
No, okay. Yeah, okay. This is the thing. The Amazonia in itself, that region, is made up of almost 80 different tribes. You understand? They're trying to use English like a unifying factor, but it is not. We have people within that tribal groups that don't that rival each other. At for some historical facts. But again, these people claim they are being marginalized. Well, they have a reason because they think that region is rich. But I will tell you, in Cameroon, even if you go to Mvomeka, that's the village of the president. There's no road there. You go to the east. That's people in where they live. The French people live in Marua, Gandere. You have towns that are dilapidated. The economic is even worse than those in this Ambazonia region. Most of these people who say that, well, they've not traveled the country so much. But I get them. The problem is that the French is the dominant language. That's true. Okay.
And also, with the French being the dominant language, right?
The French is the dominant language because the French is the majority. Sometimes I think we have a minority problem. You understand? French is almost 81% of that country. You understand? That is just the fact. You understand? So we need to try to meet in and try to create the country. The country is actually trying. It's actually trying. They're trying to divide the political milieu in a way that people don't really feel it. What actually the president is doing. He's trying to separate. He's trying to mix up the country in such a way that you don't have to feel you're from this area, you're from this area. He did something this other time that was really, really interesting. Now, we have universities, but he said if we create faculties of universities in every part of the country, people are not going people are not going to mingle. So what he decided, he said, okay, I'm going to make, like, for example, the faculty of agriculture is really, really big. Instead of us having the faculty of agriculture in our university, let's take it to the north where the Hausas and the Fulanis are. So if you're going to do agriculture, you need to go to the north and mingle with those people. For medicine, let's send it to the south. And that is working. In my town, I didn't see people speaking French, but now we have one of the biggest nursing faculty of the university, and everyone is coming. It's a way to mix up the country, and people don't see. Some of these ambassador people, I was there before, but it was great. What we're going for a federation. That's the official, that's what the ambassador people wanted. It was a 1961 federation that we could be as an autonomous state. It was not secession. Even in the Amazonia, a lot of people are against secession because they know that it's not going to work. But let's keep on Amazonia. Let's come somewhere. Let's say something else. You were talking about Africa is not creating provision for the African diaspora to come to the continent. But this is my question. Is the African diaspora interesting? Is it like a big group of people? It's just some few people like Pan-Africanists who wants to come back? Because if you look, like, for example, let's take America. I think America is the most vocal out of Africa, black people in the world. But even in America, not everyone is interested in coming to Africa. Some people just want to be Americans. Some wants to be Indians, whatever. You can't deny them. So if the African Union say, okay, I want Africans to come back, they're going to include people who are not interested, and that's going to be some kind of a problem. So I don't know what the African diaspora, what are you actually doing to show that we are interested?
Let me say this, right? Okay, this is what happens when, like I said, unfortunately, black people in America really don't have a government. Like we have to basically swallow our pride and also realize that we're in the United States and everything. We have to use the United States, whatever it is. We can do it on a local level, right? We have states. Black people in America control major cities in America, stuff like that. There's literally billions and billions of dollars in pension funds and everything that cities invest in sovereign wealth all over the world, stuff like that. And some of that money can be steered towards Africa. Here's the problem. Here's the thing, right? When Indians come into Africa, Chinese come into Africa, they first come in on high level thing. There'll be a major manufacturing company, a major construction company, a major whatever logistics company will come in and stuff like that. And then what will happen is once that's secured, right, you have this major investment from the Indians, whatever, right, that secondary Indians will come in, right, small mom and pop shops and everything like that, education. And the next thing you know, you got a whole community over there, you know. But when I'm seeing, like, when the President Ruto says, oh, we want African Americans to come over there, right? Instead of him saying, look, man, before I bring African Americans over here, let me reach out to Robert Smith, African American billionaire, you know. Let me reach out to this person right here and whatnot and say, look, we need help developing this. You know, we can invest in this. It's a long term, just like that. Once you basically get with those sort of black people in America that got the money, the power, and contention, everything like that, then it'll be more attractive to the large numbers of African Americans that come over there. Right now, what you got is the people that want to go over there, they're going on emotion. They're not going on a plan. If you bring African Americans that have an investment group and whatnot, you know, that have a multi-million-dollar investment group, or that have securities companies and stuff like that, that can invest in banking, invest in real estate and stuff like that, you know, those are the type of people that can be targeted.
Yeah, okay. Let me just cut you short. Okay, you said that we're not reaching out. Do you think we should reach out, or do you think these people should be the one reaching out? You mentioned the Chinese, the Lebanese. I don't believe the African government went and reached out to the Lebanese that we want people to come and invest. I think those people were the ones that said, you know what, there's opportunity down there in Africa. Let's go and get those opportunities. I don't actually believe if African American billionaires reach out, let's say even Ruto, and say, we are these billionaires, we want this to do this in your country, he's going to say, come. But sometimes I know they don't do it because most people, though you are Black Americans, most people still think maybe they'll be mingling into Americans people's business. If, for example, a group of Africans say, okay, let's go to America and take the African American, that may create some kind of diplomatic situation with the American government. So I don't think they want to make that move. But if those people you're talking about those billionaires, they said, you know what, let's go and make this move in Africa, they will be welcome. I think I've already set the base. We have the sixth region of African Union. I don't know what's doing, but that is the base. People can use that as a bridge to come out. But if you just think these African people are going to reach out, they may be mingling in the affairs of the United States of America, and no one wants to have problem with America. You understand?
Right. Let me say this. When Nelson Mandela won the presidency, right, the first thing he did was he reached out to the African Americans, right? Because it was just what happened. A lot of American corporations said they were slow dragging their feet to come to South Africa, or back to South Africa, Ford and everything like that, Pepsi and everything like that. So what happened was Nelson Mandela said, I want to make a special provision for African American businessmen to come over here, right? And so what happened was American companies said, okay, we want to go to South Africa. And there was a lot of African Americans who took jobs with these companies and airlines and all this stuff like that, and went to South Africa in '94, you know, and basically went over there and to take up jobs that were once by white Americans. You know, they went to show their business acumen, skills, and everything like that. And also the Black economic empowerment in South Africa also includes African Americans. Now, when you say the sixth region, right, the African Union does not have any real power. Show me anything that they can mandate, or they can basically, they can't stop a war. They can't, you know, the African Union is funded by Chinese and everybody else. It does not have the money or the wherewithal or could hold anybody to a treaty. Is there anything binding that the African Union signed that any country in Africa has to abide by? Any sort of agreement? Did you know about?
Yeah, they've got their own treaties. They've got a lot of treaties. It might not be like really big, but they've got so many treaties that.
Well, let me give me an example. What treaty that says, okay, you got to do this and everything? If not, there's penalty or whatever like that if you don't abide by that. Does African Union have that power?
Well, I've not looked into it into details, but I've got some documentation I'll need to read. But I believe that each member of the African Union has a duty and maybe have some contribution that they have to do to the African Union, and they have the African, the African, you know, the African military, you know, peacekeeping. It might not be powerful, but they're there. They are doing peacekeeping mission in some African Union countries, and each countries need to send a particular amount of soldiers. But it's
So you
based
can say
still on on a voluntary
the African Union
on
have
a
a
voluntary
thing. They could deal with Boko Haram, Al Shabaab, and
yeah, they're trying. They're trying. It's a terrorist group. Boko Haram is a terrorist group. Even America, how great it is, it's difficult for them to infiltrate and destroy terrorist group. They're trying. They're right now in Somalia. You know, they are in the Sahel. They're trying. They're doing some work. You understand? It's really difficult to fight a terrorist group, no matter
Another
how
thing I
big
want to
they
ask
are.
you, Kafaro, is this, right? We talked about that, but as far as like African American businessmen and stuff like that, right? I know people say, "Oh, we don't mess with America and whatnot," But you gotta say African Americans are U.S. citizens, right? If people
Yeah.
are doing lawful business on the continent, right, there's not going to be any problem, right? You got African Americans who are doing business and all over the continent, right? It's not really publicized and everything like that. They're doing large business in different countries and everything. And we do got African American manufacturers and stuff like that here in America and everything. But what I'm saying is the Chinese, right? What they do is they put a thing. And also, when you guys says about America, right? When we come to Africa, right, we're not going to do what the Chinese do. You see, the Chinese are over there raping coltan and cobalt or not, using 4-year-old labor, 4-year-olds to, we played the video, 4-year-olds to, they're getting hands of damage because they're picking coltan rocks out of the thing to India, right? And then they sell them to the Chinese. We're not going to do that sort of business. We're not going to do exploitation business. That's the difference between us. And I think was we as African Americans, right, for the most part, and we come to the continent, we want to do the right thing. We come from a standpoint of we're going to invest, we're going to build. Like the Chinese people and all these other people, look up what the Chinese people pay Africans. They take in millions of billions. Chinese, the president of Congo said, we want the friggin' the Chinese out. They're coming over here getting rich off of the wealth in the Congo, right? And the people are still living in squalor. I don't see us African Americans doing stuff like that, but the Chinese will, the Lebanese will. They'll come in rates because they have these predatory atmospheres. When they come up with money, they buy off politicians. When they get what they want and everything like that. So it's hard to compete with that sort of atmosphere because we're coming with the standpoint of we're going to set up a legit business. We're going to build Africa. They don't care about building Africa. We're coming here because we want to build Africa. And all we're saying is we need this right sort of partnership thing. We need to start with 1 or 2 countries that will listen to us and say, look, this is a long-term plan. This is where we could get U.S. funding because there's billions of dollars that the United States give out to people who want to invest in countries like Africa. Africa has an African Growth and Opportunities Act, And also, so what I'm saying is if we come over to Africa, we're going to try to do the right thing, right? And
yeah, that's the thing right there, Color Genesis. That the want to do the right thing. I understand. But for you to come and navigate your way into Africa, you must first be an African. I don't mean you need to change. You must understand the system. You must be part of the system to change it. That's why I tell people, if you just want to come and you want to change things, automatically you're going to get a lot of backlash. You need to come and be part of the system. If it requires you to befriend a corrupt politician that has got influence, you need to be part of that system. That's just the truth. That's why these people mingle easily. They don't come to change things. They want to be Africans, then they navigate. So you too can use their strategy. Come, be part of the system. Then when you've got the power, you try to do things your own way. It's going to go. But you can come and tell the president, these people, no, this is wrong. You're gonna get backlash. That's just African. It's a different mindset, which is wrong, and it needs to be changed. So for you to change it, you need to be part of it. I've got a business. Sometimes I go to the taxation office. I'll need to bribe. You understand? Not because I know it's good, but you need to be part of that system. Then you change it. It's gradually we're gonna get the real people because we can all agree that we don't have the right leadership in Africa. We don't have the right leadership. People are just there just to make some short income money. They don't even think about money for the future. So the idea that we want to come and do the right thing is a good thing, but you need to first do what you need to be like they say when you go to Rome, do what the Romans do. then you change. Because if you come to the right thing, you may have the best idea, but you might be rejected, and a lot of people might suffer. That's what that's. Do you think these Chinese don't know what they're doing is wrong? They're just trying to be part of the system that is corrupt. If the system is bad, you not blame the Chinese. You blame the Africans for getting that kind of system that has got a lot of flaws. You understand?
Yeah. So that's why I say the Pan-African name only. People, I have these conversations. See, all the stuff you say, I know. I know it's not going to be easy. Like Umar John says, oh, we're going to build a unified Africa and whatnot. The average African is not thinking about your unified, Americanized Pan-African, black power, everything. That's a joke. You know, the average African is thinking about how to eat, how to freaking be better his next meal. What is he going to do for the next day? He's not thinking about some grand Pan-Africanist scheme. That's why, in my opinion, right, black people in America is we need to start small. We need to take a country like Liberia. It's a country that we have familiarity with and stuff like that, and establish a base, economic, social, political, economic base that we can engage the rest of the continent. That's my dream and goal. Once we establish institutions and buildings and stuff like that, then we can engage the rest of the continent in a position of power and strength. You know, we're not going to do it from the United States. There's got to be a country in Africa that we have that soft landing, that we are on the continent from a position of power and strength. You know
exactly. Again, you don't actually need to go there yourself. It might create some kind of bring back some kind of memory. You can buy politicians and make them influence your coming. That's what you might do that. Okay, you might say, okay, let's not put your face in this thing. Okay, let's get some people who are just behind the scene and buy them and influence them to pave the way for us. That's going to be easy. It might work. You understand? You get people who are there, Liberians, and influence them. You might even pay people to become president. It's possible. Liberia is not that big country, and I think it can be doable. I always talk like Togo. Maybe it's French. Togo is a small country, maybe just 5 million people. 2 million African Americans.
Yeah, I would Togo's. I love Togo. We got a lot of Togo here in Virginia Beach. Togolese people are real nice people, but I can't.
Exactly. You can use your money. That's what the Europeans do. They're not there. They just use money and pay they pay politicians. I tell you, we've been doing that. We had one, they call him a divisional inspector. It's the highest rank of the Cameroon police force, 6 stars. We're paying that guy almost not that much, $500 a month. He gave us so much information. He was giving us information, plans. You can do that easily. You don't need to go and start fighting with these locusts. You need to understand the African mindset. You can navigate.
Oh, I know.
But
I know. You know what I'm saying? A little small goes a long way.
Exactly. Don't just go want to change things.
I got into the Ducor Hotel with $5. Oh, okay, come in here. $5. Come right on in.
Exactly. Gentlemen, if you can hold for a few seconds. Wakanda, welcome to the call. Welcome to the call, brother.
Thank you, guys.
What's on your mind tonight?
Not much. You guys are up late. Yeah, I like it. So, what you guys are you? Is this any potentials in Africa to invest and stuff like that?
Yeah. Okay. So let's go back. Yeah, I'm in Africa. If you want to invest in Africa, I actually have a agricultural business. I think that's the best way. You understand? But you need to be in Africa most of the time. Agriculture is cheap in most African countries for you to navigate it. You just need like really simple equipment, not really high tech, and you're gonna have a turnover gradually. You understand? Agriculture.
So which country are you?
I'm from Cameroon. You know, agriculture is a big thing. The government is so open and lenient when it comes to agriculture, and even school. You have almost maybe zero tax if you have a school. You can open a little kindergarten and start preaching your Pan-Africanist thing there. You know, schooling is another one. When you say school, you don't need to build a big ass building. You can be like 5-6 blocks. You know, you just get some little curriculum. It's a school, make it more secure. You know, it's a big business. A lot of Cameroonians in the West, they've got schools, private schools. You know, that's an easy one that you will not have a lot of competition. So agriculture and schooling, if you tell me, it's easier and you don't need so much money to to
Yeah,
start
my
such
experience is
business.
like in the Horn of Africa. I've been there a lot.
Where? What part?
Ethiopia,
I don't
Eritrea.
really know much about the East Horn of
I think
Africa.
Bomani has been there, yeah, quite a few times.
Yeah, so that's good. So Pan-Africanism, is this just only a name thing? I don't think so. I don't think so. Before Pan-Africanism, it was for some elite class, maybe in Africa, but now the young people, maybe thanks to the internet, they're more exposed. I see them use words that they didn't use before. You understand? It's an
How is
ideology.
it like? Let me ask you, Kifaru. So for example, in Ethiopia, like if you're a foreigner, you basically cannot, if you don't have like at least $1 million or something, if you don't invest like I don't know, like 5 million or so, you cannot own anything basically. I don't know how it is in
Yeah,
Cameroon.
I think most countries they're trying to protect their local citizens. I think it's logical for countries to do things like that. You understand? But that is just so much bureaucracy. If you
Is it the
actually
same in
want to,
Cameroon though?
yeah, if you actually like in Cameroon, I think even to own land, people complain about Ghana. It's maybe even strict in Cameroon to own land, but people still navigate around that thing. You understand? If you actually want to do something, you need to manage the risks. Even for Cameroonians to own land, it's still complicated. So I don't know about foreigners, but no one is gonna get you land from you if you have the actual government official who's behind you. So you need to know how to navigate the system. Know how to navigate the system. Know the people who actually matter. Like in Cameroon, the people that are actually who've got so much power are what they call the governors. You understand? If you've got the governor or someone in the governor's office who knows about you, knows about what you're doing, you're covered. There's no one that is higher in that province more than that governor.
So you have to use a like sort of a connection, right? There's no
You
established
have
rule.
yes, just to be in the safe side. It just depends what you want to do. If you want to come and invest in something really big, you need to have those connections. There's no way you can come in and someone might
So
just
that
bring you
person
some
can just
problem.
take your money and just run away with it. Like if it's not on the law, if it's not on the paper, if it's not an established rule, if you're just solely relying on your connection,
Yeah, again,
that
if
person
if
can turn against you and just rob you.
if you just come as an individual, an isolated person in a rural area doing some businesses, it just depends what you're doing. But why would you want to give someone money? You understand? So, for example, I tell people if you want to come to Cameroon and get land, come with a plan. Don't just come and get the land and go away because Cameroonians will take that land and sell it to someone else. But if you come with a plan, you have this land, and the next the following month or two, you start doing something. Maybe you have some kind of excavator working on that land, creating something. No one is going to come there. But if they just see that land, they just think, oh, there's no one there. And
So
people
like
might do
how's the
some.
land? Like is it a lease? Like the government owns the land in
Yes,
Cameroon?
it's leased for some time, but you can still buy land from tribal people, from people from particular ethnic group. You can still buy land for them. But I think in Cameroon, the government still owns the land. You understand? If the government wants to do something with that land, according to paper, they will compensate you.
No, I
Yeah,
see. I see.
they will compensate you. But they just say that, but look, Cameroon is really massive greenery. If you're trying to get land in a really popular area, you might be in problem. But get land in like a jungle. But the thing is, Cameroon is a jungle, and to develop that land, that's the problem. It's gonna cost you so much because they've got
Yeah,
trees and things like that.
there is a lot of
Yeah.
pushback nowadays because the continental Africans are looking at other diaspora Africans as new colonizers. There is a pushback.
No, I don't. No, I don't think so. I don't really think so. I don't think these people care. I don't think these people really care.
At the
How
end
is
of
it
the
a
day,
pushback?
I'm saying like they don't want an influx of like a lot of diasporans coming there and taking the resource.
I
I heard
think
some
I think
channels.
you're talking mostly about Ghana because there's so much. Maybe you go somewhere else. Maybe everyone is going to Ghana. Some Ghanaians have got some but I don't know, history with some African Americans. I don't want to generalize. Some African Americans have got some bad history with Ghanaians. They want to generalize. But if Ghana is getting saturated, go elsewhere. Go elsewhere.
That
You
is
know,
right.
yeah, just go elsewhere and be something new. I've seen African Americans who in Senegal, they don't have so much complaint. You
Yeah.
understand? They're not complaining so much like the ones in Ghana. I know the English thing is an easy way for you to go and communicate talking about French, but you never know. The
Is
English,
the
everyone
French
speaks
like most
English.
people speak French in Cameroon?
Yes, but they do speak English. Most people speak English and French, but they understand. They understand you, and you understand themselves. Don't you? It's okay. I've been to countries that I had no idea what language they speak, but gradually I could navigate myself. I think if
Yeah.
there's a will, you're going to do it. I don't really think Africans, they're not worried about African Americans. The French Africa, they worry about the French and the Chinese. That's the people they worry about. They're not worried about African diaspora. I think they even like to welcome these people. Just because one person in Ghana have got an issue with an African American, I don't think it means so much. Yeah. So Pan Africanism, is it just a name thing, Carl? I don't think so. I think we are on this stage that we talk about it now more. And if I've been noticing that new African presidents, they're getting more Pan-Africanists, they're getting more conscious. Like someone like Ruto, you see the speeches they make, Ramaphosa. You see how these people are beginning to challenge this Western ideal, this Western president. When they go into conference, they ask questions that he was unheard of before. Before it was just like the master and yes, sir, okay, yes, and that. But these people now, you can see the difference, and people are beginning to notice it. There's a change. It might be gradual,
Yeah.
but it's there. It's
I
building.
think part of the
It's
problem is
building.
like Pan-Africanism is not well defined. Like it's vulnerable to different interpretations. I guess a lot of people have different versions.
Yeah, we said that with Keller before. That's what I said. Maybe in the West, it's a different interpretation. It's more of like a black identity movement. It's black people need to come together, but in the African continent, it's more of a political and economic movement,
Yeah.
and that's where they have there's a little bit
So
of
you're saying
confusion.
like there are two versions of Pan-African.
Yeah, but they can work together. That's why we're talking with one people. They're talking about how the Arabs, they had to create the Arab League. They're part in Africa. Yes, okay, you can't stop them. We, the black people, like let's say the Niger Congo, okay, Niger Congo, we can create our own black movement inside Africa. We don't need to go and fight the African Union. The African Union can remain for political and economic whatever. But within that, the Arabs they want to create the Arab League. We can try
So
to
you
create
mean like
our
the
own.
Niger Congo? That's the language group, right?
Yes. Well, the Niger Congo is mostly black Africans. That's like
So you're
it's just
excluding them people like the Kushites, whatever
yeah, they are different. They have different culture. It's not that we're excluding them. They are different. They
How
it
so?
is yeah, they have a different culture, completely different culture.
So you think like all the Niger Congo language speaking people have a similar culture?
We not like similar culture, but we can actually relate. For example, I'll give you an example. If I go to like Ethiopia, Somalia, Djibouti, I will stand out, and that is already a different.
No,
But
no,
in
no.
most
You know?
African countries, I'm talking. I don't know. In most African countries, I will not. In most Niger Congo region, I will not.
Yeah, but like within those countries that you mentioned, there are significant populations group that still look like you. Like within
But that is not the
Somalia,
thing. Yeah, but we
yeah.
can't. The minority is not the rule. But that is not someone that looks
You
like me.
think
It's
so?
not
They
the,
discriminate. You think based on that? You think you'll be
well, someone like me though, is not the face of Somalia. Someone like me is not the face of Ethiopia. Someone like me is not the face of Djibouti. But someone like me can be the face of any other African, Niger, Congo people. That's just my point.
yeah?
Look,
I understand perfectly what
yeah,
you're
it's
saying.
not that we're excluding them, but it's just the fact. I think they would do well if they create their own union. You understand? In that
Genesis would probably fit, right? And no, like I don't know. I don't know. Like what?
No, color genesis would just be in any Niger Congo region, you know.
No, I don't think so. You will fit right in Somalia.
Yes, some Somalis look like that. I'm not going to say all Somalis look the same, but that
All
is
he
just a
has to say
minority.
is like Salam alaikum, mashallah, stuff like that. You will fit right in.
Yeah.
But
So,
like,
but
yeah,
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 the
I see
Yeah,
your point though. Like this thing, Niger Congo, like that's the major, like, wow, that
yeah. When
pretty
people
much
talk about
includes.
when people talk about Niger Congo, about Africa, they're mostly referring to Niger Congo. That's
So
just the
like those
fact.
people, do you think they share the same phenotype and the same thing?
For the most part, there's some differences. You can get some
Can you
differences,
like
but
say? I'm trying to understand this as you. I like to be educated. So like, can you tell the difference between like a Ghanaian and a Nigerian and a Cameroonian by just looking at them? Can you do that?
no, never. That's even the worst.
Really?
You can't.
Is that right?
Even Cameroonians, you can't really tell. You know, people take me to be Nigerian. When I tell them Cameroon,
Oh,
they say,
okay.
no, you look Nigerian. Some people say you look Ghanaian. Because when they see you, you're darker, they just
Mm.
consider you to be Ghanaian because they will believe
Because I know for a
Ghanaians are
fact
like,
there are a lot of people, like at least there are about like 12 million people in Ethiopia that would look that have like those features.
yeah, yeah. I've seen Ethiopians that look, yeah,
Yeah.
but well, I don't want to get into that. So that is a really, that might just be me. Yeah, that might just
Yeah,
be
I mean, I
me.
don't want it to be like a
Yeah,
discouraging factor because
yeah.
you like if I
That
understand
might
your
just be me.
perception.
Yeah. There's always there's that divide, you know, not that because people hate people. People are
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
different.
yeah.
People have
You're
their own
right.
culture that they wanna be part of it. You can't force them. They see themselves different. And that's why we have that discussion and we say, okay, why is no Horn of African country part of the East African community? Why? Because maybe they don't really see themselves as that. That's an argument. None. None of them that are part of the East African community, but that is
But
East
like
Africa.
when you say East Africa, which
Why are they
countries?
not part of it? Why are they not?
Which country? I'm not sure which country. Right.
All of the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia, Somalia, Djibouti, and Eritrea. None of them. No.
Isn't the African Union in Ethiopia?
I'm talking about the East African community.
But like, isn't it like a bigger continental body? Like, isn't it like a
Yes,
more
yes, yes. We
traditional,
have the
more
ECOWAS,
continental
we have the
body?
SADC, yeah, we have the
No, I'm saying like
EAC.
let's start. I think that the first and the most well-established continental body in Africa is the African Union, and that's located in Ethiopia. So that should give you an idea that like that place must be sort of Pan-African oriented.
Yeah, the African Union is just a massive body. You understand? It's just big. People go there once a while, but what is happening within Africa is happening at regional level more. You understand? It's more
Mm.
the people and their neighbors. They have more ties. They're doing more like the African Union. The African Union is
Yeah.
there just to make sure that you don't fight each other. You understand? You don't go and you don't fight. But within regions, there's a lot going within regions, and that is something that everyone should be part of that region.
You know what? Like you're very realistic. I mean, you're not as animal. Like you don't. I don't get that vibe from you. Like it doesn't come from hate. You're just more realistic from
Yeah.
what I'm hearing from you. A lot of people echo your feelings in a more negative way.
No,
Uh,
no, no. You know, sometimes young people they need to grow up. They need to grow up. I like Ethiopia. You can't talk about Africa liberation without putting Ethiopia in it. You know, most people
yeah.
in Africa they talk about Ethiopia. They've not been there. Ethiopia, we can take out. You can even see. I tell people, look at most African people's flag. It's Ethiopia.
Yes. Yeah. And
Yeah.
the people there really don't have that kind of
Of course,
mindset.
they don't. Yeah, they
They
don't. I
don't.
know
They're not
that.
exclusive. They're not.
Exactly. So it's something that we're still different in a different way. You understand? We're still different. Maybe going right to Ethiopia, but I will tell you for a fact. I'm from a Central Africa region, Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Congo and the other Congo Libreville, there's no difference between those people.
Yeah,
You
like
look at you
you
would look at
your
them, you would
concern
not
is
tell, even culturally, you would not tell who is who, and even makes it worse that
yeah.
they all speak French.
I
You
understand. I understand you
cannot tell.
perfectly.
Maybe, yeah, exactly. So that region is the same. If you go to the Sahel, they are similar. Okay, West
But like,
Africa
can we
is
bridge that gap? Like, can we like bridge the gap between this perceived divide rather than
yeah,
just
okay, yeah, we can bridge the gap, but I think each country in itself needs to do its best to do okay. If you're doing okay within yourself, you're not even worried about these little things, okay? But
yeah.
if you're struggling in your own region, in your country, and someone comes from a different region that's doing better, there'll be some kind of animosity, you understand? So to actually bridge it, we need to start to work at our own national level. We need to have some
Where do you think
basics.
is currently where is the hot spot for like this animosity? Where do you think exists? Like, do you think there is like a big divide within the sub-Saharan Africans?
Uh, in the continent, I don't know. Okay, right in the continent, I think this divide thing is people who live in the West.
Yeah.
They're living in the white man's all the facilities in the white man. They're making some stupid comparison, but in Africa,
Yeah, that's what I'm
I don't
saying.
really know. I don't really. Wait, I'm
And
from like I don't know about the East Africa. Most people in the Central Africa, we don't really know much about that. When we talk about Kenyans, okay, before I came online, I was seeing Kenyans like some really, really skinny people, dark skinned people who know how to run because that's what I saw as a Kenyan, like this
yeah,
marathon, 500 meters. But when you come online now, you start seeing a different Kenya. So when you meet someone that knows a Kenya, that who Kenyans actually are, with your myopic idea of Kenya, you always go to get into a clash because what you're thinking about Kenya is not what he's thinking about Kenya. And gradually the education is coming, and people, though we come, we argue, but we learn. I've learned so much online, especially from east part of Africa. I had no
Kenya is
clue.
basically like very liberal in terms of different ethnic groups living together. We
Yeah,
have
because
like,
Kenya is like it's like the bridge between the two sides of Africa.
do you even have like a new Asian tribes being recognized as indigenous in Kenya? When I heard that, I was like,
Yeah,
what the fuck is going on? Like, they're
yeah,
becoming their own new tribe in Kenya, and
the
you have about
44,
like
yeah, the
hundred
44
thousand
tribe, yeah,
Indians. In a
the
sense, I
44
like the
tribe.
diversity, but like it's losing its fabric. Like it's not.
Are you African American?
Oh, I'm Ethiopian, man.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, okay. So you're Ethiopian. So I wanted to ask you the question, but now you're Ethiopian. So you're already African. I was thinking, Kala, can you go to Kenya and get your own tribe as well? It seems it's easier over there. So, okay, Kala, do you think? Okay, let's talk about ADOS, right? To me, the idea of ADOS is not a bad idea. Some people are trying to make it bad, but I
They don't.
believe, yeah, ADOS. I think if Joe, do you think African Americans should come to Africa as Americans or should just come and blend as Africans?
Well,
Color.
me personally, this is what I feel. We're like, if you look at African Americans, our culture. Well, I don't believe in the ADOS, FBA stupid nonsense, right? But African Americans, right, are as a people, right, are 400 years old. We're almost as old as some of the recognized tribes. Africa, Zulu is only 200 years old, And like I said, we have definitely a definite way of thinking and everything like that, which is race based, and we have a world view and stuff like that. And we basically have things that we have definitely a world view that just can't die. The influence that we have in music and art and culture and everything. We're one of the competing races of people on the planet. So I think that African Americans is going to just disappear into Africa. No, but what could happen is a fusion culture. Where if you look at like Asia right now, right, they have fusion cultures, right, where you can go to Thailand, right, and you have a Vietnamese community there, right, they're adding their culture. You have a Taiwanese community there, and they all walk in the streets. They're all Asians, but you'll say, "Oh, let me get some Thai food. Let's get some Vietnamese food." Oh, I got this Vietnamese actress that's on television tonight and stuff like that. You can do stuff like that. But this idea that somebody has to lose who they are, their identity, is not really a thing. We have black people in the world have to start valuing what we are. You know, I mean, I'm not going to lose my identity, who I am, because of disrespect to my ancestors and everything like that. It's me to remain who I am. Now, what I add and blend and add on certain things to my culture. If I go to another country, yes, I'm absorb some of the local culture and everything like that. But fundamentally, I am what I am. You know, that's the way it has to be.
I agree with him. That's the right answer, because like they have become their own new ethnic group, and you cannot just erase that.
That's for sure.
You lose your mind. You know, you lose your mind. You are what you are in everything. And when you what happens is that's where a lot of African Americans are having problems in Africa, right? They went to Africa for the wrong reasons. Let's say the pain of African American slavery. It's all about slavery. Black people want to go to Africa and forget slavery and want to forget racism. I hear it all the time. We had a guy named Navigate Freely that lives in Ghana right now. I don't want to do Africa. Why? Because he probably was losing in America, right? Being African American has always done me well. You know, I was treated like a prince in my community. Our community gave me everything, you know, my culture. Yeah. But if you're coming from the losing side of Black America, you're like, oh, I'm gonna go to Africa. Then when they go to Africa and when the first time they don't get accepted 100%, you know, these people go, oh my God, they like this, you know. And so instead of me, like even when I go to Liberia, right? Even though Liberian culture and Africa are so similar, right? I never forget I'm African American when I'm there. You know, I'm African American, and they accept me for what I am, and I'm never trying to be a Liberian. When I speak the Kolokwa and everything like that, and they love the fact that I know the food and the language, the dialect and everything like that. But I never forget who I am. When you forget who you are, that's when you get hurt. You know, because they're gonna remind you every once in a while that oh, over here.
Do you think, Kala? But do you think like there is like I think one of the concerns that I hear from continental Africans is when African Americans travel to continental Africans, there is a little bit of like a superiority complex.
Well, I don't think it's a superiority complex, right? I just think that there's the wrong people go to the continent, right? And like I said, when Rome do as the Romans do, right? I think it's more not so much as culture as class. I think first of all, if you're African American, right, and I see this all the time, right, you should basically make friends with people that's a little on your level. You know, you go to any African country, right, and find Ethiopians, Kenyans, whoever that's educated, you know, that know you and stuff like that. Let them be your introduction in Africa, right? You don't go to somebody in a rural area who doesn't know anything or not and act like you're teaching them something, you know? When I was in Liberia, the first thing I did when I touched down in Liberia 2 years ago, right? I said, I'm going to be quiet. I'm just going to listen, right? And so therefore, when Liberians talk and they speak, I'm just sitting there listening. I'm sitting there listening, absorbing all the culture and everything they say. And when they tell me something, I'm listening and everything. I'm not going to sit there and say, well, we do it like this in America. I just didn't say anything. Even when I thought that this should be done this way, I kept my mouth shut, you know? And so therefore I got along, right? Because I said, look, I'm not going to have everything like I'm used to in America. So let me give you what's going on in Liberia. A lot of African Americans go over there, right? And they immediately get with people like they're trying to teach them. They'll go to a rural area, whatnot, you know, this is what you ought to do. Why not get with people that's on your level, you know, on your level? You know, you got Africans that are very majority, like really live in the cities that are very urban, cosmopolitan, sophisticated. Make that your entry into Africa, right? And then, you know, once in a while you may go to a lesson. Because if somebody's on your same level, you know, you're not going to feel superior.
Yeah. That's definitely very smart because that comes from experience, you know. You know this because you have an experience in the continent. Most people don't have that luxury of, you know, staying at the side and study the population first. So these things come from experience.
You know something? You know where I learned that from? I learned that from when I used to come from New York, right? And the same thing in America, right?
Yeah.
When you go from New York, right? And we used to go to the South, right? And you got to watch how you say things around people, right? And
Exactly.
even though we're both African American, right? You can go to the South, people are like, oh, I hate people from New York because they act all uppity and blah, blah. It's that same thing any place in the world, right? Oh, you think you're bougie, you think you high betterness and everything like that. And some people give off that impression, you know? But if you go down there and be like, hey, look, you just say, you know, you don't act like you know it all. You're not going down there to teach somebody something and everything like that. I learned that because we used to come to the South all the time, right? And once you get that pushback from people like, well, go back to New York if you don't like it down here. We think we're too slow, you know? And so therefore, no, okay, when I go to Africa, it's going to be the same way, you know? I can't say, oh, yeah, man, we got 5 lanes right here. Oh, yeah, we have a traffic, like our traffic, like, you don't say stuff. It's little stuff like that you say that can really piss people off. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, you're right.
So therefore, a lot of African Americans, they do that in Africa, and they rub people the wrong way. You know, you just basically like this when people wait on you. And this is another thing that bothers me, and a lot of African Americans think is cute, right? When they're at the market and they are haggling over 15 cents, you know,
Yeah.
Oh, you're charging me a boonie price. Like, dude, you know,
just pay and go, yeah.
I get here. Has another couple of dollars, man. Oh yeah, thank you. You just made the guy's day. You just gave him another $1 onto what he's doing. He's struggling trying to put $1 together one night. You arguing over 10, 15 cents and whatnot, you know?
Yeah, me and Kafaro know about that because, like, that's the way of conducting business in the markets in Africa. That's how, you know, the people.
I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue over nickels and dimes, right? Like my wife's Liberian and whatnot. She said, no. Like, look, I don't care. Let's just pay. No. We can get it for $5. But like, look.
Damn. So you got that Liberian girl Michael Jackson was singing about, yeah?
Yeah. So she'll be, oh, no. The price is. I'm like, dude. I'm like, look, I don't care. Just pay the extra $5. I don't care, you know. And she's like, no.
Yeah,
You got.
Yeah, sorry, we were saying something before I went offline. Yeah, so when I see African Americans coming to Africa and say they complain, I feel really bad because I knew they did not take the time to do their due diligence. Africa is hard, especially for someone that has lived all their life in the West with all these facilities, all this. You can go to an office, someone does something wrong, you can sue them. You understand? There's law that you can respect in America and follow law and things will work for you. In Africa, there's no law. It might be on paper, but it just depends who you meet. Even Africans, we suffer that. So I understand when African Americans, they leave America, they come to Africa, they see a bunch of black people, they're happy. But you must understand that these people don't actually, black to them means nothing. They just see themselves as people who are struggling.
Bro, I learned that. Look, bro, I learned that when I came to Virginia. I lived in upstate New York, right? Around all these white people and shit like that. We went upstate New York, around where like all the black people where I lived at knew each other, right? It was a small minority, everything in the upper class, middle class, near upstate New York. We came down to Virginia in 1988 on vacation with my family. We said, we got to move here. We got all these black people down here because of the college fest and everything. Man, the biggest mistake we ever freaking made. He came down here, man. These black people down here were not feeling us, you know? There was no unity. They're like, man, carry your ass back to New York. And I was like, God damn. You know? I know, just because somebody's black, you see a bunch of black people, don't mean you're going to be like, I know.
Okay. Yeah, so they need to tell them that. That's why I have my friend, Anthony. He wants to come to Africa because he thinks, oh, I'm tired of America and this and that. I say, yes, it's a good bet. I will tell you, start getting gradually used to Africans. I tell him, if you want to go to Cameroon, the best thing you have to do is not just to get your air ticket and go to Cameroon. You'll be discouraged because people are not going to see you as, oh, welcome. They're just going to see you like some other black person walking down the street. You're not going to mean nothing. Go to the Cameroonian community in your state. I think if you find it, you're going to see it. The African communities in most Western countries, go there like where we have every Sunday or once a week, we meet, we gather, we go to someone's house, we eat, we remain Africans. That is the best way for you to get used to these people.
I took 10 years. In 2012, I knew a lot of Liberians online and stuff like that, but I went to the Liberian embassy for the Independence Day, and I had a ball. I met with Liberians over the years. I met with Liberians. I know how they talk. I know
Exactly.
and stuff like that. So I got to know them. So when I went to Liberia, and my wife was surprised, she was like, "You know, a lot of people here. People coming to see me and stuff like that. And they knew me from online and internet and stuff like that. They were like, oh, Kala, I finally get to meet you one night. You finally here one night, you know? And so I knew the people before I even went there, you know?
Exactly. And the truth is, the Africans that people are trying to curse and bash in America and the West, those are the Africans that actually know you. That's the mistake that I think people make. Africans that you live with in the West, you might have your issues, but those are the Africans who know you for actually who you are. The ones in Africa, they see you as someone that's got money, you're coming to give them money, you're from the West, and they're going to treat you different, not because actually they like you, because they're expecting the back. The ones that you can actually work with are the ones in the West. So I don't see why you're trying to run away from this one and go meet the ones in Africans. The ones in Africa don't actually know you. That's just the fact.
And I say the same thing. That's why I have a huge network of a lot of Liberians, a lot of Africans, you know, that I know in America and stuff like that. And they always tell me, I know a lot of Angolans and whatnot. They always tell me, this is what you got to do. This is what you, this, so they school me on. I always take the time to know all the Africans in America. And they tell me, okay, they always tell me their story, their country. They tell me this, they tell me that and everything. So when I go to these countries and everything, I'm already familiar, you know, with what's going on, you know, but I don't go there like, you know, with my head up like I'm African American, I'm better than you, you know, all this stupid stuff like this. You know, you got to get to the country. When I land there and I'm just like around the people, I'm listening to what they say. I listen more than I talk when I'm over there. You know, I'm listening. Then when I finally break the ice and then start talking, I start talking about what my views are and stuff like that, and I get an audience, you know. But I don't just sit there like, oh, on high, like, oh, I'm black. You know, I went there with a humble mind, a humble, open spirit, and my mind was open and everything like that, and I got along just fine. You know, got along just fine. And also, when I was there, right, I made sure if a waiter's waiting on me, thank you, sir, thank you, ma'am, leave a good tip and everything like that. Thank you, everybody, whether it's my driver, whether anybody. I made sure that you know, I shake the hand, look them in the eye, and everything like that, and show you that it's a mutual respect thing. You know, I wasn't like, oh yeah, I'm just, you know, like that. I don't do that because, you know, not only that, I understand that I'm representing, even though we're all black, right? I'm representing my people. You know, I want them to be like, okay, yeah, because of color, man. I want more of them over here. You know,
you are like an ambassador.
You're an ambassador. That's where you got to act. You act like you're an ambassador at all times. People are, no, I'm in Africa, I can do it. No, you can't. You know, that's not the real world. Even when let's say I go out to California, right? I go out to California. I've never been to California. I go out there, I'm going to act a certain way, you know, because I'm in somebody else's area. You know, I'm somebody's territory and everything. I'm going to act a certain way. I'm going to, you know, act accordingly. You go to Africa and whatnot, you know, you're representing. Nobody say, "Yo, motherfuckers from Virginia or New York, man, you got it," you know, like that. I will always make sure, and it's always like that because I grew up in a predominantly white area when we moved to the city, and I'm always acting like the way I acted growing up, right? I'm always representing my race. You know, when people have racist ideas and whatnot, when they used to see our family, like, well, that's a beautiful family you got there. You know, they tell my father, "Oh, you got a beautiful family, beautiful kids, beautiful sons and daughters and whatnot." You know, we're always acting. That's the burden we bear. You know, it's always going to be like that. So if I could do that, be an ambassador to the white community for my race and everything growing up, I could do the same thing as being African American if I go to Africa. I'm an ambassador. I'm representing my race. I'm representing the best thing. That's why I tell people, go to the continent, be on your best behavior, because you're representing us.
I agree 100%.
You know, so anyway, we want to read. We're going to read some more comments. So you guys got any closing statements? I'm going to respond to some of these comments. You guys can hang on if you want to mute yourself. But I want to respond to some of these comments. Monty, you want to run them down? You know?
So, is Liberia the next chapter for Black?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, It's not really any comments.
Okay.
I can see much of anything, but it is. We're coming up on some.
Yeah, I think Liberia is the next chapter. It's something that we should have been doing the whole time, right? You know, up until 1980, those African Americans settling in Liberia all the way up until 1980, even in the early 80s. You know, even after the coup of 1980. But Liberia has always been a part of Black America. Yeah, Bill Russell, famous basketball player, had a farm there. John Amos lives there, has a house there, lives there part time. Liberia has always been part of Black America, and now we're basically rediscovering what our ancestors started. You know, and so that's an excellent place to think. If Liberia has diplomatic relationships with all these African countries, you know, and you want to do business in Cameroon, Angola, and everything, we have a place in Africa where we could do. Build those links and everything like that to facilitate real Pan-African ideology and Pan-African discussion. You know, that's what I believe. I believe Liberia is probably an excellent place for Black America to access the whole entire continent.
Yeah. If I may ask, Bomani, what's your experience like in Ethiopia? I saw your video. You were facilitating visits, right? Like around the Gondar area.
Yes. When it's your first time that's there in a country like that, is historic, you're just trying to enjoy it.
How was it like? Just your honest opinion. Like, were you disappointed in any way? What was the just? I want to hear more the negative.
I'm trying to answer the question. I mean, I don't have anything negative to say from it. It was a journey that was paid for me by the folks from Ethiopian Airlines. To come and join our crew of us, for us to enjoy the country, document it, and share it. So we made our way around different parts of Ethiopia, and I mean it's a modern, advanced country, and it only has better and more future opportunities. The issue that we just don't have a lot of us that's interested in going to certain parts of Africa to just make that other impact. So what you see is you just see foreigners taking advantage of the opportunities. But as far as just the energy there and just being in a nice, beautiful place full of beautiful people, it's an ideal country. The issue that you're gonna have with is gonna be the language barrier. So.
Yeah, I heard many people in Ethiopia don't speak English. I was so surprised.
They don't at all.
I was so surprised.
Why were you surprised?
I was thinking Ethiopia. I was thinking that I don't know. Maybe I was just being stupid. They speak Amharic, their own language, their local language. Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, because Ethiopia, is like the head of the African Union, the hub. It should be more of an international country. You understand? That was my more like international. A lot of people coming there. They should be used to everyone. But
when Africa have its own language, then maybe we can make that an African.
Well, about language, what I'll say is this, right? We got millions of people who speak English, right? English is the language of business. Swahili is a good language for Eastern Africa, right? I think, for as far as African Americans, English-speaking countries are the best. Because you don't want to be isolated.
Yeah. Makes it easier.
Yeah,
it makes it easier. But I don't believe in a one African language. I believe in a national language in each African country.
Well, look at the Soviet Union had many different languages and everything, and they managed to put together. I'm not saying that we're going to be one government, but look at the Soviet Union was able to have all these different republics in the Balkans under one system, and everything that worked. So why couldn't African countries be able to?
It was not by peace. It was by war, Kale. It was not.
Yeah,
to speak it. It was during the time of the Stalin, and these were dictators that invaded other people's country and forced them to speak their language. It's not that this was happening to Ukraine. I've been to Ukraine. I've been in Ukraine 2 years. I could speak Russian, but these people were being forced to speak Russian. They did not want to. When I was in Ukraine, I think the East, they were speaking Ukrainian, and the West were speaking Russian.
Like Romania and all these other countries.
Romania don't speak. They speak their own language.
Right. And Romanians speak English too, because the British also had colonies and outlets in places like Hungary and Romania. People don't realize that. The Habsburg dynasty, So there's a lot of Romanians.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sorry. People try to blame Africa, you speak English. But man, if you can speak English now, it's an advantage. I tell them use it as an advantage. If you can speak many foreign language, yeah, you can use it as an advantage. Like people from Cameroon, they can speak French and English. That is a massive advantage for them when they live out of that country. You understand? So people can say, "Oh, you're speaking the European man's language," but it's an advantage for you. Just imagine if someone come in French, a French person comes to my country, I can still speak my bloody language, and he's not gonna understand what I'm saying. But he needs to get into a closed door for him to speak what I don't have to
I don't
hear.
agree with that. I don't agree with that, Kifaru. But
So
Explain.
what about Belgium? Belgium doesn't even have a national language. They speak French, don't they? And
They
Dutch.
speak French, they speak Dutch, yeah, and they speak some their own. I don't know what they call it.
Yeah, gibberish.
like
So
language is
why don't
probably
you
like
agree? Why don't you agree with that?
losing language is like the easiest way of losing your culture, your understanding of everything, your worldview. Like language is not just a medium of communication. With it comes your cultural heritage, your self knowledge,
Yeah,
and
and also
everything.
let me ask you a question, right? Ethiopians could basically hear a joke, right, in Ethiopian, right, and everybody start busting up laughing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Even if you like learn a little Ethiopian or Amharic, whatever, and you will still won't get the joke because you're not Ethiopian. You know, there's a certain way the punchline is, and
Yeah, yeah.
stuff like that. So yeah, language is very important. It's very hard to basically tell somebody learn a new language and everything like that. That means everything that every movie, book, and everything that he knows and everything like that, he has to forget everything. It's really divisive. I think we have to accept the fact that we had the transatlantic slave trade, right? We got millions of people of African descent that speak English in the West, French in the West, Spanish, and everything. We have a lot of African countries that were colonized. They speak different language and everything, and that's the way it is. If Singapore could say, look, they made English the national language because it was a unifying factor, right? They got rid of Mandarin and Cantonese and Malay and said we're going to speak English, right? We understand that it's not our indigenous language. We understand that all stuff like that is Europeans, but for the most part, it works, and let's focus on building a country.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like me, for example, I'm not a tribalist. I tell people come from me, they say I'm westernized. I say, well, it's not about westernized. I believe in modernity. I believe in modernity. I want to see my country transforming. All that culture, religion is good, but that I say that can stay in the museum. We can keep it. We need to meet up. Being remaining in this like ancient traditional thing, it's not helping my people. That's why I tell them. You understand?
No, it's
There's no book.
yeah.
There's no book that I'm going to write in my language that is going to help
Why not?
anybody.
Why
Maybe
not?
some folks. What some folks look okay. Some folkery tales, whatever. This world, what's
No,
moving this
no.
world is
Now let
science.
me give you an example. Now, another thing is, okay, now,
Look, I just want to say, example. What is moving this world ahead? It's science. You understand? Some people
science
come
and
from where I
technology. I
say that.
agree.
Yeah, science and technology,
I
and that's
agree.
what I want to focus
But let
on.
me say this about Ethiopia, right? What Ethiopia did was to got an indigenous saying, Amharic, right? What they did was they said, okay, let's transform the periodic table elements in Amharic. They gave a
Okay.
different name to oxygen, hydrogen, and stuff like that. So they retained stuff like that. So you could do that on a small scale,
Yeah,
and stuff like that. So that's good, but it's like for the
yeah.
most part, inches an inch, miles a mile, and everything like that. So you can transfer the different language, local language. That's fine.
Yeah, but
And
learning the periodic
even the
table is
alphabet is like more efficient than English, to be honest. Like the alphabet, the Amharic alphabet, like most things are written, they're using their own alphabet, and that is like in terms of like if you compare it letter to letter, you would spend more ink writing in it in English than in Amharic. So
yeah. Like for that, I understand what you're saying. Like in my country, if they have to teach people, let's say the principle of physics in my own local language, these people will understand better. That's what I believe. If you
Yeah,
teach them in your own local language, principle of physics. But see, the principle of physics is not your invention. You understand what I mean? You're still copying someone's language and you're translating.
no,
And during that process, you might not get things right. If you want to learn the principle of English, of physics, why don't you learn it in the same language that the original person learns.
Well, what about the Japanese? They interpreted a lot of the science and technology and books in Japanese. You know, they translated a lot of science books, engineering books in Japanese, right? And said, okay, even though a lot of Japanese learned English, right? But they made sure that the textbooks and everything that taught science and everything like that, translated. They didn't have to learn English. Problem of black people and Africans is, you know, I'm like this. If people speak English, fine, just go with it, right? But if people don't speak English and everything, and the majority of people, let's say in the rural areas, don't speak English, right? You could have a dual system where it's in English or French, and it's translated into a local language so people can learn it better. Somebody asked me about internet in Liberia. Internet in Liberia is perfect, you know, a strong Wi-Fi connection. I don't know why, but you know, Wi-Fi in Liberia is very, very powerful. You know, very powerful. You know, and when I was over there, it's actually better than the Wi-Fi I have in my house. You know, maybe because there's less people. You know, there's a lot of people on the internet, but you know, most people use data. You don't use Wi-Fi, so the Wi-Fi signal is very, very strong. MTN and stuff like that. It's very, very strong over there. You know, I don't know why, but
nice. That's good. You're lucky because that makes a difference. All the difference if you're traveling.
Yeah. Wi-Fi, data cards, and everything like that. You guys scratch the data cards go really quick. They last like about 3 hours on the internet. Next thing you know, the data's out and everything like that. You gotta get back to your hotel, get onto the Wi-Fi, and everything's good. You know, so it's that's it. If you got data cards, and the data cards are sold on the street, right? You can say, hey, look, data card, guys. Got young guys out there selling data cards, $5 a piece, $10 a piece. A $10 one will last you like a day and a half, you know? And so you scratch off the data card, put the code in, and you got Wi-Fi or data, you know, and stuff like that. So, yeah. So, and also,
I think most African countries have got Wi-Fi. You know, the major cities.
And in many ways, African countries are more advanced as far as like money transfer, you know?
Yeah, the mobile money thing. The mobile
when I was
money
in Liberia, this time, right, I didn't use the ATM. I think I used the ATM like the first couple of days, and then I paid for everything using biometrics, like scan, you know, okay, barcodes, stuff like that. You know, I'm like, okay, how much?
Are there any foreign banks in Liberia, like a foreign
many
bank?
foreign banks.
They're gonna be everywhere.
In Cameroon too. In Cameroon too.
Yes, yeah, we have African
banks
as well. We have
there
African
is no
banks.
like in Ethiopia. There is no single, not even one foreign-owned bank.
Really?
Why don't they have like foreign banks? Banks bring
forbidden. They don't allow it. they don't. It's like all the banks are owned by Ethiopian nationals or
but in Cameroon you can't send more than 1 million franc CFA, so that is almost $1,700 out of the country. You can't do that. It's difficult. The bureau, what you need to go to send that money out, you're just gonna feel tired. So now it's black market. You can't send that money out of the country. I think even Western Union, you can't send more than $500 out.
Right, South Africa at one time before Mandela they had a dual currency. One currency they for international, and one part they did. Like you make a lot of money in South Africa, right? Well, the international currency was worth less, so it encouraged people to keep the money in the country. You know,
is that a good thing though, guys? Like I'm still trying to understand why the government does not allow foreign banks to operate in that country. Is that okay to open up that market?
Oh, why not? If somebody, a foreign bank comes says, I got $1 billion, right? And I'm going to give loans to housing. Do they have mortgages in Ethiopia?
Of course.
Okay, so you got mortgages, you got bank loans, you got all stuff like that, credit, businesses operate on credit and stuff like that, you know, finance.
There are many banks, like very, very big banks, right?
Okay.
So why privately owned? It's just like, it's not like just, the only restriction is like no foreign banks. So these banks are pretty efficient, to be honest. There are many of them. You have many choices for mortgage, for all kinds of banking, and they pretty much have like the few like tall buildings or skyscrapers are owned by the banks. But like if I was a policymaker, say for example, if one of us were like a president, is it a good thing to open it up and say any foreign banks can get it, participate in that economy, because it's a huge economy, 110 million people.
Yeah,
Is that a
what
good thing to open it?
Yeah, but I don't understand. I don't understand why, because even more advanced countries they've got foreign banks. So I don't know how, if it's working for them. I don't know. I think that's just out of my knowledge. Even like America, France, like they have foreign banks in your country. So I don't understand
Yeah,
why.
I mean, most European conglomerates work, you know,
They do,
like they
yeah,
have.
every country has got some. I don't know why. I don't know if it's maybe it's working for them. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be
So,
something.
you just said something about language. Well, maybe Amharic. Is it Amharic or Amharic? How you call Amharic, right? Maybe it's a well-established, organized written language. So, of course, maybe you're advanced, you can start translating things. But most African languages are still very oral. You understand? It's like
At least
just
most of the other African countries can take the alphabet and just, at least because it's indigenous.
what
And you know, because like you can take the alphabet and use it on all African
what
countries.
alphabet?
Ethiopia has its own alphabet, its own number. Like I don't know any other country besides the Roman numerals that has its own
No, no,
number.
no, no.
Ethiopia,
The Bamileke Cameroon, they've got their own alphabet, some signs. It is.
no,
They have some.
I'm saying like it's currently in use. Like there is no like
Yeah,
the like,
you're using your, but most African countries, my language is just orals. So if you're trying to write it, they try
yeah.
to write it, but they say you can write it using Roman letters, because we've got sounds that you can
No,
write
the
them.
numbers, even the numbers, you know, like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
The Ethiopians have their own numbers.
yeah, but sometimes I think we need to move on. I
That
believe
is
in
only
modern.
used like mostly. It's not used like in calculations and stuff. It's basically
Yeah,
used for on the calendar and like on some things. But the alphabet, you cannot get away with that. Like if you don't pass that in school, you basically cannot.
yeah, I believe in modernity. I think we need to catch up.
Well, we don't have to consider like anything African primitive. That in itself is like writing is like a sort of technology in its time. It's the foundation of.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's primitive, but I'm just trying to look at the global influence. You understand? It's good to me. We need to keep it. It's our pride. You understand? It's a pride that we have our own thing. To me, I just see
No, you
like
can
more
write
of us.
everything. Like say for example, if you're speaking French, whatever you speak, whatever we're speaking right now, you can write it in Amharic letters.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's why I said Amharic. Maybe it's because Ethiopia has got its own history for a long time. They've developed that language. But most African countries is just an oral language. You understand? People
I
just
know, I
speak.
know.
They don't actually write anything.
That would be good for as far as like a cultural thing. If you see African countries, let's say the street signs are both in the English and Amharic and whatnot, and that would be embraced. If you could basically have your Chinese man open up this or put their Chinese signs on in Zambia, you got street signs underneath is written in Chinese letters and whatnot. Why not do something like Amharic and teach that language all across the
Exactly.
country, right?
Yeah.
It's better than Chinese, the Chinese language, I would accept that better than Chinese.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. To accept Amharic, Ethiopia needs to be really powerful. You understand? They need to come to these
Yeah,
African
that's true.
countries and like really dominate them, and we can see, okay,
Nah, not
Ethiopia is big.
dominate.
No, when I mean dominate, I'm talking economically. We need to see. I'm not talking about trying to subdue people. Like economically invest, being influential in the country. Africans will not just accept people. You just come and say, take my language. Just say, oh man, fuck off. You understand? Chinese is only doing that because Chinese has got so much influence in these people.
Money, yeah.
They have money. They come. They build free schools. If you build free school for someone, and it's okay, we need to put Chinese as one of your own languages. That's just all what you have to do. We're gonna build this school for you, but you have to add Chinese in your curriculum. These people are gonna take it. You understand? So you bring some tangibles, then you can put all your propaganda. That's how it's working. I see that African children doing kung fu. I say, oh my God. There. So you've actually forgotten your own traditional dancing. Now everyone wants to be Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan and doing some Chinese kung fu all over the place. And,
Yeah, Afrobeat is killing it up there, though.
Yeah, Afrobeat, it's good, yeah. So, man, the British, they need to come together. I think we're so worried about people who don't want to come to Africa. I told these guys, okay, this is the thing with African Americans. Kale, you should not be telling everyone we need to go to Africa. We are Africans. I just think people who feel like that, okay, should create their own group and try to go to Africa. It's going to be easy. But if you're trying to make people say that Indians, trying to convince them, you're just going to pull your legs forever. You know, you will not.
Those type of black people, they're only on the internet. You know, the majority of black people in America are open to the idea, but they just don't know how. You know, they like, okay, the majority of black people do not follow those Dane Calloway, we're Indians and all this kind of stupid stuff. ADOS, FBA. Majority of black people are just living their life in America, right? And so when you say, you know, something, you know, I went to Cameroon, I went to this country and I had a good time and everything. They're curious, you know, and they're like, oh, okay. And next thing you know, they're like, okay, I think I might want to go over there and visit, you know. And it's like, okay, it's no big. It's not like they're gonna. Majority of people are not gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna quit America and I'm just gonna go to Africa and live. It's not like that. But some people are curious. They like to go over there to visit, right? If they get acclimated to the country, they might find an investment or something like that. And then some people like looking at retirement. You got right now we have the largest number of people retired, black and retired baby boomers, you know. And these guys, you got millions of them retiring every year, turning 65 right now, because that's what I work. I work in the healthcare, Medicare field. Millions of them retiring, right? And some people are like, well, geez, man, I'm retiring, I still got to work. And some people are going to places like Belize. Some people are going to Mexico, and so they're looking for places outside of America to retire with. You got some black people going to the Philippines, right, or Thailand. They buy a house, whatever, and they retire because it's cheaper to live overseas, where they can use their Medicare and their Social Security and all stuff like that, and their retirement income and live good and everything. So what I'm saying is, Africa could be that's a huge market right there for the retirement community. Somebody visit Africa and say, this is where I want to retire at. And that's what you have in Ghana a lot. Most of them retire. But
by the way, Kala, do you keep your job in the US when you travel, or like do you work remotely, or like?
Well, I work for myself. I have my own business, you know. And so when I go to Africa, I only stay for a few weeks and everything. And what I'm doing right now, I have an office, right? But I could work from remote if I wanted to, right? But I'm more hands-on because I have a lot of agents under me and stuff like that. So I got to be at the office all the time, training and stuff like that, you know. I would like to have it one day where I could live in Africa for like 3 or 4 months out of the year and work from remote, you know.
How much is the ticket? Like, is it expensive? Your ticket, like, price?
Well, this time it was like damn near $1,700. The first time I went, it was only like $1,100. You know, it was like $1,700. Like, damn. That's only because of the COVID and the fuel crisis. You know, we had a lot of fuel shortage, so they said ticket prices were up. You know, so like I said, I had a good time. You know, everything. Like, when I go there, and
I wish I had something like that working. You know, like something you can keep in the States at the same time, something that would allow you to travel there as much as you want.
Yeah, and that's the future right there. There's a lot of time of people. A lot of people can't go to the continent because they got their job obligations.
Exactly.
45, 50 hours a week.
Yeah, Carla, there's one guy here asking you to ask me about a linking with Continental, particularly dual citizenship and reparation. He was participating in African Diaspora panels where African Americans were batching.
Yeah, my whole thing is,
but this is the thing.
I have nothing against African, but he's a comedian, you know.
Exactly.
I get the fact that I can look, African Americans, man, going to Africa. It's funny, it's bumbling, and he just picks up on it and trying to build a channel. I don't take that seriously, you know?
Yeah, he's trying to build an audience. But this is the thing.
Trying to build an audience on stuff like that.
I think Americans are already connecting with Africans. But so
it's going to happen regardless of whoever says.
Yeah, on an individual level, but they need to make it like, I think that what I said this before, like, you should reach out. It's like, oh, you need to reach out. We need to reach out. You need to reach out. We need to reach out. Africans see you guys as like some privileged people. Most Africans, like the African Americans, they see you like more privileged. You have more access to so many things. Okay, so they don't even see why you want to come to Africa.
Yeah, and like
You
I said
understand?
earlier, when you
They,
listen
they,
to
they don't
earlier,
see why. Yeah, they don't see why you need to come to Africa.
but
So
you
if
gotta
if
say something. You know why? Because African
so,
Americans, right? Like I said, in America, right? America gives us so much jobs, all sorts of
exactly.
stuff. And so, but the one thing we do not have is that experience of knowing what it's like to live in a society. Like right now, even though Black America is coming up and everything, we still live under the rule of white people. It's like, white people are everywhere and everything like that. And this is still a white society and everything. So when we go to, and there's a lot of stuff about America we don't agree with, And so when we go to Africa, we feel like we're free, And a lot of Africans don't understand that, right? It's like I always say this.
yes,
I always say this, right? Africa is heaven to African Americans, right? They visit there and stay there. They got means, right? But here's the thing, like Great African always says, right? When you go to Africa, right, you're coming from a privilege of it. When you go to Africa, you're African American, you got money and everything like that. It's heaven, But what happens when you lose that umbilical cord to America, that job, that security, and everything, and you
Job
have
is the most
the
important thing.
life of an African on the ground? Then that's when you get put to the test. It's like okay, now I gotta support myself going out there selling fruits on the street corner or whatnot, or driving a cab, whatever like that. That's when the reality hits. Africa's beautiful when you got money and everything like that. You're coming at
exactly.
that, but when you gotta live with the, and some Africans resent that. They're like, oh man, you guys come over here, privileged position, and everything, complain. But you don't understand what we're going through and everything. And I try to be sensitive about that. Yeah. I love Africa and everything. When I was in Liberia, I was just so happy, and I'm seeing people just that weren't so happy, and I had to be empathetic to say, okay, yeah, these guys' life is hard.
Yeah,
You know.
I got the same. I take myself for example. Okay, when I go home, I like to go to my mom's village. You understand? I go there, you see these people, they get up in the morning getting worried how to go and do things, but I just eat and relax. And they don't understand. They just say, oh, why? You live from the town, why you come and live in the village? I think it's that kind of a sense, you understand? I tell the word, yeah, I just have peace of mind. Sometimes I go for a week, it's no internet. You understand? Sometimes
Yeah,
even 2 weeks because we don't have internet over there. I just relax, you got some DVD, whatever, some
but you don't
movies.
want to live in that village forever.
Yeah.
You're like,
No, no,
you
of
know, you
course,
can,
of course. No,
go back to the city.
exactly.
Yeah, it's
So,
the same thing. It's the same dynamic
but
for
I
African
would not tell,
Americans.
but the truth is that I would not tell them, oh, just stay in the village. The village is good. When I meet these young people, I tell them why you can just stay in this village doing anything. Go to the town, look for some jobs. Okay, you can come back and relax. Not like, oh, the village is perfect. Just stay here. You have a peace of mind. No, I don't tell them that. I tell you're a young man. Go to these big cities. You have a job. Maybe get a taxi or get a bike or do something. Get some money. Don't just sit in the village and drink and do some local agriculture and think you're all right. I do tell them that, you understand. But African Americans would tell Africans, so do you know what? Africa is good. Don't go anywhere. It's better. No, it's not really good because these people need to live. So that's just the idea. And what the guy said, just to answer his question about citizenship, well, that is a really complex question. Something hard for Africans to do. I remember a long time ago, I don't know how long, there were some African American women on the Cameroon television talking about return. That's the same thing. Also, a long time ago, it was one doctor. She came from the
I
Tika,
remember
whatever.
they weren't all white. Were they wearing all white?
No. African Americans,
No,
like,
that's were they wearing all white? And there
yeah,
was
some of
The
them. Yeah,
yeah,
clothes.
some
I
of
remember
them.
that, doc. I seen that.
Yeah, so they came. They were talking about to make for Cameroonians to make for the Cameroon government to make provision for these people to come
Yeah, I
back
remember that.
and get citizenship. Well, I don't know how that thing end, but I think if they actually had to pursue it, something might have come out. Maybe not citizenship. Maybe they'll have some resident permit easily that they don't have to pay. Because for foreigners in Cameroon, you need to pay constantly to renew your resident permit. Maybe they just give them 5 years resident permit. I
Yeah,
think
right. That would work in Africa. Like I said, if I'm like this, right? I take somebody's citizenship with respect, right? You're a citizen of Cameroon, right? if I have a dual passport and I could come in a Cameroon, enjoy your country, and bounce anytime I want to, but I got a Cameroon passport, how does that look? That's why I like all that stuff about getting an African passport and stuff like that. Come there and whatnot, because you're not going to live with this. And I also say this, right, before I answer this one question, right? If you have a Sierra Leone or wherever African passport, I believe that you should pay $5,000 to $10,000 a year to the government in taxes. You could, even if you don't go to the country, you're holding that passport, you should give something to the country as far as taxes and everything. That will stop all these black people talking about, I want citizenship. Now, what can happen is you have a residency, you know, extended residency for people who are serious about coming there, living, and say like they want to go back and forth. And some people, like a lot of black people in America, say they would like to live half the year on the continent, half the year on in America, and go back, or the majority, but they got to go back and forth because you got to go back to America for medical treatment and stuff like that. You know, that could be a option, but just giving people passports and everything like that, and you know, like that. This guy says, I take Afrikaans seriously. He wants to cause a difference between continental Africa and African Americans. I don't know. He's anti-parent. Look, the bottom line, this is what Afrikaans does, right? He basically is the type of person that he wants to be the smart guy in the room. And unfortunately, this Pan-African movement doesn't put him at the center of anything, right? Let's be honest with ourselves, right? The Gambia, right? The Gambia is like the poorest country in Africa, you know? And so therefore it's a pride thing, you know? Who are these people that are able to come to Africa and cause all this attention and everything like that in the name of Pan-African? So naturally he's like, my Sonike tribe and all stuff like that. You know, it's all about, you know, ego and stuff like that. He doesn't care about the bigger picture. Nobody thinks that Africa is going to be Africa, and you don't know anything about the country. I do, and everything. He speaks perfectly English, right? And when you really look at it, right, once you live in America for a certain amount of time, you know what I'm saying? I know for a fact when he goes back to his country, they don't accept him as just a local. Common sense tells me that he has a difficult time when he goes there, as far as like the locals who don't accept him and everything.
Well,
and
I think it just depends how old you were before you left your country. I left my country when I was 23.
Mm-hmm.
So I was already completely immersed in Africa, in my Africanism, in my African culture. So it was really difficult for me to inherit a different culture for the number of years I've been in Europe. I think that's almost 12 years. You understand? So it's really difficult for me because I always stay around Africans. You understand? I think it just depends how, for people who came to Europe when they were like really young, like babies, 5-6 years, yes, that can be easy. They can get lost in your culture. When they go back, people will look at them as different. But if you were already a mature person, an adult, you can't really lose that touch. It's gonna be
I came
difficult.
like 10 years ago, and that's not the right time. Like unless you come here to the States when you were young, you're gonna have a very hard time to really
to
fit
fit
in.
back in your country.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, like the best time to immigrate is when you are like younger. But I came in pretty late, so it's really like I'm still homesick, and I feel like that's where I
Why do
belong.
you think it's better? I think it's better when you're older, because when you're
No,
younger,
no,
you just get carried out
it's,
by the Western culture.
but like at least if you consider like the West your home, that you can like survive here. You'll be in harmony with the culture, with everything. But like if you
Yeah.
come when you're like grown up and stuff, first of all you have to learn a new language. Second of all, you're still gonna have an accent, which might be problematic in some situations, stuff like that.
Okay, let me read some of his comments. He's Abadama's vision of Pan-Africanism, aka fake Pan-Africanism, is to keep Pan-Africanism on the continent only. And so, like I said, Pan-Africanism is not going to work on the continent only. You know, let me tell you something. Pan-Africanism really comes out of the struggle of race. Of race. So that's what it is. And when you look at the world, right? How can you look at the conflicts and everything that goes on in Africa and don't think Europe is not a problem? You know, it's to the point now where people like you can't even tell the French get out of Mali and Burkina Faso and Guinea. Telling we want the French out. They can't get rid of them. You know, and so you got the British that owns Shell and the Royal Dutch Shell and BP and petroleum. The Europeans got their hand so far in Africa. It is what it is. And then he says he wants to include non-black that live on the continent. Well, then again, I heard Afrodamus say that he does not want Indians. I don't know what problem he has with Indians. He says he hates Indians, right? But what you're saying is he accepts whites as Pan-Africans, right? You know, if I had to choose between whites and Indians, I would take Indians, you know, to tell you the truth. You know, I don't see Indians doing sex tourism and shit like
You need
that.
to think. You need to think again about. You need to think about that, Kali. The Indians, I just think they're not in the power to control. That's why you think they're good. I don't think if they had the same power, I think they'll be worse. I don't know.
Oh yeah, if they had the power, but Europeans really do have the power and everything like that to, and also the academic world, right? Most Africans get educated by the British curriculum and everything. And basically, look at when the Queen of England had the funeral. All these African heads of state were cramped on a coach bus. You know, look at Prince Charles's coronation, whatever. All these African leaders, I gotta be there and everything like that. Africans still participate in the Chelsea games, the Commonwealth games and everything. The British and the French influence in Africa is vast. India doesn't have that sort of influence. You know, the white people in Africa are a reality. You know, the British Empire is real. You know, and may have died out in parts of the world, but it's still alive and well in Africa. You know, and so I don't think that I'm not saying India is any better, but you know, it can't be as much as Europeans. Europeans are tethered to Africa. If all these countries cut ties with France, France will be a third world country. You know, you see all the French. How many French have one of the largest gold reserves in the world? Ask me how much gold is mined in France. None. Where's all their gold come from? Africa. Through business deals, through chicanery and whatever like that. And to be honest with yourself, there's a lot of African countries who did pretty well with the French. Look at Senegal. They got good infrastructure, you know? And so therefore, the French and the Europeans aren't all that bad.
The French took Djibouti from us as well. Like, they're cruel people.
And look at. Let's be honest with ourselves, right? Bermuda, right? Even though Bermuda is less than 1 million people, right? It's one of the wealthiest places in the world. And why? Because they stuck with the British banking system, right? And they made Bermuda a very rich island. You know, so therefore, when people go look at why the British and all these other people have so much power, is because a lot of people benefit from this stuff like that. Now, us in our Pan-African pride, we're like, why are we so? Yeah, but things have happened over the years behind the scenes, and you got some countries that may be getting better or whatever like that, and they're saying, okay, the British aren't that bad. You know, let's not kick them out. Let's not do this. That did not happen in Zimbabwe. You know, Zimbabwe, they went to war with them. Angola kicked the Portuguese out. The best part of Africa to me is the Portuguese Africa, because the Portuguese were so weak, they lost Mozambique and they lost completely in Angola, you know? And so therefore, Angola is a free country because the Portuguese have nothing. They have nothing. Portugal is so weak that Angola loaned Portugal $32 billion with a B. It's former colonizer. Portugal is going to Angola.
Yeah, this is the thing about Portugal. Okay, I have a friend. He's from Cape Verde. Okay, so he was explaining me why Portugal is weak. That people try to bash Portugal, but he said, like, if you understand, Portuguese were the ones that first arrived in Africa, and they're the ones that were doing slave trade, but they were not actually commercializing slave trade. You understand? They're weak because they did not really want to come and like catch this. They just wanted to have food to eat. The idea was not to come take these people and make them being commercialized. And he told me because he actually lives in Portugal, and he said they are actually He said they regret. They said, well, these people came, the English, they came and commercialized this business that we started, and we didn't make any profit from it. That's their downfall. So slave trade was what was used to build like mostly the west of Europe. So that's why they're awake, because they did not really want to commercialize slave trade,
Yeah, and
which is a
also
good thing.
it was the British and the Dutch who got
Yes.
rich and commercial. The British with the Dutch with their system of trade and everything like that, and the French and everything like that, and the Portugals didn't really build the slave trade up on a commercial scale, which they made a whole lot of money. Even though they was slave ships, the people Portuguese was selling slaves to were the Dutch and everybody else. So they didn't really make the money off the slave trade of building
Let's
it.
not excuse the Africans as well. Like the Sokoto Caliphate had like a huge percentage of the population in what's today Nigeria was actually enslaved by other Nigerians who became Muslim as well. So we started this shit.
Yeah, I look. But bottom line, I had this argument with people over there, and they said, "Oh, where's it?" Look, I said Africans definitely participate in the slave trade. That's the truth. I said, not only that, we always thought that Africans were just warring tribes and everything. No, the people of Benin, oil, and everything were selling people of their own ethnic group. The places of Igbo land and everything like that. Powerful kings and chiefs and warlords would raid smaller villages and everything like that fell behind their taxes. Hey, Kapar, you got me. Check it out. So therefore, yes, Africa definitely played a role in the transatlantic slave trade. A role in slave trade, a major role. So we can't look at that. That's why when you look at West Africa right now, a lot of the problems you see in West Africa is because millions of people left and everything, and we're still suffering the effects of the losing that millions of people through the transatlantic Holocaust. And we, like I said, it was everyone who was involved in it on both sides of the Atlantic. And so yes, Africans, Arabs, and Muslims, and everybody was involved in the transatlantic slave trade. But the thing is, the Europeans are the ones who benefited from the slave trade because they did use a capitalist system, and they mechanized it, and they basically commercialized it, and they produced wealth. Liverpool was a shithole before the slave trade. So was Amsterdam. So was Lisbon. So was all these other. Spain was a non-existent empire, and so the Queen Isabella became this nation called Spain. And you got people like the Baptists and everything never accepted Spanish rule. They're like, we're Baptists, we're not Spaniards, right? But the bottom line is just the wealth and everything like that. They say, okay, well, I guess we're Castilians now. We'll be Spanish because we see these big buildings going up and we see these castles. I guess I'll be Spanish. But you guys still got Baptists like, yo, look, we're separatists. The Baptists are separatist movement in Spain. They never really benefited from the Spanish Empire. So a lot of these countries got rich and powerful off the wealth that they created through this transatlantic slave trade, and so like I said, it is what it is. So Bruce asks, any government has provided historic overseas, and he asked me a question about somebody asked a question about a Pan-African investment fund. I wish there was a Pan-African investment fund. We've asked that many questions. Why isn't there a Pan-African investment fund, that's listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the Ethiopian Stock Exchange, everything, which basically you can move some of your 401k money into? The one does not exist. So
I think we actually need to establish what actually Pan-Africanism is in the African continent and what it entails, who was involved and who was not involved. If we can actually agree, then people will not have the courage to start investing their money in anything that has not been actually defined. When people have accepted, okay, this is Pan-Africanism, this is our goals, this is how we have to move. Because it just depends who you talk to. As I said, out of Africa is something else, inside Africa is something else. That's the problem. Let's establish
there is tribalism and racism within Africa itself, so that should be eliminated first, I think.
Well, I think if we have something bigger, it can come and cover the smaller issue. To me, tribalism it's there, but I don't think people walk each day and thinking about my tribe in my head. People just want food, shelter. You understand? I want a job. I want a shelter. I want to live better. That's what people are thinking. People are not thinking I'm from this tribe. What people walking on road, oh, you're from this tribe, I'm from that tribe. I don't think people think like that. So
Do you have
if
like a lot of tribes in Cameroon? Like how many tribes?
oh, of course, more than 250 known.
Oh,
You
shit.
understand?
So that's
But
the problem.
it's not a problem. At
That's
the end of
always
the
the
day,
problem.
yeah, but this is the thing. My idea is these people want all this tribalism thing, and it's because of poverty. That's why I see tell people. Most
Do you
African,
think education will solve the problem? If let me give
well,
you an
see,
example.
education without without money. When people are poor, like for example, if you're poor, you can feed, and someone from a different tribe gets to your land, it's a bigger problem. You understand? Oh, where are you from? You're coming to my land. Go where you come from. But when people are rich, you can feed for yourself. Certain things like that, you don't even see it as an issue. To me, let's when people start getting money, people start getting rich. Like if you go like to bigger cities, there's no tribalism. People don't really care. Tribalism in most African countries is like really, really big in like rural areas, like low income areas. But cities where everyone is striving, who even cares about tribalism? They don't. They don't. That's just the
But like
fact.
imagine Kifaro. Say for example, from where I come from, like Ethiopia, there are like 6 million Somalis,
Yeah.
like 3 million Nilotic people, like the South Sudanese people,
Yeah.
and there are other groups as well. So these people are like, they cannot be like in terms of like appearance and culture, they cannot be any more different from each other than like these are like what Europeans consider different races. I don't believe in races actually. We are all human, Homo sapiens sapiens. But based on European understanding, like I mentioned, a Somali, a Nilot, and other people living side by side in the same country.
Mm-hmm.
So now, to the point that you mentioned earlier about like one might not fit in on the other. If the Somali wants to go to that area where they're the Nilots and wants to start a living, what? Even based on appearance, it creates some sort of unease, right? And imagine add to that the cultural differences, so it becomes complicated.
Well,
So
okay,
I think
I get it. I get it. I think let's not generalize. Maybe in Ethiopia you have actually distinct people that look differently that live in the same country. That might be a problem. Like, okay, let's take for example. I tell people maybe they think I'm coming from them. I think the tribalism is really, really big in the Horn of Africa, the identity thing. Apart from that, it's only Nigeria that have got something similar in the rest of Africa. The rest of African countries, you don't hear about people talking about you're this, you're this. You don't listen to that. It's only Nigeria and maybe the Horn of Africa that you have the Oromos and whatever. People look differently. Yeah, that might be a problem. But the rest of Africa, people just want to live their life. You understand? They
how
just
do
want
you
to.
say we should solve this? How do we? What's your suggestion? How would we deal with this kind of situation? If we have 6 million Somalis, 3 million South Sudanese, like looking, like Nilotic people, and about
Mhm.
40 million Oromos and 40 million people who are more like Semitic. Like what? How do you harmonize that? Especially when there's like grievances in terms of perceived historical injustice. That's the problem with that country, as far as I see it.
Yes, I know that is Ethiopia. I know it's a little bit. You know why? You see, Ethiopia has exists as a country without no one being in to interfere from them, and maybe it's trying to work on their disadvantage. I'm going to mean this. Maybe some
Yeah,
other
they
countries
never
that
have a common enemy like the whites. Well, like
exactly,
that.
yeah, exactly. Maybe some countries that we just had the French people made us to hit them. Now we can unite against the French, but since Ethiopia did not have colonization or whatever, so their differences have remained for a really long time. You understand? So they still see themselves as your enemy. I'm your Oromo. I'm Habesha. You're I don't know. You're whatever. You understand? So that might be a little bit of it's difficult, but I think you need to sort yourself out. You just need to I don't know. It's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. I tell
It's
people you should
complicated.
just.
You agree it's complicated, right? It's
Yeah,
very
it is.
difficult.
It is complicated. But I tell people and they laugh of me. I say you just need to start intermarrying among each other. You know,
Yeah.
so someone might not be a full Nilotic. It might be Nilotic and something, and your children they get in the middle and they don't care. Just like that, it
And
keeps moving.
the sad part is those people don't come out of their region. They have their own place. Like unless it's a big city like the capital, they pretty much stay on their own. The 6 million Somalis, they have their own region. The Nalas have their own region. Like you don't even see them on the capital. You don't see a lot of them on the capital.
So what is the dynamics in Addis Ababa? Is it
In
still
Addis
the
Ababa,
same?
you don't. In Addis Ababa, it's mostly like Semiticized or Amharized Oromos, and like the Semitic tribes like the Habesha.
Yeah, I don't know. So these Tigray people, what are they? They're still Habesha.
Yeah. Those are only
Yeah.
6 million. So it's just it's like a united sort of of tribes, confederation of all different races within Africa. You can find it in Ethiopia. Like you can
Yes.
find people with Bantu persuasion. It's just that their language is not Bantu, but in terms of appearance.
But that's the thing. They are massive tribes. Like in most other African countries, I don't think take away Nigeria. I don't think in any other African country there's a tribe, mostly West or Central Africa, that is up to 5 million people. I don't think they don't.
That's your advantage here. You guys have
that's
that
advantage.
advantage.
Like in Cameroon, the biggest tribe that's the Bomani came. Maybe they're bloody 2 million. You understand? And
Exactly.
that's the majority.
You know what happened when the Somalis invaded Ethiopia, right? The Ethiopian Somalis helped them actually. Here, come this way, because at the end of the day, it's about ethnicity, innit? It's about race. So even the Somalis who was living within Ethiopians, who were Ethiopian citizens, were helping the other Somalis to invade the country.
Yeah, it's a complex situation out there. I'm not gonna lie, but there must be a solution. Maybe Pan-Africanism. We need to preach Pan-Africanism to them and make it really stronger. And I don't know, maybe
most of these people don't even have access to the internet. They're strictly religious. All they know is about my ancestors were somehow oppressed. They have that little bit of perceived oppression. That's all they know. They have no access to modern knowledge and everything. So they are pretty racist.
I want to tell you something Cameroon, people trying to bash Port BI. He has been there for 40 years, blah, blah, blah. But I'll tell you, that old man understands how to bring a country together because, look, we are almost 350 tribes, all right? And how do you unite people
What is the
that?
difference between those two tribes? Do they look the same?
Well, if you come, the southern people look the same, but when you start going to the north, you start meeting the Handalas, the Fulanis, the Awusas, they might look a little bit different. You understand? But
is the difference significant, or can you tell them apart?
Some Fulanis may look distinctly different. Some, not all. Some Awusas, but not all.
How about the language?
The Fulani language, Hausa language is completely different. Me, I'm Bantu, you understand? But we have similar Bantu language. Some words are just the same, you understand? Yeah. But the ones in Hausa and the Hausa, the Fulanis, they have the different language. Fulani and Hausa language is different. But what happened? If I look at Nigeria, you have a Fulani, you have a Fulani leader that people listen to him. He's powerful. You have an Igbo leader. Okay, you have a Yoruba leader. But in Cameroon, the government has completely eradicated people like that. For example, only the government officials, the governors have got power. If they send you in the north, okay, that's mostly Hausa people. The governor is not from the north, he's from the south. You understand? You come to my region, maybe the governor is from the north. You need to respect him. He's the only one that has power over everyone. So because of that, Cameroon has remained some kind of centralized. It's so centralized power. So because of that, people respect politicians. Yeah. Politicians are the ones.
What's the population again of Cameroon?
We're not big. We are, I think 29, 30 million now. 30 million
that's
people.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yes, but we've actually created a centralized government that the
Yeah.
president and the governors are the first. If you are a tribal head, you are a tribal head for your people. It's good as long as you remain in your village. But if you step your boundaries out of that, you become the governors are powerful than you. If you want to work with the government, you want to work with the governors. The governor has the right to arrest you and put you in jail if you don't respect government orders. You understand? So because of that, the country is kind of okay. You so when you come to Cameroon, so when I say Nigeria, the Fulanis are fighting. That does not exist in Cameroon. You understand? This are fighting. No, you can't fight the government. The government do your own little stupid things among yourself, but when the governor is there, everyone needs to respect the chiefs, whatever. Come and bow down to the governor, shake their hands, and you go. So we could do that maybe because we don't have like really big, massive tribes. But if they can do something like that, but as I said, Ethiopia has just been Ethiopia since as you can ever imagine. We've got people that have come together, they have their own autonomy, and it's a little bit more complex over there. So
It
I
is.
think,
It is.
yeah, but like most of African countries now, it's the same. The French came, they killed all these tribal leaders, and they put their own puppet leaders. And it's for so long, it has been like that. Now, tribal leaders in most West African countries are not that powerful. You understand? But the
Yeah.
governors, the politicians are more powerful than them. So it has created a little bit of organized, centralized control.
Yeah, it's easier for you guys to homogenize
Yes,
and just
yes,
create
yes.
a nation.
It must. Yeah, I see that. It's easier. Yeah, Ethiopia. I don't know. But what I don't understand is like Somalia. They're all the same, but they're still fighting for some bloody tribe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, gangsters. That's what I just call it. You know. So I can understand Ethiopia, but Somalia they're the same. Now they have clans, so they keep dividing. So. People just want to have a way to divide. I don't get that.
You're right. Like sometimes that's not like the even if you are like the same people, you'll find a reason to fight if you are like if you're mentally not developed, if you're backward thinking. Just being the same does not really guarantee peace.
Yes, we need control. Like we need some centralized, powerful government. You understand? We need
Yeah.
people to be dictators. I know sometimes it sounds bad, but maybe to prepare peace, we need to prepare war. You
Yeah, a
understand?
righteous dictator, like a righteous
Yes, like
like
right. We
I
need
agree with that.
Yeah, we need everyone to be in order. You can't be having a parallel state inside a state, like Splinter said. Two countries cannot have the same president. It's not going to work. Two people
yeah.
cannot have the same power like the president of a country. No, it's the president, then any other person comes, and we need to eradicate that. All this tribe. I'm not a tribal person. I know some people say, "Oh, because you come from a really small ethnic group." I get that, but I don't I go to my tribal thing. I see people dancing, but well, that's it. And what else? These people are hungry. I ask them, what is your ethnic group doing for you that you've been protected by your country, not by your ethnic group. So all this ethnic group and from this it's good. Just keep it. Maybe you speak the language. You have some cultural values because at the end of the day, most African cultures we have almost the same cultural value. You might be from Ethiopia. We have that respect of the child is going to respect the elders. Women must be a certain way. It's all across all African countries. That culture is there. Some traditional rights, children respect elders say this. It's all the same. I think that is the basic. Then you have some little things that add in. So if we can
Yeah.
keep that, that's fine. We can build a nation.
Hey, brothers,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get off. You guys can carry on without me. The Faro and the others.
All right, Kala.
You carry
Nice
on.
chatting, man.
Yeah,
Have a
Carl,
good night.
I'm getting ready to close out myself.
Yeah, me
Also,
too.
I really
Yeah.
appreciate these brothers.
Yeah, good
Brothers,
conversation.
you can continue to dialogue for a little bit, and then after a while we'll
Yeah,
close
I'm
out.
jumping off as
Good
well.
conversation. We like
As
intelligent
usual, brother,
conversation.
always
I learned
dropping
a
it.
lot. I learned a lot listening to you guys talk, and so I got a new perspective on a lot of stuff like that. And like I said, the Pan-Africanism is not so simple. Somebody said, Umar Johnson said they were going to make him king of Nigeria in 2030. This is a kind of foolishness. This is like a Afrodamus.
There's nothing wrong with that.
You guys are using Umar because you're trying to clown us. You know,
No. I like Omar.
Oh yeah,
He's
I
so
know you like him.
passionate.
You know, I know you like him because
He's so passionate, you know.
He's passionate. He provides entertainment for y'all. You know, you love him because you. Oh yeah, I know y'all love him. You know.
Yeah,
But
we love with some Omar Johnson, you know.
yeah.
I like him. Anyway, it was a good conversation, and
Yes.
me, I'm just a politician. We're part of African. It's a new political group. It's going to span out across Africa. It's called the ACUP. Now we have headquarters in. Now we've registered in South Africa, Ghana. We're trying to do it in Ethiopia. I think some other. We're trying to do that in Cameroon, but Cameroon process is like just winding. But we're there. It's called ACUP. So I'll be talking more about it, and but it's political. So that's we're trying to create a conglomerate of political parties because we believe we need to change this political atmosphere in Africa. We want Pan-Africanists to be leading African countries, not some puppets, and we need to change that from the top. We don't believe you can come to a country and create a little group, try to make it big. They may shut you down. So we say, why don't we get the full power? So that is the ideology. We just want to try to see how we can mobilize people, be part of this party. Because Africans, we're young, the majority of the population, the young people, but still, or the old people are the ones deciding the political environment or whatever. So we're trying to say we need to join. The young people need to involve themselves in politics. That's only when we know we can get the right politicians to rule Africa. Thank you very much, my brother Bomani. Is it Bomani?
Appreciate the energy. Appreciate
Yeah.
energy.
So catch you some other time online.
Yes, brother. We'll keep it strong and appreciate you tuning in and sharing all the wealth of information. So, family, hopefully everybody appreciate the energy, and we're gonna close out with some beautiful music.
Yeah. So just wait. It's on for African. What's it? African Corporate Unity Party. That's what it stands for. You can go on your YouTube and you'll see it. Yeah. So African Continental Unity Party. Sorry, African Continental Unity Party. So it's the same political party with the same ideology across all African. So that's the idea. So we'll talk more about it. You can become a member, and we want each African country to register ACUP in their country. We help them, and we'll see what we can do. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, brother. We'll keep it strong. Yeah. Alright, so fam, we're gonna close out with some beautiful music.
Sons
was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani in Cuba. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey!
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. They can having cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go bird. A message in the lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Son, go bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of Jimbe and Kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. It was a sun, hope for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Sun, hope for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing, son.